Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm pleased to call to order the April 1st meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. We have 45 items today. That is not an April Fool's joke. So thanks for being here and hanging in there. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino. And Chair Capps.
Here. At this time, please join us in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. The next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the March 14th, 2025 special meeting. Can I please get a motion for that?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. And additionally, we need to approve the minutes from the March 18th regular meeting.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, next item is County Executive's report.
There's no report this morning, Chair Cap.
Madam Clerk, are there any announcements for our agenda today?
Chair Capps and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. We posted an addendum on Friday, March 28th, 2025, adding departmental item number 5 to the agenda. Departmental item number 5 is from the Sheriff's Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an agreement with California Forensic Medical Group, CFMG, for healthcare services at sheriff and probation custodial facilities. This addendum has been posted and made available online for the board and the public. Additionally, we received a request from the department to withdraw departmental item number 1 from the agenda. Departmental item number 1 is from Planning and Development. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the appeal of the County Planning Commission approval of the Laguna Blanca School Amendment, case numbers 24 APL 34 and 21 AMD3, and this is in the 2nd District. This withdrawal request has been made available online for the board and for the public. And with no request to speak on this item, we can take up this withdrawal request at the start, or we could wait until the start of departmental agenda. Additionally, we received a memo updating the vote requirement on departmental item number 2. Departmental item number 2 is from the Community Services Department, and it is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding proposed Kachuma Lake recreational vehicle RV hookup sites fee adjustments. The department has requested the vote requirement to be reduced from a 4/5 to a majority vote. This memo has been posted and made available online for the board and the public. And lastly, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240, and that concludes my announcements for today.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So if I heard you correctly, we can approve the withdrawal of D1 right now?
That is correct, yes.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a...
And my apologies, Chair Capps and members of the board, if we can approve the updated recs for departmental item number 1 as they are listed on the agenda to accept the withdrawal, so that is recommendations A through C.
Amend my motion.
Sounds good.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor for this withdrawal?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, so now we're next to our administrative agenda. As I mentioned, there's 40 items. We know that the public has requested pulling A14, A18, A30. So now a question to my colleagues, which items would you like to pull?
Mine were in there.
Oh, they're already included. Okay, I would like to add A28 to that list. So with that, I will entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda except for A14, A18, A28, and A30.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we got a lot of motions and seconds from this side of the room. Okay. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, next, let's move to our resolutions.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of April 2025 as tax season in Santa Barbara County. And joining us today in person, we have Francis Contreras and Mary Luz Meza. And if you can please make your way to the podium. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas every year, dozens of trained accountants volunteer their time to help low-income community members with their tax preparation, and whereas United Way of Santa Barbara County Volunteer Income Tax Preparation Assistance Program, VITA, provides outstanding services to ensure that taxpayers, especially those lowest paid workers, understand tax laws and can file their taxes accurately and receive any credits they have earned without paying commercial third-party vendors, many of whom charge outlandish prices. And whereas VITA volunteers donate their invaluable time and expertise to promoting financial literacy and empowerment within communities by educating taxpayers about tax laws, deductions, and credits. And whereas VITA volunteers serve as valuable advocates for low-income populations, providing equitable access to tax assistance and promoting policies that foster economic justice and inclusion. And whereas VITA volunteers contribute to the economic well-being of communities by helping taxpayers access critical financial resources such as earned income tax credits, EITC, and child tax credits, which can have a profound impact on household economic stability and prosperity. And whereas United Way of Santa Barbara County will host a mega tax day on Saturday, April 12th at Franklin Elementary School, offering free tax filings and other community resources. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Santa Barbara County recognizes the month of April 2025 as tax season and acknowledges and appreciates the invaluable contributions of volunteer income tax preparers to our communities, passed and adopted today.
Mi nombre es Mariluz Mesa y para mí es un honor recibir esta resolución en nombre de todos los voluntarios del programa de VITA del United Way del Condado de Santa Bárbara, que cada año estamos aquí y con compasión preparamos los impuestos para la comunidad y nos reunimos cada año para resolver y ayudar a la comunidad, para ayudar a que traigan todo, para garantizar a los miembros de la comunidad a que tengan acceso a las cosas esenciales que necesitan. Gracias.
Thank you, Chair Capps, for your acknowledgement and for the championing the tax season resolution and the VITA program. Thanks to our dedicated volunteers, nearly 1,500 tax returns have been filed this tax season, putting money back into the hands of local individuals and families. United Way of Santa Barbara County is especially grateful to our partners hosting VITA sites across the county. SBCC School of Extended Learning Basic Needs Center, the Eastside branch of the Santa Barbara Public Library, AARP Tax Aid at the Goleta Valley Community Center, and UCSB VITA. We're not done yet. Our final push is Mega Tax Day happening Saturday, April 12th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Franklin Elementary School. Appointments are available now to access free quality tax preparation before the deadline. To learn more or schedule an appointment, visit unitedwaysb.org Tax Day. Thank you.
Thank you. So it might be a little surprising to celebrate Tax Day, but the truth is, thanks to volunteers like Ms. Mesa, thousands of people, low income or lowest income workers, if they file their taxes, they get cash back. They get their earned income tax credit, an issue that's very near and dear to my heart. And so it's really all based on volunteers, trained accountants who can help folks file their taxes rather than the sort of predatory predatory agencies that sometimes will file taxes for you, but then recoup that tax credit. So I know Supervisor Lavanino has been participating in events in Santa Maria. We have this big one coming up in Supervisor Lee's district on April 12th. So thank you so much for the United Way and for Ms. Mesa for volunteering and so many other volunteers. Thank you. Okay, next item.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of April 2025 as Month of the Young Child in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Christian Patterson and Jackie Banta. If you can please make your way to the podium, and anyone else you'd like to join with you. Whereas we recognize that early care and education plays an essential role in our community. And whereas early care and education professionals are invested in being responsive to the child care needs of families as evidenced by their collaborations and professional development. And whereas children's cognitive, physical, social, and emotional development, as well as language and literacy skills, are built on a foundation of children's positive interactions with adults, peers, and their environment. And whereas collaborations amongst various agencies across Santa Barbara County intend to support early education professionals who are essential to providing quality care and education to the youngest children of our county. And whereas focused efforts to expand access for infants and toddlers have actively taken place with Children's Resource and Referral Unify, First 5 Santa Barbara County Child Care Planning Council, Santa Barbara County Education Office, and Santa Barbara Foundation, and United Way. And whereas participation is stable, high-quality early care and education, and school-age care makes working families more economically secure, prepares children to succeed in school and live healthier lives. And whereas it is documented that the entire community garners social and economic benefits when high-quality care and education programs are available and affordable, thereby serving more children and families of Santa Barbara County. And whereas Month of the Young Child calls on all the various sectors of our community, government, business, nonprofit organizations, foundations, elementary through high school education systems, higher education, tribal partners, and the media to recognize the early care and education programs and professionals who are doing quality work for our young children and their families. And whereas we celebrate and commemorate the Month of the Young Child so that we may continue to shine a light of recognition upon the essential nature of the early child care and educational professionals with the Santa Barbara County Child Care Planning Council, First 5 Santa Barbara County, Children's Resource and Referral, Santa Barbara County Child Abuse Prevention Council, the Santa Barbara County Network of Family Resource Centers, and others. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 2025 as Month of the Young Child, and does hereby recognize and celebrate the complex, valuable, essential, and demanding work of early care and education and school-age care professionals, passed and adopted today.
Good morning. Thank you so much. The strategic and visionary allocation of the American Rescue Plan ARPA funding by the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors has ignited a powerful transformation in early childhood care and education landscape, planting seeds of change that will continue to blossom long after the funding concludes in June of 2025. This substantial financial investment, woven together with a spirit of collaboration and shared purpose, has already borne fruit in the form of expanded access to high-quality, licensed care for families with infants and toddlers across the diverse communities of Santa Barbara County. At the same time, it has opened doors of opportunity for the dedicated professionals who make up the early care and education workforce, as well as businesses throughout the community to engage in enriching professional development, cultivate meaningful networks of support and partnership, join forces to strategize innovative solutions, and break new ground in tackling the urgent need for affordable, accessible, and exceptional care that nurtures the minds and hearts of our youngest children. This groundswell of positive change, catalyzed by strategic investment of ARPA funds, holds the promise of reshaping the future for countless children and families, strengthening the very fabric of our society with each child who receives the care and early learning opportunities they need to thrive. As we celebrate the Month of the Young Child and honor the tireless efforts of early childhood professionals who stand at a pivotal moment, poised to build upon this transformative momentum and create lasting systemic change that will uplift entire communities for generations to come. By standing the course with unwavering commitment, bold vision, and continued investment, we can weave a tapestry of support that ensures every child, regardless of background or circumstances, has the opportunity to flourish and reach their full potential in a society that values and prioritizes their well-being from the very start. Thank you so much.
Okay, Madam Clerk, will you please read administrative item number 3 into the record?
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Lee, is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Anthony Rodriguez. And if you can please make your way to the podium. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas April is Child Abuse Prevention Month, and all residents are encouraged to combat child abuse and ensure that no child ever be a victim of abuse or neglect. And whereas Our Lady of Guadalupe Safeguard the Children Committee is dedicated to protecting children through education, awareness, and prevention efforts, and ensure the health and safety of all Santa Barbara County's children. And whereas in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month, Safeguard the Children Committee has launched its Keeping Kids Safe campaign to ensure that no one is silent in the face of child abuse and that all instances of alleged abuse are properly reported. And whereas Safeguard the Children Committee undertakes vital efforts to educate parents, caregivers, and community members on how to create a safe environment for children while offering resources for prevention, intervention, and assistance, and works to ensure that all children and families in Santa Barbara County are healthy and safe. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County and further commends Safeguard the Children Committee for its Keeping Kids Safe campaign and for its efforts to prevent and report child abuse in our community. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you, supervisors. I gladly appreciate everything that you guys have done. I stand here today profoundly honored and humbled to receive this proclamation from the Board of Supervisors. I truly thank you, not just for this acknowledgement, but for standing behind the cause that has driven my life's mission, a cause that is deeply personal to me. You see, child abuse prevention is not just a cause I advocate for, but it's my story. I was once a victim carrying the scars of my experience in silence, and today I'm a survivor. And from that survival came a promise that I would never again be silent, a promise to be the voice for those who feel that they don't have one, and to fight for every child who deserves to feel safe, loved, and valued. The Safeguard the Children Committee exists to honor that promise to our children. We strive to protect them, to educate others, and to stand boldly and unrelentingly for their rights. Because as a community, it is a shared responsibility to ensure that every child has the freedom to dream without fear, to grow without harm, and to thrive without barriers. I accept this proclamation as both as recognition of the work that we've done and as a call to action for what still lies ahead. To the members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you so much for amplifying this mission and recognizing the importance of child abuse prevention, because together we are building a future where no child feels voiceless or unprotected. To everyone here today, this work doesn't end with one person or one moment. It takes all of us, our compassion, our commitment, our voices to create lasting change. Keeping kids safe today, tomorrow, and forever. And I believe that together we can. Again, thank you so much, Supervisor Lee. I really appreciate this. Thank you. One more thing. I have some pins for you in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month for all of you to wear. So I don't know where I could get these. But can I give them to you? You had to be a little back.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, will you please read administrative item number 4?
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of April 2025 as Donate Life Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Scott Burns and Anika Morse. Whereas an organ, eye, tissue, marrow, and blood donation are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need, and more than 110,000 individuals nationwide and more than 23,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on average, 22 people die each day while waiting. And whereas the need for donated organs is especially urgent in Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities, and a single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives in American communities. And whereas donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of more than 75 others, and organ donors saved more than 46,000 lives last year, the most ever, and any person can register to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor regardless of age or medical conditions. And whereas being a registered donor does not impact the quality of life-saving medical care a person receives in an emergency. And whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry online at any time by visiting www.donatelifecalifornia.org, or for Spanish speakers, www.donvidacalifornia.org. Or California residents can sign up to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. And whereas California residents interested in saving a life through living kidney donation may visit www.livingdonationcalifornia.org. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 2025 as Donate Life Month in Santa Barbara County. We encourage all county residents to check yes online or when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card at the DMV. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you. I'm Scott Burns. I received a kidney transplant 10 years ago, and since that time, I've been honoring my donor, Vivian Patel, by giving presentations. I've been here a while, and this is not an April Fool's joke, but this is the first April Fool's I've been to at one of your meetings. She not only donated her kidney to me, she donated other organs to 4 other people. So it was a very moving experience. But I'm here to remind people that people need to register for the pink dot, to register online. Basically, when I first started doing this 10 years ago, I was saying 14 people died daily waiting for an organ transplant. Fast forward to today, right now it's 17 people dying daily throughout the nation while they're waiting for an organ transplant. 17 people a week is about 120 people. If we had a plane crash once a week with 120 people dying, it would make national news. Well, it doesn't make national news, but we need to do something about it. So I'm hoping we can get more people to donate, to sign up for an organ donation. But things are going well in Santa Barbara County. I'm going to introduce Anika Morse, who's the new regional manager for Santa Barbara County.
Good morning, and thank you all for this proclamation. My name is Anika Morse, and I'm a program manager with One Legacy. One Legacy is the organ procurement organization that facilitates the organ, eye, and tissue donation process throughout most of Southern California. We recently just opened a new regional office down in Carpinteria, and that does allow us to better support the donation programs in hospitals across Santa Barbara County. So thank you so much for this proclamation and for supporting the work that we're doing in our hospitals to support the clinicians who are a part of this process, but to also support the donor families who are choosing to make this very profound choice and to make this gift in their loved ones' final moments. So thank you so much for this proclamation.
Just wanted to thank Mr. Burns for coming every year and all of the advocacy that you've done and how inspiring it is that you've taken this gift of an organ and have helped inspire so many others to do the same donation. So thank you, and nice to meet you, Ms. Morse. Okay, next item, please, administrative item number 5.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 5 is sponsored by Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation proclaiming the week of April 21st, 2025 through April 28th, 2025 as International Dark Sky Week in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Mike Wondolowski, Jerry Wilson, Susan Bott, Luke Swetland, and Jessica Alstat. And if you can please make your way to the podium. I'll go ahead to read the resolution. Whereas a beautiful star-filled night sky is the shared heritage of all humankind, and the natural beauty of Santa Barbara County, including starry skies, is valued by residents and visitors alike. And whereas standing beneath a starry night sky inspires feelings of wonder and awe and fosters a growing interest in science and nature, especially among the county's children and youth. And whereas light pollution makes it hard to see stars and has scientifically established negative economic and environmental consequences for plant, animal, and human health throughout the world, including Santa Barbara County's precious natural places, beaches, coastal wetlands, oak woodlands, rural valleys, mountains, and areas in between. And whereas light pollution results in roughly $3 billion per year of wasted energy in the United States and contributes to diminished energy security. And whereas reducing light pollution involves directing light down where it is useful instead of up into the sky. And whereas Santa Barbara County recently completed comprehensive outdoor lighting regulations to minimize light pollution, conserve energy, and protect the nighttime environment of the county. And whereas Dark Sky International is the globally recognized authority on light pollution and coordinates International Dark Sky Week worldwide to celebrate the many ways responsible outdoor lighting can eliminate light pollution, benefiting all life on Earth. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares the week of April 21st through 28th, 2025 as International Dark Sky Week in Santa Barbara County and urges residents to learn about night sky friendly lighting to implement improvements that reduce light pollution and to look up and experience the wonder of the star-filled night, passed and adopted today.
Chair Capps and members of the board, I want to highlight which organizations are represented before you here today. We have We Watch, Santa Barbara Astronomical Unit, the Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History would have been represented by Luke Swetland, but he's sick this morning, Santa Barbara Audubon Society, and the Carpenter Valley Association. All these groups here today thank the county for recognizing the value of a dark sky and for taking action to protect it. The benefit is not only to allow us to all to experience the joy of seeing the Milky Way and constellations, but also for health of ecosystems as well as people. Dark skies are impacted by light pollution, but that is the rare form of pollution that is reversible immediately. The moment lights are pointed down or shielded, the pollution is over and there's nothing left. It's completely feasible to expect that when we step outside on a moonless night, anywhere in the county, even near developed areas, we should be able to look up and see the Milky Way spilling across the sky. So we join the county in urging residents to learn about night sky friendly lighting, to implement improvements to reduce light pollution, and once in a while, to step outside in the evening, look up, and experience the wonder of a star-filled night. Thank you.
Mr. Hartman.
Thank you, Chair Capps. I just wanted to say it's a subtle but very profound issue, light pollution. And I just wanted to acknowledge in San Ynez Valley, where I live, that We Watch has been involved in this issue for decades. And they've been tenacious about this, working with the cities and working intensely with the county on our recently passed lighting ordinance. So just wanted to thank you for that work.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, we're moving on to administrative item number 7.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 6 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman, is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Suzanne Isbell upon her retirement from the Community Services Department after over 22 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Suzanne Isbell. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Suzanne Isbell has served the County of Santa Barbara Community Services Department with dedication and distinction for over 22 years. And whereas Suzanne began her career with the county as an administrative services clerk at Kachuma Lake, where she quickly became an integral part of the team. And whereas Suzanne's outstanding work ethic, professionalism, and commitment to excellence led to her promotion in 2020 to the position of Administrative Office Professional Senior. And whereas in her role, Suzanne was entrusted with managing the Parks Call Center, where she provided exceptional customer service to the public, assisting with reservations for South and North County parks, Halama Beach, and Kachuma Lake. And whereas in addition to Suzanne's work with the Parks Call Center, Suzanne also managed reservations and customer service for the Lompoc Veterans Memorial Building, demonstrating her versatility and dedication to serving the community. And whereas Suzanne's tireless efforts, positive attitude, and willingness to go above and beyond in her work have earned her the respect and admiration of her colleagues, the public, and all those who have had the privilege of working with her over the years. And whereas Suzanne has made invaluable contributions to the success of the county's operations, fostering a welcoming and efficient environment for residents and visitors alike, leaving behind a legacy of excellence and public service. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors and thanks Suzanne Isbell for her years of dedicated service to the residents of Santa Barbara County and congratulates her upon her retirement, passed and adopted today.
Chair Capps, members of the board, Jesus Armas, Department Director. Suzanne is a remarkable member of the department. She's one that epitomizes the classic one who is willing to sacrifice and do all that is necessary for the betterment of the county, for the department, for the residents of our area. She's been, as indicated in the resolution, associated with us for over 20 years. And one of the, Sherman Hanson, our business manager, is going to elaborate a bit, but one of the statistics I'd like to share with you, she's responsible for the call center. At one point, we explored outsourcing that, and we learned that the vendor was not anywhere near capable of doing the work that Suzanne was doing. And so we brought that back in-house. What's remarkable is the call center handles 30 to 40,000 calls per year. And Suzanne is really the focal point of that. So we're going to miss her, but we know that retirement offers some joy and opportunities that she'll be able to fully avail herself. So with that, let me invite Sherman to say a few things.
Good morning, Chair Capps and members of the board. I first want to thank Supervisor Hartman for sponsoring this resolution. And then I also want to thank the board, the CEO's office, for allowing departments to do this kind of thing, to shine the light on someone who I've known her for over 20 years, probably does not want the light shined on her. I first worked with Suzanne back in 2009 when I was a supervising ranger at Kachuma Lake. And back then she was handling a very busy office. She was doing our trailer storage. She was also handling our camp host program. One of the things she was very instrumental in 2010 and 11 when we were developing our reservation program. And then as Jesus mentioned, she started, she trained everybody, she ran our call center. And Lynn, our business specialist, when Suzanne told us about a year ago she was going to retire, we said, oh, we'll outsource it. And we quickly learned Suzanne's customer service standards are second to none. So as Jesus mentioned, we gave it right back to her. I'm going to miss my friend. I spent about 22 years working in campgrounds, and she spent about 22 years working in campgrounds, so we used to always share stories with each other, and I'll miss that. But I'm also very happy that she begins this new adventure in her life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition. I didn't prepare anything, but I think that this is the best department of the whole county to work for. And it should be its own department again. It really should. Thank you for the recognition.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we'll move on to administrative item number 7.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 7 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Julius Abanis as the April 2025 Employee of the Month for Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Julius Abanis. If you can please make your way to the podium. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas by the excellence of his professional skills and collaborative contributions to the office, Julius Abanis has risen steadily within the office of County Counsel from a Deputy County Counsel 2 in March of 2015 to his current position as a Senior Deputy County Counsel. And whereas even when the work of County Counsel surges with new projects or unexpected litigation, and no matter the weather outside, Mr. Abanis exudes professionalism, showing up each day in a suit and tie, ready to defend the county's interests in court at any moment. And whereas when there are staffing challenges or court calendar changes, Mr. Abanis is ready to assist his colleagues, including on multiple occasions stepping in as co-counsel within weeks of a jury trial to ensure the county's interests were strongly advocated in the courtroom. And whereas in addition to his vigilant defense of the county, Mr. Abanis is always available to provide answers to questions from staff and colleagues, support his coworkers, mentor new attorneys, or offer a kind word to a fellow worker. And whereas Mr. Abanis can always be relied upon to ensure the county resolves litigation in an expeditious and efficient manner, to have mastery of the rules of evidence, and to abide by the no donut is left behind rule at meetings. And whereas Mr. Abanis has earned the county's respect and appreciation not only through his professional excellence, but also through his calm demeanor under the stress and pressure of litigation and trial, high ethical standards, compassion, and good humor, all of which have made the office of County Counsel a better place for the last 10 years. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes Julius Abanis as the Employee of the Month for April 2025, passed and adopted today.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we are so thankful that Julius joined the Office of County Counsel 10 years ago. I remember when he interviewed, he told us he wanted to be a civil jury trial litigator. And so the first thing that we did was we sent him to a training, the National Institute for Trial Advocacy, and we call that NITA. So after he came back from his first training, NITA called us to see if he could become a trainer. The board knows what an incredible litigator Julius is and the results that you get, and we should all be happy that he's on the county's side. But what you don't see is what a supportive and collaborative colleague that he is, and we are very grateful for that, and we are so happy he's our Employee of the Month.
I get to finally use this. I would like to begin by taking a moment to recognize, thank, and honor the indigenous people who have for millennia been and continue to be stewards of this beautiful area that we call Santa Barbara County. As Africans, we also remember our friends in Mexico, whom under Afro-Mexican President Vicente Guerrero granted emancipation to our family members in the early 1830s. We support the immigrant community in this time of trial. Viva Mexico. Chair Capps, Supervisor Hartman, Supervisor Lee, Supervisor Lavanino, Supervisor Nelson, thank you so much for this recognition. Thank you for your board's commitment to creating a workplace where diversity is celebrated, equity is upheld, and inclusion is encouraged. I would also like to thank CEO Miyasato for her exceptional leadership. I feel spoiled because you've been our leader for the past 10 years, as long as I've been here. And I want to thank you for your empathy and compassion with which you execute your duties. Thank you to the County Council Office Management Team for selecting me as Employee of the Month. Rachel, about 10 years ago, you took a chance on a young, lanky attorney from the Inland Empire with an African accent. So far, so good. Thank you. I also want to thank my fellow attorneys, some of whom are here or watching online. I don't have to say this, you already know, but since I'm the union president for our attorneys, I'm going to brag a little bit. Your board is blessed with an all-star roster of first-rate attorneys, each of whom could easily be standing before you today. Of course, our work as attorneys would be near impossible without the support of our motivated, capable, and dedicated legal office professionals and support staff. They make us look good. Thank you as well. I would also like to recognize all of my family and friends that are present or watching online, whether in the Inland Empire and Riverside County, hello, Kansas Avenue Seventh-day Adventist Church, whether they're in Mexico, Las Chiapas, Coatzacoalcos. Gracias, gracias. My wife, Gabriela, and our two children, Juliana and Francisco, are here as well, as are my mom and brother, Victoria and Stephen. So what is the source of the qualities that were outlined in the resolution that was just read? My African ancestors. Also, as an immigrant to the United States, I understand that Black people in this country have set a standard for all oppressed and marginalized people around the world. The source of those qualities come from an understanding that the freedom that I enjoy was paid for in blood by the struggle of Black folk against human trafficking, otherwise known as slavery, and legalized white Christian nationalist domestic terrorism, otherwise known as Jim Crow. From Frederick Douglass to Araminta Ross, otherwise known as Harriet Tubman, from W.E.B. Du Bois to Shirley Graham Du Bois, from Paul Robeson to Angela Davis, from Martin Luther King to Malcolm X, the standard is the standard. I can't just show up anyway to work when so many have sacrificed so much so that my life can be just a little bit better. What is the standard? Competence, intelligence, speaking truth to power, grace, and style. Individual success and accolades are nice, but they are peripheral. Collective liberation is central. So we stand, at least I stand, with all marginalized people across the globe, all oppressed people across the globe, from Ferguson to Gaza, from Mexico to Cuba. You are not forgotten. As Africans, we stand with you. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Can see why he's such an effective litigator.
Absolutely. I was just thinking the same thing. Congratulations. Okay, that concludes our resolution. Oh, one more. Excuse me, one more. We're going, a very important one. Administrative item number 8.
Chair Capps and members of the board. Administrative item number 8 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Alan Bell upon his retirement from the Planning and Development Department after over 20 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Alan Bell. Go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Alan's planning career has spanned 4 decades across 3 states, spending the second half of that with the Planning and Development Department. And whereas Alan has been a mentor and role model, thus fostering the next generation of public servants and leaders in the department, and always willing to share his institutional knowledge, experience, and the correct grammar for any situation. And whereas Alan is always calm, cool, and collected no matter how difficult or challenging the circumstances, and whereas Alan has shown a great ability and willingness to work with very difficult customers, such as the applicant from Texas who referred to him in writing as "you little worm you." And whereas Alan's planning acumen and expertise in housing helped steer successful adoption of the last 2 housing element updates, including delaying his retirement to see the latest housing element update through to the finish line. And whereas Alan's thoroughness in all his work has been a tremendous asset to the department, and he could always be counted on to proofread a document with meticulous attention to detail, whether you wanted it or not. And whereas Alan somehow unlocked the fountain of youth and secrets to good health, having taken a total of only 11 sick days over his entire 20-year career. And whereas Alan has an adventurous spirit, when Alan agrees to take a well-deserved vacation, he can often be found on an epic week-long adventure exploring the Eastern Sierra, Canyonlands National Park, or remote locations through the American Southwest. And whereas Alan's famous Asian salad became a staple of all staff potlucks and obtained legendary status, and any attempts to try something new were met with intense backlash. And whereas Alan is a model commuter and has put thousands of miles on his bicycle, commuting to and from work, often taking the long way home. And passed and adopted by this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara, State of California, today.
Alan. I first met Alan 20 years ago when I sat on his interview panel when he first came. And I remember thinking, he has a very strong attention to detail. He would be perfect in development review, which is where he spent a number of years working. And then I left the county and I came back and he was in long-range planning, and there he proved to be perfect for that work too. Alan has an incredible dedication to his craft. He's an unbelievably hard worker. He's always there early in the morning and late at night. And I have been so honored to work with Alan these past few years, and so glad that I was able to come back and experience that pleasure of knowing that anything Alan worked on was going to be accurate, well-written, well-researched, and darn near perfect. So I am so incredibly grateful to Alan for delaying his retirement, much to his wife's chagrin, to help us bring the housing element over the finish line. We couldn't have done it without him. It was an incredibly complicated process with a lot of new laws and a lot of tricky things to navigate, and he is the primary reason we finished the way we did. So I really want to thank you, and I wish you all the best, Alan, and I will see you on the trails.
Yes, thank you. Well, I've made it into my second day of retirement. I actually retired on Friday, but so far, so good. This is a great way to cap things off. I really, truly appreciate the resolution and your board's support for that. And in particular, I appreciate Supervisor Hartman's sponsoring of that. The resolution certainly captures some of my experiences, memorable, and maybe a few that are not so memorable within my 20 years with the Planning and Development Department. I will clarify regarding the Asian salad, now that I'm retired, that the recipe was from my wife. And there were a few occasions when we had potlucks coming up at the last minute, and I kind of forgot about them, that she gracefully stepped in and pulled the ingredients together and allowed me to continue my reputation. My 40-plus years in planning, the last 20 were here with the county. I had 6 years with the Development Review Division, 14 years with long-range planning. My initial projects within long-range planning included community plans and a number of specific projects to address community concerns, such as the Los Alamos pedestrian and parking plan, Mission Canyon multimodal corridor plan, and one that I'm particularly proud of is the Santa Claus Lane beach access and streetscape improvement plans. It was a long process. We went through 6 planners on that project over 8 years, but I'm so pleased to see that it's moving forward, it's under construction, and I truly appreciate the help that P&D received from the Public Works Department to implement those last stages of engineering and overseeing the construction. So it was a great interdepartmental effort. When I was asked to work on the first housing element in 2015, my colleagues warned me that the housing element was the planner's graveyard. But as it turned out, it was really a warm-up for the 2023 housing element, which was very complex, a long process, and required a lot of resources. Really, it was successful in a couple of respects because we had a very dedicated staff. We had a team that, in long-range planning, we had a lot of strict deadlines to meet, but we pulled in many of the staff in long-range planning. And it wouldn't have been possible without that. But we had a couple of core members of the team who worked tirelessly for over 3 years to see that. They made many personal sacrifices, and I'd like to recognize Jesse Steele Blossom and Eva Marrero, and also coming in at the end to help us with a very complex environmental document was Hannah Thomas. But things would not have been possible without the support of your board, our executives, and our managers. And to that end, I'd certainly like to acknowledge Lisa Plowman and Elise Dale, who spent undoubtedly many sleepless nights as we went through this grueling process. I'd like to express thanks to Mona Miyasato, our CEO, for her support throughout the process, and again, a complex negotiations with the state to get us through to the finish line. But lastly, really your board came through, and that's truly inspiring for me. There were difficult decisions to be made, not only with the housing element, but with the rezones that followed that. And reflecting back, I respect the time, the consideration, and the very thoughtful decisions and commitments you made to the housing element. The housing element contains 25 programs and 99 actions to implement it. And so far, you've supported that through P&D's budget. And with that, I think we're going to see some real changes in housing and help address and make a contribution to solving Santa Barbara's housing crisis. So thank you for that. Of course, it's a bittersweet experience leaving. I'll miss my work. I'll miss the colleagues in planning and development, and also the other departments that we work with, including Public Works, Community Services Department, County Council, and the like. But I do look forward to a new chapter, spending time with my wife. It'll give me more time to travel, to spend time with family in Southern California, the Pacific Northwest, and the Southwest. And with that, I'd like to again just thank everyone for their support over the years. It's truly been a wonderful experience and really caps my career in planning. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I would just like to add that they say that in terms of the work of the county and the board, 20% of it is planning, but 80% of the politics is planning. And a lot of the angst that board members have and members of the public have get directed at planning staff. And Alan has been really the model, the quintessential planner in terms of his demeanor, kind of low-key, but that droll humor, it can just defuse situations. And as was noted, his intellect can deal with the complexity, and his experience in planning really is going to leave a big hole for all of us. So you're going to be missed, and we may call you up and ask for a little advice here and there, because you really are an unparalleled repository of information. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, now we will move on to the items on this part of the agenda that have been pulled by the public or the board. So, Madam Clerk, let's go to A14, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 14 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the County of Santa Barbara Racial Equity Grant Program Award disbursement. And we have 5 requests to speak from the public on this item. We're going to begin here in Santa Barbara with Liam Gallo, to be followed by Rachel Johnson. Liam?
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Liam Gallo. I am a volunteer on the Racial Equity Grant-Making Committee that's put on by the fund. I have been since its inception 4 years ago, so this is our 4th time doing this thing. This is my 4th time appearing before you to say something about it. So I want to say 3 things. First, I want to affirm your choice again in the fund as the facilitator for this funding pool. I am professionally also in the business of seeking grants myself and stewarding those, and I am floored by the technical assistance they provide and their patience and their grace with people that are seeking grants. So if they're supposed to represent you in that process, they represent you extremely well. If you can envision grant seeking as like jumping through a bunch of hoops, typically it's a bunch of hoops that are scattered out at different distances, at different lengths and different heights. The fund lines up all the hoops in a single line and puts you in a cannon and then shoots you through the hoops if you're seeking funding. And then at the other end, if your project aligns to the priorities, you get the funding. If they're supposed to create a process that finds truth, I think they do that well. And so for that reason, my second thing is affirming the recommendations that we've made to you all. I think they made a trustworthy process. I think they selected trustworthy people, not to gas myself up. And I think you can have a lot of trust in the recommendations that they put forth. The last thing I'll say, in this political moment, you might be tempted to shy away from grant programs like this. I strongly advise against that, against going against your commitment from 4 years ago to create this program. It is a time of incredible instability and uncertainty for human services organizations like the ones we're choosing to fund. And in the wake of that, we're looking at the state, the county, city bodies, other foundations to provide a bridge so that people can continue to deliver effective service. And so you're playing a part in that with this funding pool. These organizations are relying on this. And not only that, they feel that there is a kind of authority and validity afforded to them when the county gives them the thumbs up, you know, like a seal of approval through this funding program. And so for that reason, and for the reason that the fund is such a strong facilitator and convener, I think this program is wildly effective. I think your dollar goes extremely far with this grant program, and I would really like for you all to sustain it in future fiscal years and to consider an expansion of it given what's happening with federal dollars these days. Thank you.
We will now go to Rachel Johnson, to be followed by Kristen Flickinger. Rachel?
And a quick reminder that we like to clap during resolutions, but not for the rest of the meeting if possible. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Capps, other supervisors, county staff, and council. My name is Rachel Johnson, and along with Liam, who you just heard from, I have the honor of co-chairing the community-led committee that selects the recipients for these REG funds. Every year, I start my comments with gratitude to the county, and this year is definitely no different. In times that are increasingly unpredictable, true partnerships between government and nonprofits and other community groups are incredibly, incredibly important. With significant budget commitments, these partnerships really make our work effective from both the government side and the nonprofit side. To be efficient with all the limited funding that we have, these are more important than ever. Earlier this year, I participated in a convening that many of you were at as well, the Upward Mobility Summit that was hosted in 2 parts of our county simultaneously. Bridging communities across the entire county, this work to address poverty also highlighted the importance of these public and private partnerships. In communities as diverse as ours, investing in racial equity work pays incredible dividends in our local communities. When our Racial Equity Committee met last month, that summit actually came up multiple times, including your participation on some of those panels. I think at least 3 of you participated on. Because that work is so closely aligned with some of the applicants to this racial equity grant pool, we brought up that summit and really the importance of understanding that all of this work is connected, and so many different things that we do throughout the year with your funding and our own are really integrated to address and resource our most vulnerable communities. So thank you again for understanding that all of this work is committed and connected, and for continuing your support of these incredible public-private partnerships. We can't do our work without the investment of the county. So thank you so much.
Sorry about that. That was
okay.
great, though. So.
We will now go to Kristen Flickinger, then we will go to Zoom with LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt. Kristen?
Morning, Chair, Supervisors, staff. My comments are very simple. They're a thank you. They are simply a thank you. This is incredibly important funding that is supporting critical work that makes our county and our communities stronger. That is due to your leadership. Plain and simple, thank you.
We will now go to Zoom with LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt, to be followed by Andy Caldwell, who is our final speaker on A14. LaWanda?
Good morning, Chair Capps, members of the board. LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt, President of the Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the NAACP. I am speaking as both a grant-making member and as a grantee.
LaWanda, we heard you and then we just lost you. Oh, I see your mic got disconnected and looks like you left the Zoom meeting. If you can log back in, we'll go to you next. Oh, there you are.
My apologies, I don't know what happened. Anyway, I want to personally thank you for your ongoing support of this racial equity grant, which is an essential resource for our community. At least 3 of you have attended some of our programs, and we truly appreciate the support that we receive from this grant. And I also want to thank you for entrusting the fund for Santa Barbara, who has a proven track record of supporting community needs to develop and execute the process. And I look forward to you continuing the partnership that you have with the funds for Santa Barbara. I want to strongly encourage you to fully support the recommendations made by the fund's community-led participatory grant-making committee. By doing so, you not only contribute to anti-racism efforts, but also play a pivotal role in preserving historical wisdom and reaffirming our community's core values. I ask that you continue funding and supporting this program, especially in light of the challenges at the federal level and the increasing threats and attacks to racial equity-related work, and that includes racial. I applaud you for continuing to support the grant and urge you to allocate increased future funding at a time when you're able to do so. This is a long-term investment in the overall health and well-being of our community. Thank you.
And we will now go to our final speaker, Andy Caldwell. Andy?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab.
We're principally against this project and process for a number of reasons. First of all, I would always want to remind you, you're giving away other people's money. The taxpayers should be able to decide where their own charitable donations go, because they're perfectly capable of sending a check to the charities and nonprofits of their choice. They don't need you spending $250,000 of taxpayer money on the charities of your choice. And the other thing, of course, we've never been big fans of the Fund for Santa Barbara. Supervisors Labanino and Nelson know that some of the organizations funded by the Fund for Santa Barbara have caused great consternation, especially among the ag community. And the money is fungible. So if you give the Fund for Santa Barbara $250,000, they have $250,000 to give money to other organizations which have been basically a thorn in the side of the flesh of the business community. The other thing I want to bring up is, for instance, Healing Justice Santa Barbara. According to ProPublica, their tax form for 2023 had total revenue of $49,000. You're giving them $71,000, which is more than what their entire budget was just a little over a year ago. And you have to ask yourself, do these organizations have any other funding except the Fund for Santa Barbara and or the County of Santa Barbara? I do know they've gotten a couple of grants from other people this last year. But again, are you entirely funding? Do they not do any fundraising on their own other than go to the board? And finally, are you going to tell your constituents that you use taxpayer dollars to fund anti-racism rallies in Santa Barbara County? It begs the question, who are the racists of Santa Barbara County? Groucho Marx, politics is the art of looking for trouble, finding it everywhere, diagnosing it incorrectly, and applying the wrong remedies. Who are the racists that you're spending money on trying to defeat in Santa Barbara County? Would you name them? Would you identify them? Because we think our community is long past the pre-civil rights movement. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you to the members of the public. Any board members like to speak? Supervisor Lavanino.
I'll speak. I want to thank Liam. I reached out. I did have some questions and concerns about one or two of them. By the way, I think Healing Justice would be very excited to hear they're getting $70,000. I think they're getting $10,000. So sorry, Healing Justice, you're not getting $70,000. But so I don't look at this as a charitable contribution. I look at this as an investment in the community. These were brought about after the murder of George Floyd. And at the time we needed to address that, and the community came together, and we set aside really a paltry sum to do that in our community. Now, I think we hear the loudest voices are calling for an end to the work of some of the work that we're doing. And all that, for me, it just means it's more important at this time to protect those that are the most vulnerable. So, Martin Luther King Jr. Committee, the NAACP, I think these folks, I think they're doing outstanding work in my portion of this county. I don't think anybody's done more to build community than LaWanda Lyons Pruitt. And so I'll stand next to her, and I have no problem explaining to my constituents this vote.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. And I think it's important to, as a little bit of a history lesson, that how we came to this was through compromise on the board. There were some different numbers that were thrown out. There was different processes that were involved in. There were different safeguards put in place. And I really want to thank Rachel Johnson from the committee who reached out to me yesterday, and we went through these awardees, and I have some concerns about them because there is a fine line between social activism and political activism, and some of these organizations are getting very close to that. And I think that's something we need to keep an eye on because I really have a problem with spending taxpayer dollars on political advocacy, not social advocacy. And again, I may be splitting hairs here, but they're important hairs to split because I think when we're spending these dollars, we're spending all of our taxpayers' dollars, not just those people who may agree with certain political philosophies or ideas. We're trying to move our county forward together. And so I think that this was done very carefully. I think that there were, with that in mind, I think the grant committee took that into consideration, and there's a list of things that were funded that were unfunded, and there were asks that were much larger that were smaller awards, and I think that's because of the careful consideration of many of the people that Mr. Caldwell even mentioned, and they're in moving this forward. So I am again going to support this. I do think we need to have a long-term conversation about where this is housed long-term. I think the reason why we had the fund, who has been a great important partner in delivering this, was because we wanted to get these funds out quickly back 4 years ago. Now we're 4 years into it, and now it seems like to be a line item on the budget. We do have a Human Services Commission. Maybe there's a place for some of the same participants in this process there with these funds. I don't think we're going to make that decision here today, but I just want to float that out there as a conversation. We do have an entity within the county that already does this, and we're duplicating services slightly here. It's something we should look at in the future. Don't want to muddy the waters on this item by going down that road too far right now, but I do think it's something that we should be looking at long-term just as good governance. But I will also be supporting the motion to move this forward.
Thank you. I just wanted to really thank my colleagues who were here on the board 4 years ago, who had the foresight to set up this budget item and to choose the fund to administer it. Thank you to Liam for explaining how efficient it's working, and the way that metaphor that you used, I know from working in nonprofits, applying for grants is so time consuming. So to hear that it's working so well for folks at a time when other monies might be frozen, et cetera. So I appreciate that. And to Rachel, I appreciate also that you brought up the Upward Mobility Conference, because ultimately I see these funds being directed as a way to provide upward mobility to marginalized groups, to make sure that they have access to resources, to really live the American dream and to provide for their families. So I appreciate the fact that my colleagues have spoken in favor. I'm happy to give my support as well, and welcome Supervisor Nelson's suggestion for where this lands in the future. I think it's always important to explore options. So with that, I'll be supporting it as well. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just wanted to say I really appreciate that we still have on our board the consensus that we had back after the death of George Floyd. And I believe the money has been extremely well spent. I think in our county there are groups who became kind of invisible. And through these grants, not only have they brought forward their culture, but I think a lot of us appreciate the contributions of these different ethnic groups in ways that we hadn't before, through the community celebrations that they organize, through self-healing communities in Lompoc that I'm very involved with. And it builds social capital, it builds relationships and a sense of capability. That is the kind of investment that Supervisor Lapanino spoke of, and that benefits all of us and enriches all of us. And so I'm glad to throw my support too.
Okay, Supervisor Lee.
I just want to say you got my full support. I was able to meet Rachel, who happens to be the 145th strongest person in the country, in the world, yesterday, and she taught me, and I learned a lot from her. So what you do is important, and I fully agree with my fellow colleagues that let's do it. Let's make this happen.
I'll go ahead and move item 814.
Excellent.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. So thanks, everybody. Next, we have an item that a member of the public would like to speak on. Madam Clerk, A17, we've already voted in favor of it, but the member of the public would still like to speak who came in after we had voted.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps and members of the board. Administrative item number 17 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the adoption, second reading of an amendment to Chapter 50 of the County Code, licensing of cannabis operations. And as the chair has mentioned, this was previously voted on to approve in the balance of the consent agenda, but we did have a late request to speak from Karen Howenstein in Santa Maria. So we are going to Santa Maria with Karen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, board. I need to point out at this time, since it seems that this board is cinching up the cannabis issue in Santa Barbara County with this amendment to Chapter 50 of the County Code, that our cannabis production in Santa Barbara County in the current and for the future was affected in a horrible and negative way by the poor decisions, complete lack of due diligence, and fair consideration of our county's benefit by Dennis Bazanich. The hundreds of acres of land slated for commercial cannabis production on Santa Rosa Road near Lompoc in North County is now almost fallow. Thousands of permits held by Iron Angel have all but been abandoned, and this was in a valley with very little residents living in the area. Greg Hart protected the untenable situation that was created in Carpinteria, which resulted in Doss Williams losing his seat on this board. When the ordinance was set to separate North County from South County as it relates to cannabis, I believe this decision was illegal and should be challenged legally. Now that so many companies, cannabis companies, have pulled all of their production out of Santa Barbara County completely, we're finding that the lower density areas of northern Santa Barbara County, where commercial cannabis production would have been more congenial, they were outlawed, specifically by the actions of Dennis Bazanich. Dennis Bazanich does not deserve qualified immunity. He operated for his own personal interests, and he tanked cannabis production in Santa Barbara County. So, this board needs to be reminded, do not cry over low tax revenues from cannabis. This whole county should be embarrassed by the way it was handled.
And that concludes public comment on A17.
Okay, next item then, please. A18.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 18 is from the Fire Department Board of Directors Fire Protection District. It is to consider recommendations to not exercise the subcontract option with American Medical Response for ambulance transport in compliance zones 4 and 6, and to initiate this disposal process for surplus supplies and equipment. We have one request to speak from the public on this item. We are returning to Zoom with Andy Caldwell. Andy?
Chair Capps, members of the board. Back in February 27th of 2022, the Fire Chiefs Association of Santa Barbara County asked you to vacate the AMR contract and go with a non-exclusive ambulance system for the county, basically saying and arguing that the county could handle more than one provider. Of course, in court, they said the opposite. But nonetheless, one of the ways they thought that they could afford more than one provider is through what was called PPIGT. And it has to do with, I think, public provider intergovernment transfer. They got extra money for ambulances services, especially among Medi-Cal patients. And the consultant's report just glosses over this when it was a major part of the county fire department's submission in terms of why this would pencil out. But the big question here is, how were they going to split the county? You know, they're saying that Lompoc got too many poor people, but Santa Maria has more poor people than the entire city of Lompoc. The fact is this thing was a scam, and the taxpayers would like to have an apology, and they'd like to have some accountability. $11.1 million was wasted in this effort. Has anybody lost their job? $11.1 million, a 76-page injunction, and a basic condemnation letter from the state attorney general. Is anybody going to reflect on how did we get into this mess? What did we learn? And who's responsible? Then how were they going to pick it up? How are they going to split up the county? They got Montecito, the Carpinteria fire guy was here complaining about services. The Lompoc guy was here complaining about services. And we're told now it didn't pencil out. Did it ever pencil out? Will it ever pencil out? Because I'll tell you one thing, we'll hold on to this report in 3 years and County Fire makes another run and see whether or not they hire the same consultant to tell them they're going to just lose millions on the operation. We really would like to have some exposure and accountability on this because, again, $11 million. County Fire could have built one or two more stations with the money they lost on this. Plus the angst that they put the AMR people through was ridiculous. It was in my 34 years, it was the worst scandal I'd seen in the county. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Labadino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also pulled this item. And I don't know if anybody's here from Lompoc Fire. Anybody? No. All right. I kind of have to echo Mr. Caldwell's comments on this, on the fact that, both Carpinteria and Lompoc, but Lompoc a lot more strong language, in fact, said that the blood of kids who didn't get ambulance response was going to be on our hands because AMR wasn't doing the job, and we should go with County Fire. In this contract, we were allowed to have County Fire handle the Lompoc area, and we aren't doing that. And it seems to be because of cost, which Lompoc never talked about. It was always about service. So I hope at some point Lompoc Fire comes back in and explains their position. I'm all ears.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay. I guess we need a motion on this one, A18.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, moving right along to A28. Madam Clerk.
Chair Caps and members of the board, administrative item number 28 is from the Public Works Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding amendments to the agreements with Philippine Engineering and Geocentric Consultants for the Isla Vista Trash Capture Project, and this is in the 2nd District.
Thank you. I just pulled this so that my colleagues were aware. This is in my district. It's an increase in the contract. We never like to see that. So I just wanted to assure you all that I'm keeping my eye on it and have been in contact with the Director of Public Works, Mr. Sneddon, who can affirm, perhaps verbally, that we're trying to recoup these costs in this adjustment that was unfortunately caused by the consultant. Mr. Sneddon.
Chair Capps, that's correct. The contract has taken more time than it was originally slated for, and we notified the contractor that we intend to seek cost recovery for the additional inspection time included in this item.
Thank you. And ultimately, this is about keeping trash out of our water system, so it's a good project, but he's going to do his best to make sure we recoup these costs that we're voting on today. Okay, with that, I'll I'll make the motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second?
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, last administrative item that has been pulled is A30, and then with the clerk's agreement, we'll take a quick break after these. So A30, please.
Chair Caps and members of the board, administrative item number 30 is from the Public Works Department, is to consider recommendations regarding the designation of a county-wide policy addressing decorative elements on county-maintained road rights of way. And we have one request to speak from the public on this item. We're going to Zoom with Mark Herthel. Mark? And Mark,
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, can you hear me?
yes, we can. Please proceed.
Great. Good morning. I am just pulling over. I'm taking a group full of high school volleyball players to a tournament, so I'm going to pull over safely here. All right, Mark Herthel from Los Olivos, and thank you for pulling this item. Most of you have probably been to the little town of Los Olivos. We have a beautiful, quaint little tourist destination. And a couple of years ago, a lot of residents were surprised when our 4 crosswalks in the center of town were painted for the Pride Month. And we were equally surprised when the following month was painted with the red, white, and blue American flag for 4th of July, for the month of July. During both of these paintings, we observed a lot of safety issues, as that is the main intersection in town that everybody has to go through to go to school, go to the mail, go to the store. And I witnessed a garbage truck nearly take out the painting contractors. It also brought people out of the community, veterans that were upset about the American flag being painted on the sidewalk. We had graffiti folks come in and defame our flagpole. So the general message is, I understand you've had a lot of great resolutions today. I think the general message is, let's not let public safety come second to some of the causes that the Board of Supervisors has taken up. We're a small town, we're a small valley. I've worked very closely with Supervisor Hartman on many issues. I think she knows that we want a constructive, productive environment where everybody appreciates and respects each other. And putting political or social or patriotic decorations on our public roads, and especially in our sidewalks, or especially in our crosswalks, that is a safety mechanism by definition, I don't think is the best use of taxpayer funds. I think there's a number of issues with it. I would much rather support painting the sidewalks where it's not a safety issue, or perhaps a wall or a fence or something else. But we've seen this at the high school as well. Let's leave the public safety things there for public safety, not for expression. And I think there's a lot of residents. I think there's no better way to change the politics of the county than to start pushing things on public infrastructure. We're much more powerful together when we're focused on commonalities than we are when we get divided by things like that. So I respect all of you, appreciate your service. Supervisor Hartman, respect you tremendously, and thank you for letting us know about this. But we would please keep our roads safe, and thank you. Have a good day.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
I would just like our Public Works Director to give us a little more background on this, and particularly address the issue of public safety and how that will be addressed, and whether taxpayer funds are going to the actual artwork.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. In regards to safety, the intention of this is to make sure that when these types of things are done, that they are following all the safety protocols through the road encroachment permit process. So they're not only reviewed for conformance with MUTCD, which is the manual that sets traffic safety standards, but also that the installation and the removal of them is done with proper traffic control and everything like that. And the best way to do that is through our encroachment permit process, which covers road work that's done every day in the communities. As to the public funds, there's no public funds spent on these projects. In fact, to get a permit, you have to pay the fees to cover the time for us to review and process everything to make sure it's being done safely.
I've got a question.
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Capps. So who decides whether somebody applies for an encroachment permit? Who makes a decision on whether that's an acceptable decoration? You know, because obviously some, you know, represent months that we might celebrate at the county, some, you know, holidays. You know, who determines what's offensive, what's not offensive, and in this type of process?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, thank you. The Public Works Department decides, well, first the county decides, or the board decides by process of resolution what they are supporting or endorsing as county expressions. But secondly, when somebody comes in for a permit, ultimately the Public Works Department will review it and make sure that it's in conformance with our guidelines and everything, and we'll be consulting with the district offices as well. And the district offices also may have community representation that's weighing in on what we determine is appropriate.
Okay, yeah, and I do appreciate that local control and that, and we're checking with their offices. You know, I think that each one of us represent our district. You know, that's our role and our responsibility, and so I think there's a big piece to play there. But it does concern me about us in the future kind of getting involved in, you know, different things that may, you know, have some type of expression that on public works right-of-ways, and that we may not want to get into or divide the public on one way or the other. As much as we may feel strongly or passionate about issues, there's probably somebody on the other side that's also using public infrastructure that may feel differently. And so again, even kind of going back to those grants, we got to be really careful in these spaces when we start to talk about what we're doing here and how we want to use the county governance in the political forum. You know, I know with what's going on nationally, it's really easy to dive into that, but I do think that sometimes that detracts from what our main goal here is, which is delivering services, basic fundamental services to our constituents in our county. And I just want to make sure that we keep, you know, the first things first here and not get too distracted by things like this in the future. But thank you for bringing this forward. I think this helps clarify a process in the future so that there won't be a lot of questions, and at least there'll be a permit process that somebody has to go through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We need a motion for
I'll
this.
move staff recommendation.
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. So that concludes our 40 items of administrative agenda. We're going to take a break until 11 a.m. and come back. Okay, welcome back. We are now going to take, welcome back. Thank you. We're going to move on to general public comment, but first, agenda management announcement. There's been a request to move the well path item prior to the item on the jail expansion. Let me get my numbers straight. That would be 4 and 5, swapping them, which I concur with. So we will do that most likely before closed session. We'll see how we move along here. Okay, with that, it's time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on our agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 2 requests to speak from the public on general public comment today. We are going to begin here in Santa Barbara with Diana Sandoval. Then we will go to Zoom with Ted Rhodes. Diana?
Hi, everyone. My name is Diana Sandoval, and this is my 12th time before the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Day 32, $6,200 in retaliatory fines for protecting my constitutional and property rights. Let me provide some background. The county has labeled my legally required fence as a fence gate. The fact is, under Coastal Zoning Ordinance Section 35-115.1, when a non-residential parking area abuts to a residential property like mine, a solid fence of at least 5 feet is not only lawful, it is mandatory. I didn't break the law. My fence fully complies with it. Yet, Director Lisa Plowman, Assistant CEO Wade Horton, CEO Mona Miyasato, and County Council are moving forward with unlawful fines. In my opinion, the county is including the term gate to circumvent the mandatory requirement to facilitate the unlawful taking of my property and to benefit my ultra-wealthy neighbor. And when I asked repeatedly for legal authority, I was met with silence. The county has claimed that litigation needs to play out. If it's true, why is the county moving forward with a retaliatory enforcement action and unlawful fines? Apparently, we are in litigation only when it's convenient for the county. I know that many of my talks, you supervisors have acted bored and disinterested, much like right now. However, I'm here to grow the conversation about corruption and misuse of power. May it be very clear, I do and have not waived any rights by doing so. Today, I ask the board to uphold the law, put a stop to the retaliatory enforcement, demand accountability from planning and development. I will continue to speak up because taxpayers deserve to know that Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors would rather spend thousands of public dollars defending the unlawful actions of planning and development and protecting an ultra-wealthy property owner than simply upholding the law, in my opinion. Do your job, supervisors. Thank you, and I'll see you at the next meeting.
We will now go to Zoom with Ted Rhodes. Ted?
I apologize. My computer wanted me to speak. I did not intend to speak, but thank you for your hard work for the community.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
Okay, thank you so much. We will move then to item number 2, which is the Kachuma Lake RV site fees.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding proposed Kachuma Lake recreational vehicle RV hookup sites fee adjustments.
Chair Capps and members of the board, Jesus Armas, Department Director. Joining me today are Sherman Hansen and Andrew Myung. Sherman is our business manager and Andrew is our chief financial officer. The county is fortunate to have a jewel of Lake Kachuma. It is a premier destination for so many. Indeed, most of the users come from out of the area. They value its enormous beauty, the opportunity to enjoy what nature has to offer, and of course, rest and relax. in a beautiful setting. The board is to be commended for a decision it made a few years ago to reinvest in that facility. You approved a project in excess of $14 million that will help attract a variety of users. That investment, of course, comes with the need to, came with a need to issue debt and to ultimately repay the debt. So that prompted a reevaluation of the fee structure to help support that debt, to minimize the burden on the general taxpayers of our county, and to look at the users ultimately bearing some responsibility for that investment. So today I'd like to invite Sherman to review an analysis that was done in support of adjusting the fees at that facility. Sherman?
Thank you, Director Armas. Good morning, Chair Capps and members of the board. Today, as Director Armas mentioned, we are in front of you to present some recommendations for modifications of the RV hookup fees for the newly renovated area at Kachuma Lake. First, we ask that you adopt the resolution adjusting county park fees for recreational vehicle hookups at Kachuma Lake. Also noted on there is a CINQA exemption that public agencies are allowed to charge fees to recover operating costs. As Director Armas mentioned, Kachuma Lake went through a $14 million renovation in the full hookup area. For those of you that are not familiar, that area actually in the late 50s when the lake was created was an RV, or a mobile home park. In the mid 70s, the Bureau of Reclamation that owns the lake decided that that was not proper use of public lands. So as the RV residents moved out, we changed that area into a full hookup area. But all the infrastructure was from when the original mobile home park was built in the late 50s and early 60s. This $14 million project put in new concrete parking slabs, renovated the restroom, put in watered Wi-Fi, and also changed out the water lines, which were old galvanized lines and very clogged. There was old black sewer lines. Those have all been replaced with ABS, and upgraded the electrical service to 50 amp, which most modern RVs nowadays require. This increase in revenue will also help offset park operations, and also Kachuma Lake has about an $81 million deferred maintenance backlog. Some of that will be taken off with this renovation park, but these fees will go towards that. Go to the next slide. I double talk that. Excuse me. So this is our benchmarking. For those of you that have been through this before, these are a little bit different areas we benchmark. Our goal here was to show the board these are some of the more modern parks in our area. I can tell you as an RV owner, I've stayed at a couple of these and they are some of the top of the lines. The two parks we picked to stick closest to was Rancho Oso RV Park, which is just about 5 miles up the road in the Los Padres National Forest from Kachuma Lake, and then Flying Flags, which is the RV park just outside of Buellton. Rancho Oso, interesting point, you can see their fees there. They only have water and electrical hookups, and their electrical is only 30 amp, so they are substandard to what we offer now at Kachuma. And then Flying Flags is probably the closest park to us because, again, I'm from the Lompoc Valley. I can remember camping there as a child. So that park is the same thing as Kachuma. It's about 50 years old that they are actually renovating. The other three, the Sun Outdoor Park, Sun Outdoors is a national chain, and those are all kind of brand new parks in our area. And they are, as I said, as an RVer, they are top of the line. You can see the fees they charge there. This kind of shows where our funding goes. This was from fiscal year 23-24. As you can see, charges for service, which part of our fees is the biggest revenue generator. There's 4 concessions at Kachuma Lake, and then a couple of small grants. Facility rentals is actually the shower and laundry facilities we have at the park. And then you'll notice the general fund shows a negative. It actually, in this fiscal year, Kachuma was net cash flow positive. That money goes back into the department to help offset the cost of running the department. So for the additional revenue we're planning on generating, we are paying, working with the CEO's office to pay some debt service for next year. Also, in the increased cost of operations, supplies are more expensive, salaries and benefits are more expensive, and then also our deferred backlog of maintenance. We anticipate, I know this probably might be a question, Right now, we're anticipating the park to open at the end of May, first part of June. There's still some ambiguity there. We're waiting on PG&E to give us a final date on when they can get the power turned on. And then also the contractor, with kind of bad luck, the last 2 wet winters have delayed their work. They're hoping to be finished by the end of May, and then it'll just be the matter of getting PG&E to turn the power on. The additional debt service, as I mentioned, debt service, increased cost of salary and benefits, increased facility maintenance. One of the things Mr. Lindgren and I were talking about before is the cost of a case of toilet paper has tripled since COVID. And on a busy holiday weekend, I know for a fact, because I cleaned restrooms there for many years, you can use 3 or 4 cases a day of toilet paper. So our costs have greatly increased, and these new revenues will help to offset the cost of that. So the Community Service Department recommends the Board of Supervisors approve the proposed fee adjustments. Once approved, these fees will go into effect once we open the RV area. That concludes our quick presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much. Questions from the board, Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. So looking at the Kachuma Lake funding sources 23-24, that includes not having the RVs open?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, the RV park closed late 2023, so it was I think we missed about 6 months out of the fiscal year.
And what was the revenue from the RV park during that first 6 months?
Sorry, I do not have it off the top of my head. I can get it for you.
Okay, well, I think it's kind of important because I'm just trying to understand. I appreciate us trying to maximize the revenue, the potential out of Kachuma. And I guess one of my other questions is, so is it budgeted, the debt service, into the parks budget for this next year? Is that included in the revenues, or I guess in your expenses?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that is correct. The debt service for next year is $523,000, and that's part of what this extra funding will go to. But I do want to preface that we have worked with the CEO's office, and they are assisting us in that debt payment.
Okay, because I think that's really important to understand the business case here for raising these fees, is understanding how much we were receiving and how much we anticipate to receive once opened.
I can tell you, I know this number. We get, when the park was fully open, it's about $1.2 million in revenues through the hookups. I just don't have that, what we did right before we closed.
So this 23-24 potentially could have had another $600,000 if it would have been going for the rest of the year?
Correct.
And that was with the lower rates, and that was also with the unapproved RV grounds, right? This is
correct.
Okay,
yes.
So we anticipate seeing that go up significantly?
Correct. We are anticipating an additional, and this is conservative, but we're staying conservative simply because the fees at Kachuma are volatile depending on lake level. But right now we're anticipating, if occupancy level stays the same, it's about $570,000 extra a year.
With these improvements above what we were receiving when we were open year-round?
Correct. If we were, as I said, it's 1.2 million. Now we're looking at 1.7, 1.8.
Okay, so 1.2, and so right now we're already bringing $1 million in 23-24, and that was only half of a year, so we probably lost 600. So we're looking at maybe returning back to the general fund, maybe $2.5 million.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any data on users in the RV? How many of those coming from in Santa Barbara County versus outside of Santa Barbara County?
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. As you know, I go back about 30 years with the department. That number in the campgrounds is 30% county residents, 70% out of county residents. That goes back to the early 2000s.
Perfect. And with those numbers, so 30, 70, what is the occupancy that you've been seeing previously to this on peak and off peak?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, in the summer months, it's roughly averages out to about 60%.
Okay.
Of course, it's full on the weekends, but during the weekdays, it's much lower. The wintertime sits around 45%.
Okay. Great, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Supervisor Lavenio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the occupancy, I was looking at the cabins. Are those, like on weekends, what are we looking at occupancy-wise?
Supervisor Lavenino, through the chair, during the summer months, they're pretty much full. Wintertime, we drop down into about the 40%, very similar to the full hookups.
All right. So I think Kachuma's awesome. It's, you know, I think there's a lot of potential there as well. I'm very supportive of this. I appreciate the fact that you went out and looked at other places. So it always comes back to me for swimming in Kachuma, right? So I've never really got a good answer on what that permit pathway is, or who we need to talk to, or if that's even a desire of this board. But for me, it just seems like if you're a family and you take, and I know we have a pool there, but you take your family out and you do RV parking, we've got this great RV set up, and then your kids want to go do something, there's a great lake sitting there, and you see boats going by, and we can't get in the water. It kind of baffles me. And I know we don't own the lake, but is there any possibility, or is there any pathway that we could work towards to try to make that happen?
So I was actually the operations manager at the lake in 2012 when we finalized the recreational master plan with the Bureau of Reclamation. It's kind of a tiered, drawn off some memory here, it's kind of a tiered system. Recreational use of the lake, so body contact, is in the second tier. So it could be allowable. We'd have to get the Kachuma Water Agency's COMB to sign on to it. And that's been, my experience, that's kind of been the major roadblock from all along. But the Bureau of Reclamation is open to some kind of body contact.
Okay, well, that's encouraging. And COMB's just a 5-member board, I believe, or something like that? Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, I always get residents saying, well, Lopez and Nacimiento, I think Nacimiento is a water source, drinking water source as well, in Lopez.
Yeah.
And I never understand how you can have boats and animals dying in the lake and everything, but you can't swim in it because somebody's going to drink it later. So, all right, cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good questions. Okay, Supervisor Lee.
Chairman, looking at the staff report, it says that Flying Flags has a peak between 77 to 122. What does those numbers mean?
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Lee through the chair. So that's per night charge for their campsites. And you'll find a lot of private parks have a tiered system like that to try to draw in, when they're slower, they can use a lower rate to draw in more customers. But if you're booking a campsite at Flying Flags, you're going to pay somewhere between 77 and 125 a night.
Got it. And what do we get for the high and the lows? Is this the same services?
We don't have a tiered system. We have a season and an off season. So we're proposing the on season, so the summer months be 95 a night, and then the off season be 85 a night.
Thank you.
Another question, Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I wanted to give my colleagues a chance to ask some questions, but you know, something I've been really interested in all of our parks, especially this one, and Halama for that matter, is a residential fee versus a non-residential fee. And I think that that's something that, you know, I think we should be doing. And I think here is a place that we could be doing that. And so what has gone into thinking about that? What kind of additional direction you may need from the board on that? Because I think there's something that doesn't sit well with all of us is just, you know, residents, is that we're paying for this infrastructure, we're paying for the debt, you know, it's a county park, and then people from LA pay the same amount for the same space as we do. And often they'll hop on and be able to reserve it ahead of us even. So, which has always been a frustration for me. You know, we subsidize, you know, urban areas vacations. Meanwhile, it'd be a lot better for a lot of our residents who are often economically disadvantaged to be able to have an incentive to you know, recreate near their homes. So help me with that. Where are we at with that? Is there a possibility here that we do a tiered rate structure?
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. So I was, as I mentioned, I was the operations manager when we were developing the reservation program. We approached that subject, especially as we were transitioning the reservation. It was a big cry for it at Halama. Through discussions of our reservation group, there was concerns of two separate things. One would be, in order to make sure only residents got that discount, be a very manual process where it would kind of avoid the idea of having an online system, because if you didn't take great concern to having residents, then that opens up a chance of abuse where you yourself could book a site for your cousin that lives in LA, and then they would come up and use the site, and you're getting your resident discount, but it's actually someone from outside the county. So we decided at that time not to move forward with it. We haven't really approached that or talked about that subject recently.
Well, we already do it in the county, right? We give a residential rate for parking passes, right? We're already figured out how to do it. And there's lots of other counties that do it as well. I'm just looking on the internet. Stanislaus County does it, San Diego County does it, Santa Clara County does it. It's not an uncommon practice. Disneyland does it, so, and there's abuse everywhere. It doesn't mean that it's not the right thing to do. And so, obviously we want to try to catch abuse, but I mean, if somebody's going to really work that hard to save $30, maybe they need to save that $30. So I don't think that's a good reason not to give a benefit to really the stakeholders in our community and the assets that they already own.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, to the extent that the board would like us to dive deeper into that, we're happy to do that and come back with recommendations at a different point. We would suggest not incorporating that element into the item that's before you, but to provide direction to us to analyze it a bit further, address the safeguards that you've suggested other communities have employed, and then bring forward some recommendations for your consideration.
That would make me feel a lot better about approving these. Again, I think I'm okay with raising these rates for non-residents. I'm not really comfortable with raising for residents, but if I have a commitment that you guys would come back with something on that, I can move forward.
Yep, happy to do so.
Supervisor Hartman.
I'm really intrigued by the opening up the swimming opportunity. We explored this with the previous director of the department, and I got discouraged. But I'm wondering if we might even form an ad hoc committee and start, interacting with the board in the context of the recreation master plan. We're already doing the EIR, and it may be a moment to really pursue this more intensively.
Good idea.
I'd be happy to serve with you.
Okay, let's do it.
Something like that. Okay.
And if I could jump in on that, just that great that the two of you guys are doing that. Some of the benefits of the new administration is I think that there is some likelihood that you'd get some positive reception in Washington, D.C. to that type of change from the Bureau of Rec. We already had a meeting with the new Bureau of Rec chief, and so I think that there's an opportunity there that we could dive into right now.
All right, I like it. Okay, so I just had a couple just one question, really. I appreciate the direction this is going. Just about outreach. Whenever we raise fees, we want to make sure that we give a heads up, and I just wanted, if you could clarify, if those folks who have reservations already, when this is implemented, will their fees be increased, or will the fee that they reserved it be honored?
Chair Capps, there are no current reservations for this area because it's been closed for 2 years.
Okay.
So the new fees whoever makes a reservation would pay the new fees. As part of this process, we do have to put a notice out to the public. We are also we're meeting internally, getting ready to launch these new sites, and we have a bunch of outreach ready to roll once we have a better idea of when the park's when this area is gonna open.
Okay, and I liked reading, I think it was in News Hawk, discussing the improvements that are happening, and an RV user said she is going to be one happy camper when these go through, so I appreciated that, and I also am very intrigued by swimming. I've often wondered that, so thanks for bringing that up, Supervisor Lavin, and creating this committee so that we can explore that.
And if I may, just a question, because I think Kalama is also a place where we'd like a discount for local residents. So can we give that direction, or are we beyond our agenda
No, I
to
think
do
that's
that?
what we should be looking at. All of our parks, our fees for locals, to be honest, not just specifically to
County Council, are we?
Chair Cap, also at the risk of broadening the conversation a little bit, we also have had some internal discussions about it being time to examine both our day use and our camping and to look at a rate structure that recognizes the variety there. And so this would be an excellent opportunity to both look at the camping locations as well as the various facilities that are not camp-oriented.
Okay, well, let's move to public comment before we get too far ahead in the direction. Okay, So, Madam Clerk, if there's any public comment.
Chair Capps, members of the board, I'd just like to note we have no requests to speak from the public on this.
Okay, well then we're close to a motion, it seems like, with some additional direction. Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I'll make the motion if that's all right. So go ahead and with staff recommendations, A and B, with the additional pieces here would be have park staff come back within a year on an idea of how to offer potential discounts or reduced rates for Santa Barbara County residents for not only this, but other sites. You don't have to wait a year, but within a year. And then also the establishment of a non-Brown Act ad hoc between Supervisor Lavanino and Hartman to discuss swimming at Kachuma and broadening those recreational opportunities.
Okay, well done. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. And now we will move, when we're ready, to item number 3, parking regulations on oversized vehicles.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Public Works Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a proposed ordinance amending parking regulations specified in County Code Sections 2311 and repealing County Code Sections 2313.12 pertaining to oversized vehicles.
Good morning. This is Mustafa Saji, Deputy Director of Transportation Public Works. Today we have a follow-up item that we're going to streamline the process for parking restrictions. And in this presentation, we're going to go over some amendments that we're proposing to make to the county code concerning the oversized vehicle parking restrictions. And today I have with me our traffic engineer, Gary Smart, that will go over the presentation. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board. A little background on the issue. Oversized vehicle parking restrictions address community concerns with visibility of sight distance. The oversized vehicles obstruct the sight distance at driveways and at intersections and just traveling down the road, obstruct pedestrians from crossing the street and such. They cause roadway congestion, just larger size and stuff. A lot of our roads are not built for these size vehicles. And then, of course, public health and public safety concerns that are caused by oversized vehicles on the roadways and near our agricultural crops. Just definition of an oversized vehicle would be anything over 24 feet in length, 7 feet in height, or 8 feet in width. The vehicle shown here, the large truck, would be legal to be parked on the streets, but anything larger than this vehicle would be considered an oversized vehicle. The current process to restrict oversized vehicles through the county codes requires an ordinance amendment, which can take a good amount of time. And we have each location that will be added to the ordinance, and that's how we've been processing those currently. We have 37 locations currently in the county code, majority of those being in Isla Vista. Many of the problems concerning oversized vehicles have needed a quicker response than we currently have, and we're anticipating needing quick responses in the future also. An oversized vehicle parking restrictions is the only parking restriction we currently have in the county code that requires an ordinance amendment to create. In January, your board directed staff to establish a streamlined process for establishing oversized vehicle restrictions. The California Vehicle Code allows the Board of Supervisors to restrict vehicles based on size or during certain times of the days. The proposed amendment to the county code would retain the board's authority of establishing all these locations. So there would be your authority to create them. And it will reduce the processing time by as much as 60 days to do it by a resolution as opposed to an ordinance. The proposed amendment eliminates the time constraint from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. for oversized vehicles, giving your board the authority to restrict oversized vehicles during the times needed for public health, wellness, and safety in an efficient and transparent manner. All roads currently listed as restricted to oversized vehicles will return to your board as a resolution, and you'll be able to make changes at that time to either the times, locations, and if any additional locations are desired, then we can address that too. All locations will be signed for public noticing and enforcement. Costs of implementation will vary based on the locations and the amount of public outreach, staff time, and materials. Today, we're at your board for the introduction. Next week, we plan to return for your vote on the matter, and then in 30 days, the ordinance will come into effect, and then we can return to the board after that date and with the resolutions for the locations. Before you are the actions recommended by staff, and I'll forego reading them. You have them in front of you. If there's any questions, I'm available.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, well, I think this gives us all more flexibility, and I think a lot of hard work has gone into it, and I'm very supportive.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. Just to help people understand, so this is a first step, and I know one of the reasons why we're doing this was to deal with some like the RVs that are next to commercial agriculture and our fresh produce. So this now will allow us just to now restrict on certain areas by resolution, which is a lot simpler process, right? Right now, to do it through an ordinance is complex. There's a set hearing, there's first reading, second reading, and then like this that we're going through. A resolution will just be bringing it to a Tuesday, and then it's effective immediately. Is that how that works?
Supervisor Nelson, through the Madam Chair. Yes, it would just be a resolution typically on the admin agenda. So it could have public comments still and everything, but typically it's a much simpler process.
And then is that effective immediately once it's adopted by the board, or is that still 30 days later with the resolution?
Supervisor Nelson, through Madam Chair, it would be effective immediately.
Okay, so again, this cuts through some of that red tape. The other piece about this, so then once the board does that, then it will need to then post that to be able to be effective?
That is correct.
Okay, so then we'll additional signage in those areas that would alert the public that it's restricted there. Okay, I know there's probably some public comment, but I have a couple things to add after public comment.
Sounds good. Madam Clerk, any requests to speak from the public?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to Santa Maria with Claire Weinman. Claire?
Good morning, and confirming you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Claire Wyman. I'm the president of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. We are very supportive of efforts to protect food safety, which is very important for public health and our members. Since the county right-of-way and circumstances looks different throughout the county, we would like to request an exemption for commercial, agricultural, and ag support vehicles and equipment. We support the county's efforts related to encampment response, safe parking, and surrounding services, and thank you for your efforts. Thank you.
Okay.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Nelson, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I think based on the public comment from grower shippers, I think it brings up a really important issue is about our agricultural vehicles, because I think sometimes when we're trying to solve one problem, we might create another. And, I think all of us here understand that the intention of this changes to this ordinance would not necessarily impact agricultural vehicles, but I think it might be good for us to express that in this ordinance. So I actually have some language that would exempt ag vehicles and ag equipment from this piece of the ordinance, because I think that would be helpful to give the agricultural community the confidence that that's not what we're trying to do here. Many of the many ag equipment, farm equipment, trailers, accessories are above these numbers, and they're often on the side of roads. There's this way that things are done as you're queuing up to get onto a field. So I would hate for this to somehow in the future be used against agriculture. So I think it'd be really important for us to expressly exempt agriculture from this. If I could have my colleagues' concurrence with that. I have some language. Can I put it up? What I was suggesting.
Yes, and Chair Capps, members of the board, I did just want to note for the record, we did print copies. We are about to pass them out to the board as we speak. They are available in the back of the room, and it was posted online as well.
And I apologize for the late hit to some of my colleagues. As we all were prepping yesterday for the jail item, this was something that kind of missed me, and we were scrambling to address late yesterday and early this morning based on some public comment. And it's the highlighted portion that would be added to there that would exempt agricultural vehicles and equipment from this. And I ran this by county council, and I believe that it would be lawful if the board agrees to accept that change in the ordinance. And I think this would still count as the first reading, so we wouldn't mess up any of the timelines with this ordinance. And I would wonder if Public Works would also be okay with those changes.
Supervisor Nelson through the chair, yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Supervisor Hartman.
So I'm just curious about the signage. How have you done signs like this? How do you create the exception on the sign?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. It would be probably a line on the signs. If you're familiar with some of our signs entering Isla Vista, it's quite lengthy in the text and everything, but we could add additional sign. It would just make the sign a little bit larger for it. So it's not the standard no parking type sign, the 12 by 18, 12 inches by 18. It's quite beefier of a sign, but it would just be exempt for agriculture. And then these would only be in the locations where there were agricultural fields.
Supervisor Lee.
I just want to tell Supervisor Nessa I support your amendments. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions or comments? We're ready to move with the proposed.
I'll go ahead and move staff recommendation with the amendments to include the agricultural exemptions under the what's now available online now, which is section 4, or sorry, under section 2311 L4, where there will be a new ag exemption, those available online, so that we discussed here and that are on the screen. So
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. I'm fine with that as well. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. So now, as referenced, we're going to move to item number 5.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an agreement with California Forensic Medical Group, CFMG, for healthcare services at Sheriff and Probation custodial facilities.
Let's just keep our conversations in the back there a little more quiet, please. Okay, gentlemen, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Capps, members of the board. Ryan Sullivan on behalf of the Sheriff's Office. I'm joined here today by Chief Administrative and Fiscal Officer Damon Fletcher from Probation, as well as Lieutenant Cassandra Marking from the Sheriff's Office, as well as our partners from Public Health and Be Well. No, getting a little echo on here. Sorry. CFMG has provided healthcare services since April 2017 to both the jails and Juvenile Justice Center. The Sheriff's Office contracted with Avocet LLC to conduct 2 staffing analyses related to healthcare in the jail facilities, in which the last analysis was received in July of 2024. Avocet's staffing analysis was required by the remedial plan in the Murray case due to perceived structural staffing deficiencies within healthcare and custody, and recommended several additional staff to provide healthcare healthcare services, some of which were presented to your board last June. The remaining positions are included here for your consideration. Based on your board's direction, in January, the team negotiated with CFMG for an initial 2-year contract or agreement with 3 one-year extensions. The not-to-exceed total costs for the first 2 years of the contract are presented in this table. For future extensions, that would have to come back to your board for approval. The negotiations for this agreement began the day after the board approved entering into negotiations in January 2025 and continued almost daily for probably the last month or two until a little over a week ago. The negotiations included the following topics: the term of the agreement, which I referenced earlier. We negotiated a 2-year initial term with 3 one-year extensions at board's discretion. Minor adjustments to the staffing proposal submitted in CFMG's RFP response. There were significant modifications to the statement of work, which incorporated several CalAIM and remedial plan requirements, as well as position descriptions for key positions. Insurance policy limits were negotiated as well. The resulting insurance policy limits are higher than what was published in the RFP that the prospective bidders bid on, but lower in some respect to the existing agreement with CFMG. Service level agreements were negotiated between the two parties, which will be discussed on the next slide. And the agreement also incorporated the Jail-Based Competency Treatment Program, or the JBCT program, into this agreement, as those services were previously provided by an affiliate of CFMG. It should be noted that the costs, approximately $1.4 million annually of the previous agreement with California Health and Recovery Solutions for the JBCT program, have now been folded into this agreement. As mentioned on the previous slide, this agreement calls out specific liquidated damages for failing to meet specific contract provisions, which are monitored either monthly, quarterly, or annually as prescribed in Exhibit H of Attachment C of your board packet. We've included a snapshot of some of the service level agreements on this chart, along with the compliance thresholds and liquidated damage amounts should the contractor be unable to meet those thresholds. We negotiated compliance thresholds for clinical monitoring components down from 100%, which was published in the RFP. During negotiations, it became clear that the 100% was not in line with community standards relative to clinical monitoring aspects, and those were negotiated down to either 90 or 95%, depending on risk. It also should be noted that many of the SLAs have liquidated damages that are extrapolated through the entire population of individuals with similar circumstances. So for example, on provision 6A3, if a sample audit found that CFMG only met the standard for 8 out of 10 cases, they would be 10% below the compliance threshold, and the liquidated damages would be imposed on the entire population. In that example, if there were 100 patients of a similar, with that same condition or the same circumstance, they would be, that would be extrapolated to add the 10% back into that group. So CFMG would be imposed $1,000 of the liquidated damages, as the standard was not met for 10 patients in the extrapolated population, as opposed to the auditing sample of 1 missed out of the 10. This slide shows the increases to staffing above the current agreement, resulting in an increase of 21.95 FTEs. The most significant increases occur in nursing staff, mental health clinicians, and licensed psych techs. Next one. This slide lists the anticipated improvements we will see with this agreement. We envision enhanced discharge planning services for released individuals, which require assessments, visits, and documentation pursuant to CalAIM. Increased provision of counseling service to those in the MAT program, or the Medication Assisted Treatment Program, with the addition of the substance use disorder counselors. Improvements in medication delivery compliance, for all medications, but also primarily for the MAT patients, as the MAT patient medication delivery is very time intensive. Increased supervisory oversight of the jail healthcare with the addition of the Assistant Health Services Administrator and the Facility Coordinator. Decreased patient wait times for provider visits with the addition of mid-level providers. Increased clinical interactions in the behavioral health units within the jails through the addition of mental health clinicians, and improved compliance with public health and behavioral wellness auditing with the addition of the clinical staff referenced before. CalAIM is transforming the way healthcare is provided to the incarcerated population and how it's going to be provided in the jails and juvenile justice center. The county anticipates receiving revenues associated with in-custody care once CalAIM is implemented, and the sheriff and probation are working collaboratively with multiple county departments to implement CalAIM. Pharmacy costs are expected to increase as we will be required to provide 30-day provision of release medications to individuals releasing our jails. So we have estimated those costs for the out years. We will return to your board if those increases are estimated to go above the anticipated amounts. And in closing, we've listed the recommended board actions. I would like to close my comments by thanking the various departments that contributed heavily to the RFP and with negotiations of this agreement, including public health, behavioral wellness, county council, CEO's office, auditor, and risk management, as well as our partners for probation. And we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Supervisor Lavigno.
Thank you. Just have one about that pharmacy. So it doesn't matter how long the person's been in, they come in for a couple of days, they release, they get 30 days of all their meds?
Supervisor Lavigno, through the chair, that's the goal, is to make sure that these individuals have the medications no matter how long they're staying. It's going to be much more difficult with those very short duration stays of several hours, but we are working on plans to try to figure that out and try to have that available.
Okay. And is there any limit on the medications that we dispense with them, or is this?
Supervisor Lavigno, the CalAIM guidance documentation has provided essentially a CalAIM pharmacy list of medications that are essentially Medi-Cal reimbursable. So we expect those costs to all be reimbursed if somebody does come in for a short duration of stay, and then maybe not all the costs, but the Medi-Cal reimbursement will reimburse a portion of the cost of the medications.
Great. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Can you state what the difference in cost is? How much we're getting some much needed additional services. I just wondered what the cost is compared to the current to the next year.
Yeah, Supervisor
Or
Hartman.
the increase in cost.
Through the chair, the previous agreement with CFMG was almost $13.3 million for a 9-month period from July through March. And extrapolated out to the year, that would be about $17.6 million approximately. And then the additional $1.4 million or so annually for the jail-based competency treatment program with CHRS, a separate contract, would make the last agreement about $19 million on an annual basis. And this agreement would be, I think, a little over $24 million.
I'm sorry, how much?
I think it's just over $24 million, but Damon can back up to the slide for year one. Yes, correct, 24.134.
So we're paying about $5 million additional?
Approximately, correct.
Okay. I'm very interested in the kinds of electronic medical records that WellPath keeps and how they correspond to Be Well and the kinds of records the county keeps and how well they communicate. Could you discuss that?
Yes, Supervisor Hartman. Currently, the two systems do not communicate well. The county is looking to go out to its own electronic medical record, more primarily for CalAIM. But obviously, the coordination between those elements is essential for CalAIM as well as probably better care as well.
Is that part of the contract, and over what period of time should they convert?
So the county is actually the party that's initiating the looking at another electronic medical record. So we did include in the contract, if we do go with our own medical record at the county level, that basically we won't be paying for the electronic medical record costs in the CFMG agreement.
That we won't be. I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand that. Would you restate it?
Yes, the county is actually seeking to go on our own for various reasons, most of which are related to CalAIM. But if we go with our own system, we will no longer be paying CFMG to operate their electronic medical record, and we will require them to transition into our medical record.
And do we have any time frame for how long that might be?
Supervisor Hartman, unfortunately, we do not. I was present on a meeting yesterday where we discussed this very thing, and we're meeting very frequently about it, but it is a very complex item.
And then our other item talks about a needs assessment that WellPath would be conducting. Could you describe that, and is that contained in this contract?
Supervisor Hartman, I believe what you're referring to is the needs assessment for the mental health population. They have done that on occasion. It is not specifically called out in the contract, but they are conducting that analysis.
They are conducting it. And when would it be available? I thought it was something that was, expand on this for me, please, because I think it's very important to help us better understand who's in the jail and what their needs are.
Yes, essentially the best way to describe it would be that we've taken snapshots of the individuals that are considered SMI or serious mental illness, as well as people that are on the mental health caseload, but we've never analyzed that trend of rise of increase and decrease over time. So what we're looking at now is trying to do that over a several month period so we get a very good understanding of how that population flows. Just as our jail population flows, the number of individuals with mental illness and severe mental illness increase and decrease through time. So we'd like to be able to analyze that a little better.
And do you get as deep as diagnoses, and are you looking at substance use disorders as well?
Supervisor Hartman, not in that analysis, but we do have a pretty good kind of trend line of the individuals that are in our medication-assisted treatment program over time, which has increased dramatically.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
If I may, I just want to jump in on this point because I also was confused as to this needs assessment that's indicated in our next item related to jail expansion, that it was explained to me that that would be conducted by WellPath, but I didn't hear a timeline with your answer.
Chair Capps, I believe I think we want to look at about 6 months of time, but we should have a pretty good understanding of where it's at, around the 3-month, 4-month mark.
So I understand you'll have that completed, or WellPath will have that completed?
Chair Capps, they are completing that and they are keeping track of those numbers. It's really on us to determine how large of a sample size or how long of a duration we allow it to go to really understand what the trend looks like. So obviously longer term is better. If we have a year of data, it would be nice to have a lot more data, but we could make pretty probably educated assumptions at the 3-month mark, 6-month mark, things of that nature.
Okay, so this gives me concern because again, this will be part of the next item, but we're being asked to really make tough decisions about jail expansion based on need, yet the assessment, I understand, is coming from WellPath, but it's not included in this contract, and I don't really understand when it will be done.
Madam Chair and members of the board, I just want to clarify that it is actually included in the contract. What this contract does is it incorporates the terms of the stipulated judgment and remedial plan into the contract. So anything that is required by that, including the needs assessment, will be included in this particular contract. It's not called out separately. It's just one of the requirements that they'd be implementing.
And is there a time frame with that in terms of completion of the needs assessment?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I do believe it is supposed to be done over time so that it's not just a snapshot, but I don't have a particular deadline, and my understanding is not completed yet. It was my understanding that it would be part of this new contract.
So if it's over time, it's sort of an ongoing sense of who has mental illness, who is suffering XYZ, like more of a dashboard, like a daily report kind of thing. Again, we're making huge decisions. This contract is $50 million. The next item is exponentially greater than that. So I don't really understand the sequence of deciding on the next item without understanding this needs assessment and when exactly that information will be made public and made to the board.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I don't have a specific timeline on that, but I will say that the implementation of the stipulated judgment remedial plan is ongoing. So there are things that are going to be completed over time and continue. So it is a separate requirement.
Okay, well, I can address this in the next item, but I do have concerns about WellPath being the owner of this needs assessment. It seems to be more broad than that, than their purview, but I jumped ahead of Supervisor Nelson in my question, so I'll let you proceed and then I'll circle back around.
Thank you, Chair Capps. You were on topic there. I have some questions about additional compliance with the contract. I know last time you were before us, we were charging back credits still now because we weren't fully staffed. How's that coming along?
Supervisor Nelson, I believe it's going along very well. I think we're through February of this year, maybe January. We've been focused on the contract.
Are they fully staffed?
As I understand, there's 3 current vacancies at the moment, 2 at the main jail and 1 vacancy at the Northern Branch Jail.
Are we charging back any credits now at this point? Are they fulfilling their contract?
Yes, we are charging back every month when they submit their invoice.
So we are charging back every month. They aren't fulfilling the contract that we have at this moment.
Are you talking staffing credit reimbursement?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yes, we are charging back each month when they submit their invoice. They also submit a vacancy report that shows which hours were missed. And then once we rectify that, we credit that back against the invoice and we only pay the difference.
And that includes liquidated damages, right? When they're not fully staffed? I thought there was liquidated damages without full staffing.
Supervisor Nelson, we're checking on that, or maybe Damon.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, the original contract didn't necessarily have the language around liquidated damages. There is the payback that we have for the missed shifts that was in the original contract that was negotiated. The new contract that's before you today, we have incorporated liquidated damages for those SLAs that end up being missed, but liquidated damages wasn't included. The name liquidated damages wasn't included in our prior contracts.
So they just have to refund us back the money that we paid them for missed shifts? There's no additional incentives or penalties for not fully staffing up?
In the original contract, there were paybacks when positions were vacant for longer than 30 or 60 days. And so I believe that is being incorporated in the givebacks that they are providing to both of our departments. Probation, I don't believe we have any vacant shifts that have lasted more than 30 days. We do have received paybacks for missed shifts for a variety of reasons when they exceed the 2% allowable, and that is ongoing.
Okay. That's always been the thing that I've been harping on for quite some time. Has the Sheriff's Department looked back beyond April 2023 on the credits that they believe are owed to them?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we've worked closely with County Council on this item, but we have not.
You guys have not? Sorry, I missed that.
Supervisor Nelson, members of the board, there is currently a stay in the bankruptcy, WellPath bankruptcy. It's 2 different entities, WellPath and CFMG, but as part of the WellPath bankruptcy, there is a stay on any collection efforts related to CFMG.
Understood. I'm just asking if the sheriff actually has calculated what they believe to be those missed shifts and what that number is.
Supervisor Nelson, the Sheriff's Office does not maintain that data to be able to look back at over that time period.
So you guys were not responsible for contract compliance over that period of time?
Supervisor Nelson, we were responsible for contract compliance, but we did not maintain those records of staffing hours filled for that period of time.
So how did you guys have them at some point? You just didn't maintain them? I guess I'm misunderstanding how you guys can do contract compliance without knowing if it's staffed.
Supervisor Nelson, as of, I think it's April of '23, which is the point you referenced, that's when we started receiving the staffing table, if you will, or the staffing matrix, which indicated which hours were covered by which position and which were not.
Okay. Do we know if CFMG intends to reimburse the county for staffing credits they still may owe? That's a question that we can't ask.
Supervisor Nelson, we have not asked them based on county council's guidance.
Council, can I ask that question?
Supervisor Nelson, can you please repeat your question?
Does CFMG intend to reimburse the county for staffing credits that they may still owe?
Supervisor Nelson, my recommendation is, since there is a stay on the bankruptcy, and it includes items for CFMG, that we not request that information at this time.
Okay. It's different than the legal guidance you gave us earlier. Thanks.
I'll ask a more general question on staffing. It's good news to hear that we've made significant improvement. I noticed that this contract has 21.95, which is an odd number, of new staff, but I'm just curious, I would be interested in understanding what's the plan to hire. I know that staffing is such a challenge, and we continue to hear that that's the reason for many of the challenges in the jail. So what's the plan to get another, I'll round up to 22 more people?
Chair Capps, my understanding is that they've already posted some of those positions as like an interest list to be able to recruit individuals. And if your board approves of this agreement, they will expedite hiring as quickly as possible. And then some of the positions would allow somebody to promote into a position like the facility coordinator position or the assistant health services administrator. And I think they've already started kind of screening applicants for those types of positions as well.
Okay. And again, this is a massive contract, essentially $50 million over 2 years, and bigger than some departments here. So I really appreciate that now we're moving in a direction of more collaboration with other departments being part of, I understand, part of this contract development. I just wanted to tee up if any of those who were part of this might want to speak to it before we deliberate. I know public health, probation, if anyone else would like to have any comment on it about why they feel potentially better about this contract than those in the past. It's okay if not.
Madam Chair, while we wait for that, I do want to go back to Supervisor Nelson's question. I apologize, I was a little confused. I was thinking that we were wrapping it into this contract. But if the question is, may you just discuss whether CFMG intends to reimburse the county for staffing credits, yes, you can ask that. It's just separate from the negotiation of the new contract.
Right. So do we know that? I guess I can't ask the question. Does CFMG intend on reimbursing the county for staffing costs that may still be owed?
Supervisor Nelson, I don't believe we know that answer, but we can work with council and ask that.
Are they here? Can they answer that question?
Supervisor Nelson, I'm not sure if the individuals in this room can answer that question, but we can ask them.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. To answer your question, if we plan to work with the Sheriff's Office to discuss this topic. We've been continuing to discuss this topic. So if there is additional things that we need to discuss and talk about, we are open to discussing that with the county.
So I guess my question to you will be, do you intend to reimburse the county for staffing credits that may still be owed? If there are, in fact, some that are still owed?
If if during that conversation with the sheriff's office and the county, we identify that there are some additional reimbursements and we reach an agreement on that, then we will proceed with what we need to do to rectify that.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Chair Capps, if I may, from the perspective
Sure.
of probation, the probation's experience with WellPath has been a great experience in the time that we've contracted with them. A lot of that effort has been through Dr. Adam, who has been probation's doctor since before WellPath. She's been there since, I think, before we expanded our juvenile hall and opened the new 90-bed facility. And so part of what I think makes this contract better than some of the past contracts that we've done is the heavy involvement that we have had with Dr. Adam and Aaron Stillwell in particular. I've spent more of my recent life with that group of folks, Jessica from behavioral wellness and the staff from the sheriff's department, as we have gone through and reviewed this 100-and-something page contract and have gone through and read until we all had to walk away to so that we could, is it in there, is it not in there, as we went through this process. So I really do think that it's a better contract than we have seen before because of that oversight and the willingness of WellPath staff to work with us, as we've included oversight by the public health department and by behavioral wellness for the sheriff's department there in our facility and a partner with us as well. And so I really do think that it's a better contract. And on the side of probation, the working with the sheriff's department, Dr. Adam and Mr. Stillwell, the service level agreements that are in there in particular for probation, although we're a small part of this contract, are far better than they have been in the past. And so it's been, a year of work probably for us all to get here, to issue the RFP, to review the RFP, and to bring the contract before you. And we had a lot of chefs in the kitchen that were making sure that this was all put together well. And sometimes too many chefs in the kitchen is a problem. But in this instance, I think just the sheer number of people that have been involved in this and looked at this and shared their expertise, and Paul from County Council office as well. I mean, it has been a group effort in order to get this here. There's been a lot of focus on making sure that we address the concerns that the board has about the delivery of services. And I do feel that it's a much better contract than we brought to you before.
Well, that was, I'm grateful for that assurance, and I appreciate the description of a lot of chefs in this kitchen, because again, it's a huge contract, and it's a very challenging part of our county to provide medical health care in our jail. So thanks for that testimony. I appreciate it. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, since you raised this, I would really like to hear from Dr. Hamami about his views about the contract.
Sure.
And in addition, I remember we were discussing this before, and one of the key issues of improvement was to have an administrator who would, within WellPath, who would be tracking and holding accountable everyone to this contract. And I just wonder, has that person been identified, and does the contract embody that tracking and feedback?
Good afternoon. Thank you. As mentioned, our team, especially our correctional health team, Dr. Adam as well as Dr. Stillwell, were very heavily involved in the process of negotiation. We worked along with the Sheriff's Office and probation in ensuring that some of the issues that we were concerned about are included. There are definitely an improvement in terms of the SLAs as well as the insertion of CalAIM, so this is great that we added that. As non-owners of the contract, we tried as well to include the monitoring that we are involved in. I think there are now language that says how our correctional health team are embedded and the role that they are playing, and that is a great as well addition. Overall, I believe the contract has improved, and it has some of the elements, but now I guess the execution of the contract and how we are now establishing the oversight, the advice that our team are working with our partners as well as with WellPath. The whole experience so far has been very positive and very promising, and we are receiving cooperation from all the parties that are involved. And we will continue on improving that and ensuring that our role is what you entrusted us to do.
So just to pursue this a little bit more, I know less about jails perhaps than hospitals, and I think of it in that context. Is there a function within WellPath that is like a hospital administrator now, who you can talk to, and that your suggestions and the tracking, monitoring, feedback is coming back? Because you can have, we know this from the board, we can have all the great laws or rules or contracts, but unless you've got the systems in place and an accountable person to actually implement it, it doesn't really get done very well. And I think that's been our problem in the past. And so I think it has to be an accountable person who's doing that. I think you identified that as something that needed to happen, and I would like you to expand a little, or somebody to tell me, yes, it's happening. The systems are in place.
Yes, absolutely. So the communication that is happening between us as well as our partner, the sheriff, and probation, as well as WellPath administration. So I know that Dr. Adam and Aaron meet regularly with whoever needs to hear about what we need to do or what has to be done. I know that there is now as well a connection between Dr. Adam and the medical director for some cadence of meeting. We would like to see a little bit more of involvement in the clinical administration from the medical director as well, and this connection is happening. We are trying to establish a rhythm without being so accommodating the clinical operations, but also not to be disruptive, but as well as supportive. So there are also regular meetings between the health lieutenant, I believe, at the sheriff's office and our team as well as there is monthly reports that get to me personally. We have discussed with the team that maybe there should be as well some frequency of us meeting with the sheriff and with Chief Wasilewski in terms if there are concerns that are not being addressed, and how do we get to that level.
Okay, we have one request. Thank you, Doctor. We have one request to speak from the public. Maybe we'll take that now, Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, yes, that is correct. We have one request to speak on this item, and we are going to remain here in Santa Barbara with Gail Osharenko. Gail?
Thank you, Chair Capps, members of the board. I wasn't quite as prepared because of the switch in the agenda. Basically, I've read all the materials, and I don't see anything better than approving this. It's a staggering amount. It's $25 million a year. It's $50 million over the 2 years. It's an addition, if I calculated right, of about 43% in the FTEs, in the number of staff positions. It wouldn't be so huge, it wouldn't be so large if the sheriff and the courts and behavioral wellness and others had taken the action that was recommended by the Murray Council in May of 2023 to start reducing the numbers in the jail, especially the numbers of people who require mental health care. And it could be a lot lower, and if you increase the number of beds in the jail over time, it will go even higher. It's astronomical. But the contract is much improved over what we've had. Thank you.
Yeah, it's CEO Miyasato.
just wanted to mention something that Commander Sullivan had mentioned. It's just for your awareness. All contracts have risk. In this contract, we did increase the amount of insurance required. It wasn't in the RFP, but we did increase it. It requires CFMG to have additional coverage, either in the form of self-insurance or another commercial policy that reaches coverage of up to $5 million per occurrence or $10 million in the aggregate. If CFMG does self-insure, there is some risk because of their own issues that they're having, but we did increase that amount. But there is risk because that's still an open question.
Thanks for that clarification. So I understand there's no more requests to speak from the public, so back to the board. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we keep focusing on, I think a lot of concern is about, and it's a sticker shock of how much this costs, but I think this is a move in the right direction. I mean, we're increasing staff. That's how costs get increased. And, we're adding more registered nurses, more mental health clinicians, more licensed psych technicians. That costs money. And so if we're going to provide services, if we go back to the RFP, I think there were 2 entities that responded. This is not something where people are lining up to come and want to do jail medical and mental health services for us. So I think you're right. I think there is nothing to do but move forward. And to me, I look at this as, even though the cost is higher, the service is better. And that's what you're going to get, what you pay for. So I'm willing to. I think all these new staff positions are necessary, and so I'm fully supportive of moving forward.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board or comments before we move forward? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. You're right. We should get what we pay for, but sometimes we haven't, and that's all about contract compliance. And so, I think the team's in place. I think, we've been beating this dead horse for months, if not years. So hopefully the message is fully absorbed that needs to happen. This can't fall away, and it's really, this is contract compliance. I know we work alongside these people, but they're still our contractor. And I think that was something that was missed specifically for quite some time. And we need to make sure that we're staying on top of that. I'm really, I have a lot of faith in the public health team that's been put together to help monitor this. I think the Sheriff's Department has heard from the board and from the public the need to make sure that contract compliance is at a higher level, and I hope that that's in the future. We have no other choice but to move forward with this at this time. I'm also happy that it's only a 2-year contract at this point, so we're going to be able to have a sample size to see if this is actually happening, if it's staffed up, and if we can move forward in the long term. But I will go ahead and support this contract as much as I have some hesitations about past performance and what those might be indications to future results. I will choose to be optimistic here and support this moving forward and in any other way I can.
Yeah, I will also be supporting it, and I just want to acknowledge the progress that has been made. You can hear a lot of reticence up here because of past issues, but when I joined this board, we were approving a contract that was already passed. We were getting annual reports way beyond the year. We have now moved in a direction of far more oversight from other departments that have direct contact and direct interference with are relevant to these people. This is all about serving people who are really in dire need of healthcare in our jail for a variety of very severe reasons, very challenging reasons. These are challenging jobs to fill. So I respect that these are very challenging jobs and a tough work, but we're providing oversight up here. I think hopefully that's abundantly clear. And with that oversight, increased oversight, both within our departments, public health especially, I'm happy to move forward with this contract. And again, appreciate, as Supervisor Nelson said, that this is just a 2-year contract. Supervisor Hartman.
I will move A through E in today's staff report.
Sounds good.
I'll second.
Okay, Supervisor Lee with the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, we are going to move to our last item. It might be a long one, so we'll see how it goes and perhaps take a break, if that's okay. Or we could, I don't think we can take a break quite yet. So we're going to proceed with item 4.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the County Executive Office and the General Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an update on current renovations at the main jail and potential expansion of the Northern Branch Jail, NBJ.
No? Split mine with you?
Just as we get started here, a little update. We have 40 requests to speak from the public. That would be a long time if everyone took 3 minutes. So we're going to use the approach that we often use, where anybody who would like to speak for a minute is prioritized, as to keep our comments concise and not repeat a lot of comments that others have made. So as you're preparing what you might say, if you are planning on shortening that or keeping it to a minute, you'll go first. Okay, Director Lagerquist.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Capps and Supervisors. I'm Kirk Lagerquist, Director of General Services. With me today for this briefing are Jeff Rapwell, former Assistant County Executive Officer, and Tanya Heitman, Assistant County Executive Officer. So in July of 2020, County of Santa Barbara entered into a negotiated settlement with the Disability Rights Council, or Disability Rights of California, and part of that negotiated settlement was a stipulated judgment for the county and required us to address a remedial plan. So today we're going to speak to updates on the main jail, renovations that were required, part of the stipulated judgment, as well as some deferred maintenance items we took care of, and then seek direction on finalizing plans for construction of additional capacity at the Northern Branch Jail, which includes 3 conceptual options with bed counts and cost figures that include construction, staffing, and operational costs. Before going much further, I want to publicly recognize Tully Wyatt, our project manager from General Services Capital, who's overseen the upgrades at the main jail and has been the catalyst between the county and our bridging documents contractor. So thank you, Tully. On the main jail, one of the stipulated judgment items here was to subdivide the large outdoor rec yard into 3 smaller yards to allow for more out-of-cell time for inmates, meet some ADA requirements, as well as adding toilet facilities exterior as well. I'm pleased to announce this project was completed last week, slightly ahead of schedule. Another one of the main jail items was the inmate reception center expansion and ADA upgrades. The exterior ADA parking and path of travel work was completed last summer, and the IRC expansion is in the permitting phase at this time. And then some deferred maintenance items that the board agreed to fund. First one here includes security system upgrades, which was completed in December of 2024. That included new cameras, a whole new system there. Second was elevator upgrades, which was completed in August of 2024. And the third is anti-ligature upgrades, which was done in phases and is on track to complete in July of 2025. So now we'll look at Northern Branch Jail expansion options. So per the stipulated judgment, the county agreed to look at options to renovate or provide new construction to address deficiencies at the main jail in Santa Barbara. In May 2023, the board provided direction to expand the Northern Branch Jail to provide additional bed spaces, healthcare, and ADA accessibility for the physical plant spaces. In June 2024, the county entered into a bridging design services contract with Nocht and Lewis Architects of Sacramento to do programming, site investigation, conceptual designs, bridging design services, and future construction administration. In previous discussions on this topic with the board in May of 23 and June of 24, we used the term pods. That has now been rephrased as housing units, where each housing unit consists of 4 pods of 64 beds each to equate to 256 beds per housing unit. So for bed count purposes, the main jail in the future would retain 116 beds in the renovated, expanded inmate reception center. The Northern Branch Jail currently consists of 376 beds, and the 3 expansion options that have been looked at, conceptualized, include 1 housing unit, which would give 248 total system beds, 1.5 housing units, which would be 876 total system beds, and 2 housing units, which would be 1,004 total system beds. And then the last note there is about construction costs. From the last, when we brought this 2 years ago, we have seen a drastic escalation in construction costs due to materials, labor, and then a couple wild cards here are the LA wildfires and how that'll impact the construction industry, as well as the tariffs that are going on.
Sorry to interrupt, but Supervisor Lavigno has a question.
Yeah, I know this is a long presentation, so I hate to interrupt, but on the ABC beds there for 1, 1.5, and 2, those are system beds. What's the difference between that and a rated bed? Are these rated beds? Because this isn't the, okay.
Supervisor,
Well, it's been, I got to say, as going through this and overwhelmed with data, the numbers continue to change. So those numbers look different than anything else I've seen before. So unless it could be buried somewhere else, but anyway, let's continue. But I had 1 pod at 639, 2 pods at 748. I mean, 1.5 at 748 and 2 at 857. Were those?
I understand that's the 85%.
Yes. Okay. So this is the difference.
I was thrown off as well.
This is 100%
Yes.
full. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
It's very confusing, though.
Good. Good catch.
okay. So here's the existing Northern Branch Jail site. This was completed 3 years ago. So again, this is at the corner of Betaravia Road and Black Road in Santa Maria. And as you can see, the frontage is on Black Road there with the parking lot where you access the facility. This is the conceptual site plan. This sketch shows the 2 full housing unit option, just so you can get a size reference in comparison to the existing jail. And then off to the left is a crisis residential treatment facility, and I'll come back to that momentarily. This sketch depicts a 1 housing unit option. Again, as previously stated, consists of 4 pods of 64 beds each for a total of 256 beds. The price tag ranges from $121 million to $135 million, which depends on whether we pursue a zero net energy facility or not. So the price differential is $14 million. The existing Northern Branch Jail was built before the board had adopted the zero net energy. However, the Northern Branch Jail was built to potentially expand in the future, and our central utility plant does not account for zero net energy, so that's why there's this $14 million difference in whether the board wants to go with that. This sketch shows the 1.5 housing units, so 6 pods or 384 additional beds. Price tag ranges from $165 to $179 million. And this sketch is the 2 full housing units option, or 8 pods, which adds 512 beds. Price estimate, $202 million to $216 million. This chart shows the comparisons between the 3 options, plus a cost per bed breakdown. Knock and Lewis, in conjunction with the Sheriff's Office, developed a number of conceptual design features, one being the rectilinear design, or more box-like units that you saw in the sketches, which gives better functionality and would be easier to construct. Their support spaces were centralized, again, easier to expand later, regardless of which option's chosen. And then the Overwatch area would reduce staffing, and then shared access to the site with the CRT if that goes forward. So I mentioned the crisis residential treatment facility, which was that structure off to the left or the west side of the site. This concept would add two 16-bed units for 32 total beds. The price tag is $31 million, which the county applied to the state of California's Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program, or BCHIP. We expect to hear results of the application in May of 2025, so next month. The CRT is justice-focused. It's a residential behavioral health treatment facility, and the services include peer support, medication, therapy, and more. And here's a sketch of what the two CRTs would look like. Again, estimate for construction is $22 million. The additional costs are for construction management, full design, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and more. Hence why the county applied for $31 million through the state. And lastly, I want to address schedule. So this bar chart depicts 4 distinct phases. Phase 1 is complete, which was the programming and conceptual design by Knock and Lewis. Phase 2 would finalize the bridging documents and develop the request for qualifications. Phase 3 would be the selection process to get a design build team on board to execute the project. And Phase 4 would be the actual design, construction, and commissioning of the facility. As you can see on here, should we go with a 2 full housing unit option, would take us all the way out to July of 2029, which is our deadline through the stipulated judgment with the DRC. With 1.5 or 1 housing unit, there's slightly more float time in there, but not a lot. That's you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, as we look at the financial considerations of these proposals, we thought it was important to set context for your board's consideration. So everything we're going to be talking about going forward is really incremental, above and beyond what we currently have in the county's budget. So this slide provides you kind of the current year, fiscal year 24-25 budget. As baked into the budget, we have a daily population that hovers around the 750. We have a total custody operating cost of about 95.2. This is for both facilities, both the Northern Branch Jail as well as what's operating in South County. It requires an allocation of about $66.7 million in the county's discretionary fund, which is about 70% of its total operating budget and about 17.5% of the county's overall available discretionary revenue. If we're looking at, as we're considering and reaching a proposed budget for next fiscal year, which we'll be talking more about here in the upcoming workshops, that looks to about $108 million in operating budget. That does take into account your board's action a little earlier with the WellPath contract. It also requires then a corresponding $77.6 million in discretionary revenue. At the bottom line there, about 19.7, almost 20% of the county's overall discretionary revenue. If you extrapolate those numbers to the 29-30, and the reason that was chosen is because really as we're talking about both the operating cost and these costs being considered today, that's the fiscal year in which it's going to hit. So we have apples to apples comparison. We did do an extrapolation of what this current operating baseline budget would be in the 29-30 fiscal year. And that's shown on the right-hand column. So Supervisor Levin, this gets to your earlier question. This is the...
Could have just held my question, huh? Would have come around, all right.
This is what is the system bed count, rated beds, versus what's really usable. And as we discussed in the board letter, and certainly the sheriff can speak more fully to it, there needs to be an allocation for classification of inmates that arrive in our system, and where you really don't have full use of every single rated bed. So this assumes a 15% kind of classification factor. So essentially says of your total system beds, you have usable net available about 85%. And that's what this chart attempts to provide for you. So in the one housing unit, we'd have a total system count of 748. If you subtract the 15% for the classification factor, you net out about an average daily availability of 636. And you'll see that for each of the three options that we've highlighted in the board report. So the bottom line, 2 housing units gets you to 853.
Actually, can I ask a question there at this point? Because I think this 85% is obviously very important, but would it be a crisis if it was at 90%? Maybe someone from Sheriff's Office would. So I understand that 85% is the ideal, but can it function with higher if there's fluctuation as there would be on a daily basis?
15% supervisor is typically our industry standard.
Sure.
It varies. Certainly the sheriff might suggest, in fact, and we do have some correspondence in his reports, and he's here today. Here's Vinny, and actually they use a 16%, I think.
Thank you.
Chairman, we did calculate it out over a couple of years. It turned out to be 16%. 15% is an ideal number. Clearly, we could maneuver people around, but the point is that you never want to fill every single bed because you do need to keep people separated. And that's when we're going to get into trouble. 10% really limits us with being able to put people in the right places with the right people. And that's really a standard. And as you look at it through practice and look at it as a longitudinal study, that's what we ended up with 16%. So, depending on what we get.
Okay, so 15% is the ideal.
15%, 16% is actually the ideal, but 15% is workable. It's scalable, I guess. It just makes it more difficult. It doesn't mean it's impossible. It just makes it more difficult to operate daily by going lower than that.
So if there were an unusual fluctuation higher, you could manage potentially, but that's not the goal, but you could manage it if it's
right, and
like 10% or less potentially.
Right, and in our report, we talked about flex and the classification factor.
Okay, thanks for explaining.
Supervisors, as we look at the staffing increase required for each of these options, they're outlined here on this chart and, of course, discussed in much greater detail in the board report. In going through this effort, we engaged Justice Planners, which is a consulting firm we've used for a number of years, to look at this information with respect to operating and staffing costs associated with different number of system beds. Basically, what we have in this chart is our current staffing levels, which we see as 263, and that's the current year staffing cost. We have Justice Planners, who is our consultant, look at what is the bare minimum, just the number of positions, 24/7 positions that need to be filled in the jail. What is that bare minimum? But what is the appropriate number with respect and including what we refer to as shift relief? And shift relief really accounts for how many people do we need, bodies do we need in order to cover vacations, sick leave, training, and other types of leave. And you'll see that in the third column of numbers. The last column of numbers are the projections that the sheriff has provided regarding the number of FTE required for each of these options. So just working across the first one housing unit. And these are, just for clarification, these are sworn personnel plus Sheriff Service Technicians, the SSTs. And you'll see we have 263 currently. Justice Planner says without a shift relief, you need 213. With shift relief, 284. Sheriff believes that they can accomplish this with 272 positions. And so you see in this chart, for each of the options provided and discussed in the letter, what those corresponding FTE and resulting cost is. So if you look at just on the one housing unit line, 263 to 272, you have a net 9 positions that are required to fully staff the system. Turning to operational cost, this chart here highly summarizes the information in the board letter, which says you've got additional, the reality is General Services has additional cost to maintain more square footage, and this accounts for that. Additional maintenance costs, just supplies, materials, et cetera, to support that. We know there's additional utility costs associated with the additional square footage, and you've got total operating cost incrementally increased for each of the options, ranging from 612, 613 roughly, to about 1.15 million.
Supervisor Hartman.
Housing units, it's not a linear progression for how much staff we need. And could you explain that?
Sure. Supervisor Hartman through the chair. Under the one housing unit option, there's economies because you're closing portions of South County to bring up North County to staff that additional square footage. And so from an economy standpoint, that's your most economical, right? You're just shifting employees from South County to North County. So not a lot of additional staff needed. We know, and the sheriff and we've had a lot of conversations over the years with the sheriff with respect to shift relief. And we did our best when we opened Northern Branch Jail and put that funding plan together to account for the necessary shift relief positions. That doesn't mean that the positions we had associated with the South County really had that more robust shift relief factor in it. So what this does is tries to right size. And so you've got economies of scale. On the one housing unit, you're really just shifting existing staff. When you start going to the 1.5 and 2, then you have a greater impact. We do think there are some potential savings, similar to what we discussed with your board in 2023 when we were here last on this topic. We do think, and these are developed in consultation with the Sheriff's Department, there is likely some economies of scale with respect to non-sworn staffing, as well as the potential savings and economies of scale on the jail medical, by focusing most of your jail medical in the North County and IRC having less severe clients that require that service. There's potential for outsourcing food service if you're only running the IRC at South County and closing down the food operations. There's potential savings on both maintenance costs of closing main branch jail facilities as well as utilities. And that's captured here on this slide, roughly 2.8 million of potential savings. In bringing all those numbers together, and I appreciate that the report is chock full of figures and numbers. What we've tried to do here in this table is kind of capture the key numbers for your board's consideration. So on this slide, and it's busier than we would normally do a slide, but we try to put it all in one place. For each of the columns going across, it says one housing unit, 256 additional beds at Northern Branch Jail. Total system count, 748. The construction cost ranging from 120.3 to 134.1 million. And again, going back to Kirk's description of that, that has to do with whether your board opts to go with the net zero energy alternates. And then likewise in the columns going to the right, it's the 1.5 housing units, 384 beds for a total 876, 165 to 178.8, and then finally the additional 512 beds. Then the rows beneath that is the impact on staffing. So as we discussed, in the one housing unit option, there's about a net 9 additional positions. That has a cost of about $1.9 million. We have the incremental operating cost of $600,000. We reflect here the potential savings of $2.8 million in operating costs, and then we reflect here the potential debt service. And again, the debt service here of 8.3 or 9.3 depends on your board's direction with respect to net zero energy. which gives to the bottom line of what is your budgetary impact of these different options. So for the one housing unit, your budgetary impact, annual budgetary impact, by the time you take into operating costs, staffing costs, potential savings, and debt service, it's about $8 to $9 million. Likewise, if you move across the columns here, the high range for 2 housing units has a budgetary impact of $19.2 to $20.2 million. Let me stop there if there's any questions on this chart. Sorry, a lot of information. Good?
So this includes the 2 housing units and the housing units and the custody costs. But we learned we've got 24 million in well path costs that are increasing. And then does this include the interest for the old jail, the 1.4?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So the existing Northern Branch jail that we opened a few years ago now was paid for largely from a state grant, about 2/3 of it, so 80 million or so of the total $120 million cost. So there's no debt service associated with the Northern Branch jail as it's currently operating. Your board did approve and some renovations at the main jail, most expensively the remodel of the IRC, Inmate Reception Center, excuse me, which is currently under design and has been financed under the county's last certificates of participation issuance. About 20, don't quote me on this, about 22 million of that financing is associated with the IRC. Excuse me. This does not reflect the debt service on that. That's
1.4, I think.
about $1.4 million.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So this does not reflect that. Good question.
Supervisor Lee, did you have a question?
I do. In the design, do you have it for parking lot expansion and the cost that could associate with that? Because you can build more of the North County Jail, you assume that you need to build more parking spaces. I did not see this in the design.
Yeah, Supervisor Lee through the chair. So yes, there's an additional parking lot considered. It was on the north side of the building. In fact, I think there were 2 spots. So the question is there
Expansion of additional parking? Because you need to build X amount of spaces for the units you're going to expand on. I don't see any designs on that.
Right there. One more. So, I'm sorry, yes, there is some parking out front on the west side, right by where it says public access. So to access this site, we'd come in off of Betteravia Road. And then additionally around the potential B-well facility, the CRT there's additional parking. So you could continue to use the main parking lot or those few spaces over there by the new.
Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisors, in January, our office brought to you the 5-year financial forecast. And as part of that forecast, if you look at the cumulative 5-year deficit identified in that forecast, showed about $22.7 million. And so the question really, as you're considering this today, is what impact do these options have on the future flexibility of your board and the available financing that this board will have available to prioritize? So the first row there really just shows the cumulative in the January 2025 report, which showed a 5-year of $22.7 million cumulative deficit. If your board opted to go with the 2 housing unit, the most robust of the options on the table in this board report, it drives your 5-year cumulative deficit to $26.2 million. Correspondingly, if you go to 1.5 housing units, it's 20.6. If you opt to go with one housing unit, it takes your cumulative 5-year deficit down to $15 million. Not that that's a small number, and it will require sacrifices and limits flexibility, but absent a new revenue source, that's kind of what we're looking at. And depending on what your board opts to do today and direction you provide the board, we will be updating that 5-year forecast during budget workshops. So you'll have a more complete picture updated for your board. Our budget director, of course, is here today and would be happy to answer questions if you had specifically on that. But you'll see that that's likely what will happen to that forecast.
Question there.
Yeah.
So we've already set aside 10 million though, correct, in the 5-year forecast? 5 million next year, 5 million added on the year after that?
So in the forecast,
okay.
So I'll have Paul come up, but in the forecast did assume that you're going to have some of these costs.
Correct.
And that 22.7 assumed that you could do, if you did what we thought at the time and when we did the original cost estimates, right? Big caveat there. We assumed when that debt service would hit and when those costs would hit, it contemplated the larger of the two options, the larger of the three options, the full 2 housing units. That's what drove, part of what drove that 22.7. But
Supervisors, let Paul, I think your question is, do we have that money set aside, Supervisor? And the answer is no, but we can have Paul articulate that.
That's correct. The 5-year forecast contemplated that expense, but we had the deficit, a cumulative deficit of $15 million. So we haven't set that money aside. What the forecast tries to do is look at our anticipated revenue growth, our anticipated expenditure growth, and we have a net at the bottom, but we don't have funding set aside specifically right now for that.
Correct. But when you put, okay, we can go get the slide. You had $5 million in next year, $5 million the year after. And that created a very small, was $14 million the year after that, and then $4 million and $4 million after that. So what I'm saying is this $26 million that you're talking about, you've already not identified, but you planned to show that there was a small deficit with $10 million already in there. So we're not talking another $26 million of what the 5-year forecast said.
Correct. The 5-year forecast, it's a $4 million, roughly $3.5–4 million increase from what the 5-year forecast cumulative deficit was to what the 2-unit deficit would be with the updated construction costs.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, we're going to be talking about this all day, so I'm coming back to this. Well, I guess let me ask you this: if we went with one pod, this will get cheaper in the future, or more expensive? Has the cost ever gone down of jail construction? No. So when we talk about if we spend this money, we're going to have a future deficit. If we don't spend the money, we're going to have a bigger future deficit. That's what I think is lacking in this slide is, I mean, I've got the history of where we've been over the last 15 years on this. And to talk about, a $20 million deficit over a 3-year period sounds like a lot to a lot of us because we've always been balanced. I got here with a $72 million deficit, so it can be worked. It's not fun. Things need to be reprioritized, but we're going to get into all that later. All right, sorry.
Actually, if I can jump in with a question about sort of trying to put this in context to our budget director, can you just talk about the impact to other departments? What's another size department, other priorities for each of these scenarios? Like if you could just give some other context to other things that we fund, the potential impact to other departments and their ability to fund priorities.
Chair Capps, it's difficult to say at the moment where the impacts would be, but if the revenue doesn't grow enough and these costs do materialize, it would be looking at finding general fund contribution in other departments that receive that. Public safety receives the bulk of our general fund contribution. Our general government support services departments, our central departments, HR, council, our parks. Our general fund is spent in many areas. We'd be looking first to things like vacant positions and things like that, encouraging departments to find their own additional revenue sources where possible, variety of strategies to try to mitigate what that gap would be.
Thanks. Supervisor Hartman, did you have a question on this?
Not this, but when we're done with this, I have another question.
Okay.
Let me shift gears a little bit and ask Tanya Heitman to talk about the jail population management plan.
Our county criminal justice partners have been working for several years to better align their work, improve efficiency of the system, and identify opportunities to divert appropriate individuals. Periodic reports have been provided to your board on a broad array of initiatives. For today's discussion, I'm focusing on a smaller subset of their initiatives. These are not the only initiatives underway, but could be most relevant or instructive to the decisions that your board may make today. Our jail population has consistently remained below its pre-pandemic level and has shifted in its composition. These initiatives take the current population into consideration and strive to focus efforts that support all of the agency's mutual goals. The first initiative listed is focused on a population of significant concern, the felony incompetent to stand trial, or IST population. We previously implemented a small IST project funded by Assembly Bill AB 1810, and subsequently were awarded additional funds to expand this project to a second facility. This program, once operational, will divert an additional 6 felony IST individuals. This project is a collaborative effort between the public defender, DA, B-Well, and the courts. The second initiative is what is being referred to as the step-down facility at the Northern Branch site. This is the project that was referenced earlier in the presentation. It will serve 32 justice-involved individuals being diverted away from the jail. B-Well and the courts would work together to ensure these beds are prioritized for the appropriate individuals. It's anticipated that many of these individuals will qualify for a lower level of care if they can be stabilized in a more structured therapeutic setting. The READY program is an initiative of the Public Defender's Office. It was launched as a pilot funded through the state and the Community Corrections Partnership. It is also known as an early representation program. Locally and in other jurisdictions, early representation programs have demonstrated that individuals are better served by having meaningful legal representation at the earliest stage possible. Early analysis demonstrates that the local pilot is saving an average of 14 jail bed days. This analysis is covered in Mike Wilson's latest report that's included as Attachment A in your board materials. It's anticipated that including a larger portion of the individuals booked into Northern Branch Jail, as well as expanding it to the main jail, would conservatively increase our jail day impact by another 28. The alternative sentencing program has been presented to your board in the past. The Sheriff's Office identified the opportunity to expand the program by approximately 30. We recognize that there have been some challenges to bring those projections to fruition, but there continue to be strategies that would assist that expansion without creating a public safety concern. Potential additional participants are all individuals that the court has already determined will be returning to the community. This next option listed is a little earlier in the planning phase. We have begun exploring the opportunity to submit an additional Prop 1 application in another round of funding and suggest that an additional 32 beds be considered, although we may want to focus on a different type of facility to maximize our continuum of treatment options. We also have several other efforts underway that could have significant impact but require additional analysis or implementation work to validate them. The Rapid Mental Health Diversion Program has a commitment from each of the departments to continue their collaborative work to overcome the challenges and continue to work toward full implementation of a countywide program. Bail schedule and protocol changes will be initiated by the court. They are currently reviewing their current schedule in light of changes made in other counties and in consideration of case law, often referred to as the Humphrey case, which requires greater consideration of an individual's financial ability to post bail. Other counties have seen reductions in their jail populations as a result of these changes. As soon as our local court is prepared to share details regarding the proposed changes, we'll be able to do further analysis regarding potential impacts. I anticipate this will likely mitigate potential impacts of Prop 36. You'll hear a lot about data today and our local deficiencies in sharing, analyzing, and/or using it to drive program changes. While it is true that we have significant data challenges, we are making investments in our data infrastructure, and there are opportunities for the departments to work together to weave a more complete picture of our jail population, its needs, and the opportunities to better serve them. In addition to the jail population projections that Mike Wilson has presented for your board's consideration, he has created a data dashboard that will allow the jail to extract and share data from their jail management system with the partner agencies. Using the main name index, or MNI, that the probation department has developed in collaboration with consultant Bruce Thomas, the other departments can overlay the jail population data with additional data elements that they hold in their individual data systems. This combined data set can answer many of the outstanding questions and, most importantly, can better guide the group's work. Whatever decision you make today, the criminal justice partners remain committed to diverting additional individuals from the jail population and into more appropriate treatment and services. Given the fiscal constraints that the county is facing, it is more important than ever that we work together to maximize our impact and improve our collective outcomes. That concludes our presentation. The last two slides cover the recommended actions that were outlined in your board letter, and we're available to answer any additional questions.
Okay, and thank you for allowing us to ask questions along the way. I'm sure we have many more to get to now. Supervisor Hartman.
I have two. The first has to do with the data dashboard and how soon we expect to have refined data that we can do analysis from.
Supervisor, through the chair, I hesitate to provide an exact timeline because of the high level of negotiation collaboration that will have to take place with the departments. We're at a point where the infrastructure exists, where we have the M&I that probation's put together, this added element with the data dashboard that the sheriff's office will now have access to. We are just miles ahead of where we have been historically. But all of the data is grounded in agreements between the departments, and we now need to enter into brokering the agreements between, say, the sheriff and the probation department and the sheriff and BWell to provide the overlay. Depending on the level of prioritization that each department gives to the effort and their willingness to negotiate these agreements quickly, we could be looking at a couple months' time to provide some more information, or it could take a greater amount of time if they don't have the resources to put toward the collective effort.
Is that anything that the board can direct and say it is a priority? It seems to me that that data dashboard very much integrates with what we were talking about earlier, a needs assessment, a closer look at our jail population and how we can better serve their needs. Could you comment on that?
Supervisor, through the chair, I feel that the sheriff has been very collaborative in his willingness to share data and to work with the other departments. I think it will go a long way for all the departments to hear from the board, though, that this should be a high priority so that they put their resources to this work, and also to really come together in terms of answering some of the outstanding questions. They all have very individual perspectives on some of these questions, but we really need to be grounded in what the data tells us. And right now, I believe that the departments all have their individual perspective of the data, and that their perspectives will shift somewhat once they can really look at it more comprehensively.
So when we ultimately make a motion, I would be very interested in giving that direction. I think it's a high priority to get those departmental agreements together. Now I may be ready to throw a monkey wrench into all of this, but it was kind of spurred by the sheriff's sheriff's report saying that if there weren't enough beds, we would look at the northwest branch of the main jail. And so I did talk to Mr. Frapwell about that and what the cost would be. And I think you have a slide, and I wonder if you would share that, walk through that with us, because we have 1 pod, 1.5 pods, 2 pods, and now this is a 4th option that could be cheaper. And I know it's late, it came late to me, but I'd like to consider it.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm curious where that did come from.
It came from the 2023 BLO.
Right.
It was
I know we looked at it then. I just feel, honestly, I just heard about this from my staff, that I'm feeling really sandbagged at this point. I mean, overloaded with data that I've been poring over for the last 2 weeks. And no, I'm not attacking you, Supervisor Hartman, but I want to know where this thing came from, because why are we to say that it came from 2023? It's true. We did look at it 2023. How come I didn't know about this until 30 seconds ago?
I have some offices have been briefed on it and some have not.
That's right.
Well, it came very late, but by my calculation, we're spending 1.4 million per year interest on the old jail, 24 million on Wellpath, 15 million in interest for 2 units, custody 7. That's it's 47.4 million. Each year.
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry to interrupt. This hasn't been posted yet online, so I just want to make sure that we get copies in the back of the room and that we're posting so that everybody has the same information.
And to the decision makers also would be helpful to have the information, because
Chair Capps and members
Totally
of the board,
blindsided.
we just made copies, and I believe we are passing those out now, and they will be available in the back of the room. And we had just posted it, so it will be online in a few moments.
Do you want to take other questions first?
Well, I just want to say, whatever its origin, I think we've got enough at stake that considering it is well worth it if it affects how much money we have to spend each year and what might be diverted to other causes that we care about.
Supervisors, Supervisor Lavigny through the chair, I'll take responsibility for this. One of the questions from the board members, and actually I won't say who it was, but it was the two of you, one of you expressed questions about this, was what's the cost of rehabbing Northwest? And the reason it came up is because, as in the staff report, the sheriff has clearly said that he would need both housing units, and if he didn't, you would need to keep folks in the Northwest. And so on page 5 of the staff report, it talks about needing that housing unit with 17 FTE, $3.5 million in costs. And so the question came up from conversations, well, what is the cost of rehabbing Northwest? And so that's where this first came up, and it came up late. And someone found it in a former document, and also we asked General Services, what is the cost? So I do apologize, this came up last night, and it was in response to a question that one of you had about what is the cost. This analysis then came up about, while we were in the meeting, about if that's the cost, how does it compare? I think that's where this is. You're right, it's late. I haven't even fully seen this table myself, but I think that's the origin of it.
Perhaps we can explain just a bit more about the Northwest facility before we go further.
Chair Caps, let me show you what we have on the slide. So
Sure.
again, as Ms. Miyasato mentioned, in the board report, we talk about the cost of operating Northwest facility at the main jail. And this came out of the sheriff's discussion, as was identified, that said, hey, if the board opts to do something less than 2 full housing units, his statement is that he needs to continue to operate Northwest. And the question really is, what would that cost? What would that mean if that's the option that your board chose? And so we highlight in the board report the operating cost of operating Northwest is about 3.5 annually. We do also know there's going to be some remodel cost of the facility. While we've addressed some issues, some deferred maintenance issues in that facility, as well as the anti-ligature improvements, we know there's some additional ADA requirements that we'd need to address in the facility. We also know that if we continue to use that facility, we cannot move inmates from IRC through the old main jail into the Northwest. There has to be some other direct connection between the IRC, which we are going to continue to operate, and if we chose to do the Northwest. So we know there's some corridor, connecting corridor to that. In the 2023 report, we talked about some components of that, and we identified in that report there was to do those two things, ADA and connector, in the $5+ million range. That was 2023. We know that the cost would be higher than that today. We have not asked yet, unless your board directs, we have not asked our architect to update that number. If that number increased in the order of magnitude that we've seen the other numbers increase since 2023, we know we have about a 50% increase. So let's take that to 7.5. There's, again, not a number you can go to the bank with. There's a number of other caveats to that cost, which we'd have to explore with the architects, which specifically is from the state BSSC requirements. Is there anything else we'd have to do to the Northwest in order to make it for continued use? So we don't have a good cost yet of that. We know that what we're looking at before is in that, let's say, $5 to $8 million range. But we need to work with them, if that's your board's direction, we need to work with them to really get a good cost for you. We think we can do that in 6 to 8 weeks, be back to your board in 6 to 8 weeks with that number. So that's kind of the timeline if you chose to do this. But this chart then tries to capture that potential. So we know the staffing cost, the sheriff's identified, takes about 17 FTE, 17.3, but rounding to 17. So it takes it from 9 staff additional required in the one housing unit at Northern Branch Jail to 26 staff. That's about $5.4 million. We know the incremental cost of Northern Branch Jail, because we're adding just the one housing unit, still stays at $600,000. The next number, the potential savings, is one would have to go back over. You know, we identify potential 2.8, but we have to look at each of the components of that 2.8 to verify that's still valid. So that's more staff work we'd have to do on your behalf on that. We know the debt service doesn't change because we're debt financing one housing unit. I am assuming in this that we would, on a cash basis, do any improvements we needed in Northwest should we continue to use that facility. And so we know that the annual cost from a budgetary standpoint is going to range in that $11.5 to $12.5 million. So that's what this tries to capture. It takes additional information that we had in the board report and includes it here in this.
And supervisors, again, I apologize. What we should have shown probably is just what's the Northwest by itself. If you stand alone the Northwest, what's that by itself? And then you can add it to any of these other these other options, and that might have been clearer.
And may I clarify if renovating the northwest facility of the main jail would satisfy the stipulated agreement? Sorry, I know you-
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm not sure. This was contemplated before we got the extension in 2023. But then the board's direction was to update a portion of the main jail and build new at the Northern Branch Jail. So I would need to relook at it. We did not stipulate to close the Northwest facility as part of the extension, so that's what I can tell you. But this is new information to me as well.
But I understand in the report provided by the sheriff, the indication would be that if the 2 housing units weren't agreed to, that this would be an option, which I think is how it surfaced. So if it was in that report, it's not entirely new.
Madam Chair, well, the report didn't say which areas, but the stipulated judgment does agree. The county agreed that we would close certain areas of the main jail when the Northern Branch Jail becomes operational. And when you include all of the areas that have already been closed, and then the ones we've agreed to close, all that I believe is really left is the Intake and Release Center, which we're updating, and Northwest.
But okay, so if that was sort of the alternative, if the 2 housing units weren't agreed to today to use this, was that something that you were privy to, or?
Well, Madam Chair, I'm just seeing this the first time as you are. And so I'm just learning of this today as an issue.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So didn't we just, on land use issues, we all voted recently that we weren't even going to accept things that came to us right before a meeting? Those are on like minor CUPs and CUPs for small land use. Here we are deciding the future of the next 40 or 50 years of incarcerating individuals and what our mental health is going to be and how we're going to do this. And I get something during the meeting. It's not acceptable, and I'm honestly, I don't even know if I want to be part of the hearing because I haven't had a chance to look at this. I haven't had a chance to talk to any of the interested parties in this. And this is a huge decision, and I'm not going to make it. I can tell you right now, I can't vote for that, and I can't vote against it. I'm just going to have to abstain. I can't do my job today because I don't have the information. So I don't know whether to send everybody home. We do this another time, but this is not acceptable the way to do this if we're going to try to move forward with it right now.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I understand your frustration. I'm trying to assimilate it as we all are. But I do think that this is, as you said, a really consequential, probably the most consequential decision we've made for our county budget. So I feel that it's really important to explore every option so that we can make the very best decision. And I think this is a potential option, and I'm sorry that it came up at the last minute. For me, it was really triggered by the sheriff's report. And well, we made the decision, well, we're going to close most of the main jail, but then, well, if we have to use it, what would that cost? So my sense for today, and we're not to deliberations, but I think that this is something that people could comment on, is we need one pod. There's no, or one housing unit. There's no question we need at least one. I think we may need something more. So I think we could decide on one and then leave open the question of what more for the next meeting. And I think having 2 meetings on such I know we'd like to button it up, put it away, but again, when we come to budget workshops and we're looking at what we have to invest and what we have to give up, I think will be, every $1 million, we don't have that much money in our ongoing budget. And so it really matters that we be as judicious here as we possibly can.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, two things. One is we had this discussion in closed session when we had to decide to move this forward, and we decided to go in a different direction. So this isn't new information, it's actually quite old information. And the board spent 2 years, meanwhile everything got way more expensive, just be back where we were a couple years ago. And so that's disappointing, because I think that this has been talked about before, and we decided that trying to retrofit an old jail is not a good idea. I mean, it's an old jail, it's an old system, it has bad staffing models, right? We want to try to make this more efficient. It's not only just for the inmates, it's also for our employees to have to use it. And so we, as a board, said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to go ahead and expand the North Branch Jail. So that's why I'm also upset that this may be the solution. And I think the reason why you feel shoved into this corner is because there's this false narrative out there that we can somehow control inmates by controlling facilities. And that's not the way I understand it. I think besides the Murray lawsuit, we have an overcrowding litigation as well. We're not talking about that. Guys, we already have to release people early under that litigation. We're already giving people credit 2 days time served for every 1 day that they're in the jail because of that. We're already not operating in the existing circumstances that we're supposed to be an operational jail. And we're already talking about starting to build it to a place where we're already reducing, best practices for it to be operational based on today under overcrowding litigation, under ADA litigation. And then we want to, the best case scenario is getting just to that. I mean, that's is concerning about these discussions as we try to move this forward. It's not, and even the sheriff doesn't have all the power here. I mean, it's the courts, it's also the district attorney's office. There's a lot more that goes into this. What's the state push down on us? We often are reactors to what's happening to us. And again, nobody wants to build more jails. We all despise this. This is not how we want to spend $200 million of county funds. That's the last thing I want to spend county funds on. But this is about public safety. It's about the victims in our community. It's about keeping things safe. And I know it's going to be tough, and I know there's a conversation about additional revenue, but there's also might be needed conversations about cuts, and and they may hurt me too, and again, that's why it's painful to talk about it. I understand the significance of this, but I think we have this idea, and some of our partners in the community have this idea that somehow we can force additional change by somehow handcuffing the sheriff, and I think we handcuff the sheriff on our numbers. Then we're looking at being right back where we started and being in litigation again and having to build a more expensive jail at that point. One of my biggest regrets in serving in the county is being a part of the decision to kill the STAR facility. And I think that is something that I will, my time here, Supervisor Lavin, I think was the only board member to support that. I mean, we wish we would have done that, I think I'm afraid that we're going down a road that we're going to wish we would have done something today that we more significant for the future. And I hope that's not where this heads. I hope we can hopefully land this somewhere to move us forward. But I also am disappointed on the direction of the conversation.
Supervisor Lee.
I think this is a good time for us to take a break and collect ourselves and come back.
Well,
And
yeah, you beat me to it. I was going to suggest that it is 1:30, and we could take a short break and let this sink in a little bit. And we do have a lot to get to. I have a bunch of other questions I'm sure you do that aren't related to the main jail. And we have about a couple hours of public comment. So why don't we take a 30-minute break until 2 o'clock, if that's okay with everybody? And we'll come back at 2 o'clock. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're reconvening. And we are going to move to public comment on this item. Just to note, as I indicated, we had 40 requests to speak at 3 minutes each. That would take 2 hours. So we're going to prioritize, hopefully, many of you that would like to speak about a minute first. And if that doesn't do it, we might need to move to 2 minutes. So that's another incentive to speak first and speak briefly. And then I would also move to close public comment at this point. So, Madam Clerk, this is where you get to work your magic of prioritizing those who would like to speak first for about a minute.
Thank you, Chair Capps and members of the board. As the chair indicated, we have 42 requests to speak on this item. I believe a few came in on break, so I'm not sure if that is all that made it under the window before public comment was closed at 2:08, but we do have 42 requests to speak on my list. If you are a member of the public and willing to speak for the 1 minute, please begin to line up behind the podium. And before you start your comments, if you can please clearly state your name for the record. And for those members on Zoom joining us that would like to speak for 1 minute, if you can please use the raised hand feature. I see some of you have your hands raised. If you can please use the hand raised feature for 1 minute, I will go to you next. Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Ron Buckley. I only have one hat to wear today. It's my old Air Force hat. I knew very little about jails in the county, but I'd like you to have a few questions I'd like you to ponder. First, is it costing over $120,000 a year per inmate per year make any sense to you? Do 7 inmates dying since 2022 make any sense to you? And does the fact that 400 of the 700 inmates are documented mental cases, does that make sense to you? And finally, when you release these people to the public, they have no additional training to be useful citizens. Does that make sense to you? To me, if you would solve 3 of those 4 points, you wouldn't need more jail cells or more jail beds. Frankly, the whole system doesn't make any sense to me. And adding more beds makes less sense than anything. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Rory Moore. I'm here to speak against the proposed addition to the North Branch Jail. Our jail population has arguably about 50% mental health patients that are in the jail. We need mental health beds. The money is better spent with a variety of mental health bed solutions, being from secure to outpatient. And I think probably it would be a lower cost to the county to have mental health treatment rather than having the high-intensity jail solution to that problem. It would be better done in a mental health environment. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Lynn Gibbs, NAMI and Families Act. What we know historically nationwide is that the fewer secure treatment beds we have in the community, the higher number of those with mental illness are in our jails instead. Your decision today as to the extent of the investment in the jail versus treatment beds is momentous. It will determine where many of our loved ones with serious mental illness will land in the future. NAMI and Families Act urge you to adopt the Behavioral Wellness Commission's recommendation to appoint a high-level task force. It could be directing the needs assessment to determine how many in the jail could be better served by investing in mental health infrastructure. Thank you.
I'm reading this on behalf of my son, Ian McKenzie, who is here with me today. I implore you to not fund a large jail, but to support the desperate need of more treatment for those suffering at no fault of their own. for mental illness. The majority of jail inmates have worked with behavior wellness, so locking them up in a cage when they don't understand will not help them, but will definitely not help our community either. I was, as speaking for my son, I was arrested in 2017 and the officer called my psychiatrist. Instead of taking me to jail, he took me to the crisis stabilization unit, where I was able to get care, return to my home the next day, and caseworker Bernard Hicks helped me work on my health, and I continue to do that. I now live safely at the Garden Street Apartments, supported by all those that work at the Mental Wellness Center. My friend Peter recently had trouble, and because there was not enough treatment beds available here in our county, he had to be sent to Bakersfield, where it is too difficult for his friends and family to visit. Thank you very much for listening to my opinion.
Hello, my name is Leonard Marcus. I'm here on behalf of my son, Aaron, who has a serious mental illness. I just would like to say, I'm representing NAMI. I feel like we know we need a jail expansion, and I feel the one unit would be sufficient. We need a mental health expansion. So for me, the jail is no place for someone with a mental illness. Almost half the people in jail right now have mental illnesses of varying degrees. Hence, let's not overbuild the jail. Let's build a mental health facility. It's a less expensive way to treat these people and stop the revolving door of people going to jail, getting out, released, and then going back to jail, which costs the community a lot. Thank you.
Hi. Everything he said, I agree with, but I'll read what I have. My name is Julie Fox, and this is the first time I'm speaking in front of you. I have a brother who's been mentally ill for approximately 40 years. He has at times been incarcerated. He should not have been in jail. He needed treatment. We need beds in a treatment facility, not in jail. Shouldn't we be investing in mental health infrastructure instead of expensive and expansive jails? The jail population can be significantly reduced. The jail population can be significantly reduced by serving the persons with mental illness with more robust community mental health resources. Mentally ill people should not be left in jail. They are ill and need treatment. I talked to a friend of mine regarding me speaking in front of you about the mentally ill needing treatment and not a jail bed. I spoke with her this morning, and she said, "Why don't they know this?" And I said, "I don't know why." Please consider what needs to be done for these extremely vulnerable people. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Smith. I am going to be talking about the need for secure long-term subacute treatment beds, not jail. It's going to be a personal story. My son David, diagnosed with schizophrenia in 2008, is currently in the South County Jail. Homeless since 2013, he arrived in Santa Barbara in 2022 with a substance use disorder. He's accrued over 135 line items on the criminal court hearings calendar, trapped in a cycle that harms him and the community, burdening the justice system. David has anosognosia, a schizophrenia feature recognized by the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. This biological condition prevents awareness of his illness, causing conflicts, anxiety, treatment avoidance, self-medication, and risks like homelessness or arrest. David's growing number of incarcerations since the passage of Prop 36 highlight the need for a more effective solution. A secure long-term treatment facility is more suitable and cost-effective than continued incarceration. Seriously mentally ill and traumatized by a decade on the streets, he lacks insight to make sound decisions. Expecting him to perform otherwise is unrealistic. Funding community services alone won't achieve comparable results. The county jail remains Santa Barbara's largest mental health facility due to inadequate resources.
Thank you, Cheryl. That is your time.
Insufficient, secure, long-term subacute treatment capacity. Oh, it's done? Okay.
Can I ask her a question?
Thank you.
real quick, please? I'm sorry, ma'am. Is it Cheryl?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just curious, for your son, would it be, do you think of a locked facility or unlocked facility?
Locked, secure,
Locked. Okay.
subacute,
Thank you.
not crisis intervention.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Jose Martin. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed expansion of the Santa Barbara County jails. While I understand the concerns about overcrowding, increasing jail capacity is not the solution to the deeper issues facing our criminal justice system. Instead of building more jails, we should be investing in alternatives that prioritize the root causes of crime, such as mental health, substance abuse, and poverty. Expanding jails only perpetuates a cycle of incarceration without addressing these fundamental issues. Santa Barbara County has an opportunity to lead the way in criminal justice reform by focusing on restorative justice practices, diversion programs, and increased access of mental health and addiction services. By doing so, we can create safer communities and provide individuals with the support they need to turn their lives around, rather than contributing to an ever-growing system of incarceration. I urge county leaders to consider these alternatives and reject the proposed jail expansion. It's time to prioritize human dignity, rehabilitation, and community well-being over simply locking people up. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Pam Flint Tambo. I'm currently the chair of the Behavioral Wellness Commission. And as you know, we serve both as a resource for the Department of Behavioral Wellness as well as for the county supervisors. You should all have received a letter signed by me earlier in the month because at the March 19th meeting of our commission, we discussed the plans for building new beds at the North County. And specifically, we moved to recommend that the Board of Supervisors pause the county decision on any jail building and create a task force with community members to consider community infrastructure alternatives. The motion was seconded and it passed unanimously. And we sent you all a letter, so we hope that you'll consider that. This seems like an important enough decision to take the time that we need to decide what we need. And we strongly support additional services in our county for people with behavioral wellness issues. Thank you, and good luck.
It appears we have no further requests for 1 minute here in Santa Barbara. So we will go to Zoom with Ted Rhodes to be followed by Sarah Veck. Ted?
Good afternoon. My name is Ted Rhodes. I live in Carpinteria. I'm a board member of the Fund for Santa Barbara. Echoing a letter I believe you have received earlier from the fund, I urge you to reject this proposed jail expansion and really focus on the priority of funding programs that support youth development and community safety. This approach reflects a commitment to justice, equity, and the well-being of the Santa Barbara County residents. The proposed jail expansion in Santa Maria is estimated to cost $100 million, likely more, as we've talked about. This is funding that could be much better and more critically spent to support community-based programs that have proven to reduce long-term crime. I'm grateful for the time you and staff have spent so far in studying this critical issue for our community. I hope we can continue this study. There is a better solution to guiding and rebuilding young lives than rebuilding more jail cells. Thank you.
We will now go to Sarah Veck to be followed by Connie Alexander. Sarah?
Hi, I'm Sarah Veck. I'm a member of the Santa Barbara Tenants Union, and I wanted to say that I know of someone who had to conspicuously commit a crime because he's a senior and wasn't in a condition to be sleeping outside, and that was the way he could get a roof over his head. And I mean, it seems pretty backwards. And if it's happened once, it's probably happened more than once. And if you notice, we're even referring to the jail as adding housing units. And just especially given the, outright sadistic turn the federal government has taken, I think it's time that we need to invest in protecting and caring for each other, and not build more jails.
We will now go to Connie Alexander to be followed by Primitiva Hernandez. Connie?
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Connie Alexander, Santa Barbara NAACP, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. So when we look at this, I see what is being wrestled here and what is not easy, and it shouldn't be easy, is that we're not getting to the root of why we're here. So the root of the problem is that we have mental health issues. We have a population with houseless issues. We have poverty issues. So to say we're going to spend money because next year, 6 months from now, is going to be more expensive, we still didn't deal with the root of the issue. And I hope you are deeply wrestling with that. And I hope you don't feel real comfortable, because it is a deep issue that we're not dealing with here. To say that in Santa Barbara County, a young person can grow up and end up in jail simply because they are homeless and poverty and Black or African American is not the space that we want to be in. So thank you. And thank you.
We will now go to Primitiva Hernandez to be followed by Tom Franklin. Primitiva?
Hello. Good afternoon, Chair and Honorable Supervisors. My name is Primitiva Hernandez, the Executive Director of 805 UndocuFund. We support undocumented and immigrant families in Santa Barbara and Ventura counties during times of disasters and crisis. I'm here to strongly oppose the proposed jail expansion in Santa Maria. At a time when our communities are still recovering from wildfires, displacement, and economic stability, spending over $100 million on incarceration is not only fiscally irresponsible at this time, it goes against our county's stated values of equity and healing. The families we serve, farm workers, low-income renters, and indigenous migrants, are already disproportionately impacted by policing and systemic racism. More jails won't solve all our challenges. We need investments in mental health, youth programs, housing, and culturally competent services. Thank you.
We will now go to Tom Franklin to be followed by LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt. And a friendly reminder for any of those on Zoom, if you do want to speak for 1 minute, please use the raise hand feature.
Chair and members of the board, my name is Tom Franklin. I'm president of NAMI Santa Barbara County, and we fully support the Behavioral Wellness Commission's letter that was submitted. No one with a mental health disorder belongs in jail. Having said that, I actually have good news, and I hope you pay attention to this. This is very good news. I can honestly say that the services provided by Be Well Department have improved tremendously over the past 14 years. In the last 2 years specifically, in the last month, we've had access to the sheriff officer's crisis intervention team, the co-response team, the mobile crisis team, the crisis stabilization unit, Be Well's access line, the Kyriel Clinic, and maybe some services I'm not even aware of that have been used by my son. They were all operating the way they should be. So I give props to both of those departments, Be Well and the sheriff. Thank you.
We will now go to LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt to be followed by Nancy Avosi. LaWanda?
Good afternoon again, supervisors. LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt, representing the Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the NAACP. I researched jails the surrounding jails and their population. If we add 2 pods in North County, we will become a mega jail like LA County and Monterey County. I submit that this is a moral issue, and we respectfully request that you pause a decision spending upward of $300 million and instead create a task force. People with mental illness do not belong in jail. Thank you.
We will now go to Nancy Avosi, who appears to be our final speaker, who wants to speak for 1 minute. Nancy?
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Nancy Avos, and I'm speaking on behalf of Santa Barbara County Action Network, SBCAN, in opposing building additional jail capacity in Santa Maria. We agree that investing resources into mental and behavioral health and treatment should be the county's priority ahead of expanding the jail. The jail population will be reduced by serving the mentally ill population with mental health treatments. SBCAN urges you to reject this proposal and consider proactive programs that better support our community. We also urge you to form a task force to consider community-based programs. Thank you for your time.
And Chair Capps, members of the board, that concludes the 1 minute speakers.
Okay. Thanks to those who went first.
We will proceed with the remaining speakers, to begin with Jane Fehrenbacher. I believe we have a video queued up.
Chair and members of the board, my name is Jane Fehrenbacher. Thank you for being today. You are being asked to make a choice between investing in more jails to lock people up or committing to end over incarceration that has not made our communities safer. The voices you will hear in this video following are those from those who have been incarcerated in Santa Barbara County Jail. They and others you will hear today have made remarkable contributions to our community and will testify to the actions and policies that change lives. Would you start the video?
In jails, I feel like if people had more positive routes to take, I feel like that would be something that's best for like the communities.
I feel like the ones, who want to build other jails and who believe in incarceration are without knowledge, because they've never been incarcerated. They've never had to zoom out and look at society as a whole, and what society we are a part of should also play a factor.
As far as jail inspection and programming, there's more hope in programming than there is in jail inspection.
I feel like if we're going to build anything, let's build something that's going to benefit and further someone, and give them opportunity to grow and to become somebody.
Building more schools makes more sense than building more jails, because that's where I did my transformation. It was through education.
Because I got support, because I made a decision not to stay in jail and do a program, I've been successful in life. I've been able to support my daughter. I now have a government job.
In order for us to reduce crimes and reduce the repeat offenders, that we need to have some type of more rehabilitation that starts with inside the jails.
Just going to the Northern Branch jail this time with all the opportunities that were available completely changed my life, because I made the decision to go to Allen Hancock College when I got out and further my education.
And those resources that are inside, they don't have those type of things. They don't set you up for those things. So when you get out, you have all of that in hand. Now, what I do today is helping the formerly incarcerated, because I know what it was for me and all the lack of support inside and outside.
I would offer to you that finances would best be invested in community-based restorative practices, because it is in community that people heal.
We will now go to Maureen Earls to be followed by Lawrence Severance. Maureen?
Good afternoon. Today we are considering detailed options for building jails. However, I'm here to ask about the plan for hundreds suffering in jail who need community alternatives, including housing and services for mental health and substance use needs. Well past 8 years now of persistent noncompliance, according to their last evaluation report, is not the answer. You need to consider all the alternatives and jail reduction as an option. We already have evidence that Santa Barbara has achieved significant population reductions within our justice system. For example, the Santa Barbara Juvenile Probation Department successfully reduced its youth probation by over 300 from 214 to 2023. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Santa Barbara County reduced its jail population by more than 300 without experiencing a corresponding spike in crime. Mike Wilson's 2025 population projection challenges us. He projects a jail population projection of 800 in 10 years, stating this as assuming we continue with the same jail policies and practices of the last 3 years. We don't have to do that. Today, we ask you to consider different options. Mike Wilson provides strategies for jail reduction, reducing the number of daily admissions, for example, the behavior wellness application for crisis residential treatment beds, and reducing the average length of stay, for example, through early representation program. We ask for a task force to plan for a different future, invest $130 million in community alternatives for the 256 people, not in one more jail. Thank you.
We will now go to Lawrence Severance to be followed by Ivan Vega. Lawrence? Oh, is Lawrence gone?
Yeah.
Okay. We will now go to Ivan Vega to be followed by Javier Garnica. Ivan?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Ivan Vega, and I am a community member and the Policy and Health Equity Manager with Future Leaders of America. I'm here today to strongly oppose the proposed expansion of the Santa Barbara County Jail. This expansion could cost taxpayers over $100 million, while proven restorative justice programs require only about $12 million. Sheriff Brown's proposal for 2 additional units far exceeds this, diverting crucial resources away from real solutions. Jail expansion is not a solution, it is an investment in a failure. It does nothing to address the root cause of incarceration, such as poverty, educational barriers, substance use, mental health challenges, and the lack of youth wellness programs. Instead of spending public funds on expanding incarceration, I urge you to invest in solutions that prevent crime and support our communities. Black and Latino communities, especially men, are disproportionately incarcerated. According to a national study by the Coalition of Juvenile Justice, 30% of incarcerated adults were first detained as juveniles. We must break these cycles. Incarcerated youth are more likely to reoffend and be incarcerated as adults. And I have seen firsthand that this devastating impacts this system has on our young people. Growing up, I watched my cousin cycle in and out of the juvenile justice system, only to later face repeated incarceration as an adult. The jail he was placed in did nothing to help him make better choices. What he needed was access to mental health care, educational support, and youth programs that cultivate a system of care, not punishment. Santa Barbara County already dedicates half of its annual budget to public protection. Expanding the jail would only take more resources away from education, healthcare, and community programs that prevent crime in the first place. Instead of investing in incarceration, I urge support to prioritize real solutions, affordable housing, mental health treatment, and restorative justice programs, not more jail beds. Please invest in our communities. Please center youth in your decision-making, reject this expansion, and commit to real public safety solutions. Thank you.
We will now go to Javier Garnica to be followed by Megan Solis. Javier?
Good afternoon, members of the board, members of the public. My name is Javier Garnica. I am a youth organizer with Future Leaders of America. And like my colleague, I am here to strongly oppose the proposed expansion of the Santa Barbara County Jail. I think that the jail expansion is not a solution for the root causes of incarceration. To me, this seems like a classist measure that criminalizes poverty, as many incarcerated individuals are there as a result of financial instability rather than serious crime. Up to 90% of inmates are there because they cannot afford bail, not because they're dangerous. Rather than investing in jails, we should be investing in community programs, mental health support, services, and housing. Investing in these areas is more effective at reducing crime and recidivism than jail expansion. Growing up, I was part of sports, which all of these were community programs. These programs are what kept me focused and on the right track and to go to college and pursue higher education. Now I work with youth, and the program that I work for offers similar opportunities for youth to develop themselves and offer them a stepping stone into the path they want to follow after high school. My experiences growing up and the work that I do now are testimony of how effective community programs are in preventing crime and in giving low-income youth the opportunity for a better life. With that said, I urge you to reject this expansion and prioritize real solutions that invest in our communities, not incarceration. I urge you to invest in our communities and center youth in your decision-making. Thank you.
We will now go to Megan Solis to be followed by Corima Morales. Megan?
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. I'm here with Future Leaders of America. My name is Megan Salas, and once again, as my colleagues already mentioned, I'm here to urge you to reconsider passing the expansion on these jails. When you ask any of our community members, like they ask us individually, what are solutions that we can do for the housing crisis? What are solutions that we can do for the homeless population? What are the solutions that we have at hand? And I can tell you that this is not that solution. This, as my colleagues have already mentioned, this does not address the root issue of why do we have so many individuals that are being incarcerated. I saw one of the slides that said that this was justice founded, and I'm sorry, but I cannot agree on that. I saw that there's peer-to-peer, that there's services that this would promote, but why are we waiting for individuals to be in jail to offer these services? Why are we not focusing on this before they're in the system? So I cannot say that I agree with this decision, and I strongly urge, as already other individuals have mentioned, please consider focusing on education, restorative practices. There's so many other solutions, and I'm going to say it once again because, especially right now in California, housing is expensive, and people should not have to resort to thinking of jail as a way to be housed. I think that itself is a crime. So I once again urge you, just please consider these things as people continue to come up and speak on why we do not want an expansion on these jails. Just think about that. Think how you would feel being unhoused and thinking that jail was the only solution. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Corima Morales to be followed by Reverend Arthur Stevics. Corima?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Corima Morales, and I'm a community member a community member and the Santa Maria Senior Organizer for Future Leaders of America. I am here to firmly oppose the proposed expansion of the Santa Barbara County Jail. This project would redirect over $100 million from essential community resources. Rather than expanding incarceration, we should prioritize investments in the people of Santa Barbara County, funding housing, mental health services, and youth programs that tackle the root cause of incarceration. Expanding the jail is not a solution, it's an investment in failure. With law enforcement and jail operations already consuming half of the county's annual budget, further expansion would divert critical funding away from essential social services that truly support public safety. It costs $132 per day to house just one inmate, an enormous expense that could be instead used for housing assistance, education, mental health care that actually reduces crime. The expansion would worsen existing racial disparities. Latino individuals make up 61% of the incarcerated population, a clear indicator of systematic inequities. Incarceration tears families apart, deepening cycles of poverty and creating long-term harm that affects entire communities for generations. We must redirect our resources towards solutions that truly enhance public safety. Investing in youth programs is one of the most effective ways to prevent future incarceration. Quality childcare and after-school programs have been shown to reduce risky behaviors in adolescents by 30% and improve academic outcomes by 20%. Youth membership initiatives help build strong, resilient communities and provide young people with opportunities to succeed. Every dollar invested in youth program returns up to $8 in long-term economical benefits, including increased earnings and reduced reliance on social services. Instead of expanding jails, we should be expanding educational and recreational programs that empower our youth and set them up for success. I urge the board to reject this expansion and prioritize real solutions that invest in our communities and not incarceration. Thank you.
We will now go to Reverend Arthur Stevics to be followed by John Esteban. Is Reverend Stevics here? All right, we'll go to John Esteban to be followed by Neil Gowing.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is John Esteban. I'm a community organizer with Future Leaders of America and a lifelong resident of Santa Barbara, born and raised on the west side, and who has witnessed firsthand the benefits of investing in our youth and families, not only to prevent risky behavior, crime, and alienation, but creating opportunities for growth and pathways to a brighter future. I've also witnessed setbacks, how a failed carceral system creates a cyclical nature of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed expansion of the Santa Barbara County jails. While I understand the concerns about overcrowding, increased jail capacity is not the solution to the deeper issues facing our criminal justice system. I have seen firsthand the impact of the current system on individuals and families in our area. A few years ago, a close friend of mine found themselves caught in a cycle of incarceration. Despite being arrested multiple times for nonviolent offenses related to addiction, the jail system never offered them the support or resources they needed to overcome their struggles. Instead, each time in jail only deepened their despair and further disconnected them from the opportunities for rehabilitation and reintegration into society. Investing in our most vulnerable communities now is an investment for the future. Expanding jails does not address the root causes of crime, as my colleagues have expressed. Crime is often a symptom of larger systemic issues, including poverty, lack of access to education, mental health challenges, and substance use. People who are often caught in the cycle of incarceration frequently come from communities that are under-resourced and lack the support necessary to break free from these cycles, disproportionately Black and brown men. By continuing to focus on incarceration, we are simply treating the symptoms and not the causes. Moreover, studies show that communities that invest in education, healthcare, and poverty alleviation see reductions in crime and improve public safety in the long term. Recent reports indicate that crime rates in Santa Barbara County have generally decreased. In 2023, the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office reported a 16.9 reduction in Part 1 crimes, which encompass both violent and property crimes. This marked the lowest total in the past decade. Currently, 66.5% of individuals in our jail have not been convicted of any crime. They are simply awaiting trial, often because they cannot afford bail. Rather than diverting resources into jails that only temporarily hold individuals without addressing the reasons behind their actions, we must redirect funds toward prevention and support programs that can reduce likelihood of crime in the first place, such as addiction treatment, intervention, rehabilitation, and decriminalization. Santa Barbara County has a unique opportunity to show leadership by prioritizing restorative justice, community-based alternatives, and focusing on addressing the social and economic factors that lead to crime. We can create safer communities by tackling the issues that drive criminal behavior rather than perpetuating a punitive system that disproportionately affects marginalized groups. I urge county leaders to consider these alternatives and reject the proposed jail expansion. It is time to prioritize human dignity, rehabilitation, and a long-term vision for public safety that focuses on addressing the root causes of crime and poverty. Thank you.
We will now go to Neil Gowing to be followed by Julie Hess. Neil?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Neil Gowing. I'm the president of the Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association. As you guys are well aware, we represent the men and women that are working in the custody division day in and day out, 24/7, 365 days a year. We're here obviously talking about bed space and the quality of life for the inmates that we guard. This is not, the amount of inmates we have in our jail is not a decision that this board gets to make or anyone that you're hearing from during this comment session. That's a decision that's made by the courts and by the sheriff. The current conditions in our South Jail are obviously old, antiquated, and we're here advocating that we get newer, more up-to-date bed space to put those inmates in. When we talk about the classification factor, that's a real thing. There are inmates that have to stay away from other inmates. We're talking about inmate safety. We need enough beds to make sure that we can properly classify inmates that are housed so that they aren't violently assaulted. Those are decisions that you're making here today. I've brought two of my custody board members that work in the facility. They're going to talk to you as well. They live in the jails day in and day out with these inmates. Unequivocally, I agree with a lot of what you're hearing today. The county's mental health options are inadequate. We need better mental health services. We are all for and support diversion and trying to get people off of substance abuse. But the reality is that these people are still committing crimes. These people are getting arrested for committing crimes, not for any other reason. I feel this board has gone a long way in the previous years to help with the houseless issue. We've got a lot of new facilities that we're trying to put people in. We're still responding to crimes at those facilities. Not all of them, but some of those people are still being arrested and have to go to jail. And when they go to jail, we want to make sure we have adequate space and services that we can provide them. We want nothing more than people to rehabilitate and not commit crimes. It's affected my own family members that have mental health issues. They did great for 20 years while they're on their medication, were very successful, and they decided to self-medicate with cocaine and went on a 2-week crime rampage committing multiple felonies with multiple victims. My family member deserved to go to jail. He did have mental health issues, and I would want a jail that has mental health treatment inside of it so that they can be treated while they're there. But jail was the appropriate place for the crimes that he committed. So I would urge you today, we all know construction costs are only going to increase. If you make a decision today, to me, we build the 2 pods and make sure we have the bed space and hope we don't need to use them. Unequivocally, you guys have hard decisions to make as far as getting better mental health facilities in this county. The current facilities we have are inadequate, but I'll leave you guys with this. If the decision is made by this board that a task force should be created, I would unequivocally ask that the DSA be given a seat on that task force because we do represent the boots on the ground. We have the best knowledge of what's going on in the jail, and we would be able to help provide those facts if that decision was made. Thank you.
We will now go to Julie Hess to be followed by Suzanne Morden. Julie?
Hi, my name is Julie Hess, and I agree that we do not need more jail beds to place persons with mental health problems in. What we need is more beds to actually help persons with mental health needs. But I'd like to show you a side of mental illness from family. Our son has a heart of gold. Sometimes his mind plays tricks on him. It's really not his fault. This is not a result of anything he's done. It's nothing that he deserves. It's an illness, an awful, mind-altering, and life-stealing illness. If you've been blessed enough to not have this illness creep into your circle of family and friends, be grateful every minute of every day. Our son was always outgoing and the one everybody wanted to be around. With his heart of gold, zest for adventure, brilliant mind, and sense of humor, there was always fun to be had. Then things started to change. There was more angry exchanges, less times with the heart of gold, recalling times or incidents in a completely different way than what it was. He had never been a liar, and I had a hard time figuring out why his memories didn't match up. The hardest thing to watch was losing his friends. No longer does anybody want to hang out with him. He is unrecognizable from the person he was. It's heartbreaking. This morning, I'm seeing friends that I haven't seen for a while, and we greet each other asking how everyone is doing. Things are okay if a loved one isn't in jail. Then others are in jail waiting for a bed that they'll be in for maybe a couple months, only to be released to the streets again. Things need to change. We need to somehow find something that is real enough to help these loved ones, real enough to know that a cell is never the answer for helping someone that needs a bed. They need understanding. Would anyone ever think that a person with heart failure, cancer, or a stroke would be cured by being in jail? Do not do it to persons with mental illness. Thank you.
We will now go to Suzanne Worden to be followed by Gail Osherenko. Suzanne?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I am with Families Act, which stands for Families Advocating Compassionate Treatment. And we were created specifically to address the issue that you are addressing today. And I'll just characterize it as the criminalization of the mentally ill population of our county. Not only are they being criminalized, but a number of other populations who haven't been able to fight back are being criminalized every time we pour more millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars into expanding our jail, while we're neglecting a whole array of other kinds of services and facilities. Our motto has been beds, not cells, and we're referring to mental health and substance use treatment beds, not jail cells. And here we are again, facing a decision that would commit hundreds of millions of dollars to the jail system as opposed to the other kinds of services and facilities that we need in our county. And as Supervisor Hartman has so well said, this decision before you is probably the most consequential decision for your board that you will maybe ever make as a board member. If we are concerned about public safety, let's begin to address the gaps in our mental health system. If we can help someone who has a mental health condition or a substance use condition actually recover their well-being, their wellness, and their dignity, we will accomplish our goal. Do not rush into this decision. You can see that the community does not want you to rush into this particular decision today. So many members of our community and so many segments of our community have said so before you today. Your very own County Behavioral Wellness Commission voted unanimously for the first time in my history of 20 years to support the idea of pausing this decision, creating a task force that would, within a few months, render a report advising you on what is best for our community. Do not ignore the people. The sheriff and prison health services before WellPath and CGMF have had their opportunity to prove themselves in terms of being able to rehabilitate and heal people with mental health problems in the jail. And I'll tell you something, they have failed pretty badly. There are many instances that we have become aware of because we work with these families of the people in the jail, that we haven't shared with you, and we haven't even shared with the Murray lawyers, the Murray lawsuit lawyers, as out of a concern for privacy of some of the families involved. But I'll tell you a couple of them that you may not have heard.
Thank you, Suzanne. That is your time.
Okay, I guess I won't. Thank you. Thank you very much for your consideration.
We will now go to Gail Osherenko to be followed by Brad Lewis. Gail?
Chair Capps, members of the board, I've heard some of you say, not necessarily here in public, but to us, that the Murray case requires you to build more jail facilities. It does not. I'm going to quote from a May 11th letter from the Murray case attorneys. Quote, "The stipulated judgment specifically calls for consideration of jail population reduction measures to meet the obligations. The remedial plan recognizes that if jail population-related stressors are reduced, particularly as to people with disabilities, that would include mental health, the county will be better able to ensure implementation of the remedial plan." And yet, we haven't seen, we know there are efforts in place. We know that applications have been made to do more in behavioral health outside of the jail and other things, but it's only beginning to pay off now. But I believe we can reduce at least as far as the MW consulting report said, that, and we should have started on those things, some we have. We can get that population down. You have some years to do it, but instead you're being asked to spend not $100 million, you're being asked to spend somewhere between $500 million and $1 billion over time to add these facilities, to operate them, and to service the debt. That would strap future boards of supervisors and yourselves for a long time and make it really difficult to do all the things that these wonderful young people, and some of us old people, have suggested are really necessary in order not to have this huge carceral system, which has failed in our country, and it has failed in our county. If you do add one or more jail housing units, they must be built net zero. Let me make that clear. We did not invite all of the environmental groups back in here, but you know they will be if you don't. Make them net zero. That's a cost savings. If you're going to spend that kind of millions of dollars, do it right. If you are adding, especially if you're adding more than one, you will not be making our community safer. You will be sentencing us all to living in a more inequitable and inhumane place with a wider gap between the haves and the have-nots, and that will not make any of us safer. Thank you.
We will now go to Brad Lewis, to be followed by Maxwell Moore. Brad?
Good afternoon. I'm Brad Lewis. I work for the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office as a supervisor at the Northern Branch Jail. I've spent time at both. I'm also a member of the Deputy Sheriff's Association Board. I think we can all agree that jail isn't the first option for anybody. Most of the time, we all have family that's been incarcerated. We all have family that has gone down the wrong path. It's what they do with it from there. We go through a daily struggle in the jail trying to balance where to house somebody, where to keep somebody safe, where to have the proper programs for mental health, ADA requirements, so on and so forth. Expanding the jail would help tremendously in letting us be able to help these people with the resources we do have. I think we can all agree that we would love to dump all the money into programs and do everything we possibly can, but sometimes it's just the nature of the beast that we're in. We need this facility and we need the expansion to let us do our jobs. Safety is the #1 priority of the community and for the Sheriff's Office, and the expansion would really help us comply with all of the DRC requirements and everything we have to do on a daily basis. Thank you.
We will now go to Maxwell Moore, and then we will return to Zoom with Kim Pascage. Maxwell?
Hello, members of the board. Thank you for hearing us out today. I represent our members who are the boots on the ground inside of our jail facilities. And I'd like to touch on one thing today that I think gets kind of ignored, and that is the safety within the jail facility. We have an obligation to keep people safe, that are incarcerated. I think we're all for treatment programs and reducing recidivism in our county. However, the immediate problem is with our lack of available beds. I work closely with the classification unit. I'm a canine handler, and we collaborate a lot on intelligence-related needs. But I see how hard it is to house someone with our current loadout of beds. There are many factors influencing the amount of beds we need, like criminal sophistication, gang dropouts, various criminal charges that don't mix with other criminal charges, gangs within dropouts. In order to keep these people safe within our facility that we have an obligation to keep safe, and in order to safely and legally have them in our facilities, we need the full flexibility of these 2 units. Thank you.
We will now return to Zoom with Kim Pascage, to be followed by Gina Coros. Kim? And if you are a member of the public, we do have you registered, so you no longer need to use the raise hand feature. Thank you.
Hi, this is Kim. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hello, members of the board. This is Kim Pascage from Surge, Santa Barbara. I want to urge you to not fund any of the proposed investment in expanding our jail system. Instead of funding additional jail beds, I strongly urge you to redirect these resources towards enhancing mental health support and community-based alternatives, as everyone has mentioned here today. This will yield far more effective outcomes for public safety and community well-being. By investing in these community-based mental health services, we can provide treatment for approximately 200 to 400 low-level, nonviolent offenders who are currently cycling through our jail system. These community investments would not only reduce the jail population, but also promote healing and reintegration into society, benefiting individuals, families, and our neighborhoods. Building additional jail beds is not just a financial burden, it also represents a commitment to a long-term policy of over-incarceration, which is counterproductive to public safety. Our county currently spends approximately $332 per day per person in jail, and the sheriff's operational budget is already a staggering $96.4 million for the 2024-25 fiscal year. The addition of new beds is likely to escalate these operational costs significantly without addressing the root cause of crime. Instead of pouring resources into expanding our jail infrastructure, we should form a high-level task force to identify the necessary resources to expand our mental health, housing services, and address medical and psychological needs while providing alternatives to our incarceration. I urge you to fund the task force, mental health services, and addiction services over jail beds. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Gina Coros, to be followed by Michael Glick. Gina?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Gina Quiros. I represent Committee for Social Justice. I want to thank Anna Arce with Cause and Melissa Horton at Santa Barbara City College for the making of the video we got to see. We are opposed to the jail expansion, and we urge you to invest in people, not more jail cells. Because of our own lived experience of incarceration, we know firsthand that with treatment, education, and reintegration, the cycle of crime can be broken, creating a lasting safety net for everyone in our community. Public safety should not be about how many people we can lock up, but rather how many people we can get back on the right path. The current population in the jail could be reduced significantly. This is the population of those who suffer from severe mental illness, which is a disability. They deserve proper treatment, not incarceration. And being disabled, they are protected by the Americans with Disability Act. We also have concerns about their constitutional rights under the 8th Amendment of cruel and unusual punishment and the 14th Amendment of due process and equal protection. A society is measured by what it chooses to build on. Will we build on hope for people today, or will we build on more jail cells? We thank you for all the hard and difficult work you do in ensuring Santa Barbara is a safe place to call home. Thank you.
We will now go to Michael Glick, to be followed by Yasmin Dawson. Michael?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mike Glick from Goleta. The decision to fund more jail expansion needs to be paused, and a task force of community members should study why 60% of Santa Barbara jail inmates are mentally ill, and then figure out how to fund secure, locked mental health facilities in Santa Barbara County for these people and get them out of the jails and off the streets. My adult family member has been dealing with severe mental health and substance abuse issues for a decade. Prior to his mental illness, he was super intelligent, talented, happy, creative, artistic, gregarious, loving, popular, etc. He was a great student right through Santa Barbara City College with a plan to transfer to university in engineering. Then the mental illness started in his early 20s, which is typical. Since then, despite having numerous 5150s, near-death overdoses on fentanyl, trips to the ER, stays in Cottage Hospital Psychiatric Department, arrests, jail time, and being in the Santa Barbara County Behavioral Wellness System for the past several years, there's been essentially zero meaningful treatment available in Santa Barbara County for his mental illness, and his condition has only worsened. And he is now getting into more and more trouble being homeless on the streets because there are not available, secure, locked mental health facilities in Santa Barbara County as a medical alternative to jail. The revolving door of law enforcement, 5150, emergency room, jail, back on the streets, overdose, ER, law enforcement, arrest, jail, back on the streets, 5150, etc., has cost the taxpayers of this county and his family countless money with zero effective actual treatment for his mental illness and drug abuse that is causing his problems. He doesn't need jail. He needs a secure, locked facility where he can get mental health and drug abuse therapy. Mental illness and drug abuse is a medical problem, not a law enforcement problem. Putting these people in jail only makes them worse. And then they eventually just release them back on the streets where they act strangely because of their mental illness and try to self-medicate with street drugs and then get arrested again, and the cycle repeats itself. Mental illness is not a crime, but all Santa Barbara County does for the mentally ill is put them in jail. Stop punishing the mentally ill for having a medical condition. It is just cruel and heartless. But even if you don't care about the inhumanity of it, locking up mentally ill people in jail just makes things worse for the whole community. And it's just a stupid waste of taxpayers' money. Why is money not being spent on actual mental health facilities rather than jail? It is absolutely negligent and irresponsible to spend hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars on more jail beds, but not fund beds in secure, locked mental health and substance abuse treatment facilities.
Thank you, Michael. We will now go to Yasmin Dawson to be followed by Daisy Beeman. Yasmin? Yasmin, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can unmute on your end to provide your comments.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please
Okay,
proceed.
good afternoon. Supervisor Hartman and the revered members of the board, thank you for your time and service. My name is Yasmin Dawson. I'm a member of the NAACP and Executive Director of C4, Glompo Collective Cultures Creating Change. I'm in opposition of the jail expansion. I know firsthand the impact of incarceration. A loved one of mine has been incarcerated for decades. I've seen what the system does, not just to the people inside, but to their families, their children, and their communities. Now imagine this, California spends over $120,000 per year to keep just one person incarcerated. Meanwhile, proven solutions like mental health treatment, job training, and youth intervention cost a fraction of that and actually reduces crime. But instead of investing in solutions, we keep expanding jails. That's like spending millions on a leaky bucket instead of fixing a hole. It doesn't stop the problem, it just makes it worse. And I like to talk about it being a bad investment because $120,000 per year to incarcerate one person versus drug treatment that costs as little as $5,000 per person. Proposition 47 programs cut recidivism in half. Proven treatment works better than incarceration. And despite all this spending, 50% of people released end up back in jail because we're not addressing the real issue. Yet we keep throwing money at a broken cycle instead of fixing what's really wrong. Jail expansion doesn't stop crime, it traps people. I know because I've seen what it does to loved ones and to countless others. For decades, I've witnessed the barriers placed on people who have served their time, no jobs, no housing, no real second chance. And when there's no way forward, what happens? People reoffend. But I've also seen the power of that investment in people. When we fund youth interventions, mental health care, and job training, people thrive. That's real public safety. We have a choice to spend millions on the bigger jails that don't work or fund programs that actually keep our community safe. The numbers don't lie. Investing in people is smarter, cheaper, and more effective. And I know on a personal level that when we give people real opportunities, they take them. Every dollar spent on jail expansion is a dollar taken away from solutions that actually save lives. It's time to stop funding failure and let's build communities, not cages. Thank you.
We will now go to Daisy Beeman to be followed by Lorenzo Lopez. Daisy?
Good afternoon. Thank you to Chairman Capps and to the board members. What I'm going to say is a repeat of what others have said, but I'm advocating with other members of the community. Pause new jail beds and invest in community-based solutions to improve public safety. My request to the board, before you decide on any jail additions, please consider 3 things. Establish a high-level task force that includes community stakeholders to make a detailed plan and schedule for reducing the jail population. Create a strategy to invest in community mental health and housing. The plan, which should focus on addressing both medical and mental health needs, tackling substance use addiction, and providing alternatives to keep people out of jail, will have a positive impact on the community. It's crucial to identify the need for additional resources to provide more low cost and supportive housing for individuals involved in the justice system. The urgency of this situation cannot be overstated. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
We will now go to Lorenzo Lopez to be followed by Robert Ornstein. Lorenzo?
I have no comments.
We will now go to Robert Ornstein to be followed by Vida Karami. Robert? And Robert, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Again, Robert, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Alrighty, we will now go to Vida Karimi to be followed by Lawrence Severance, who is our final speaker. Vida?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of Board of Supervisors. As a family members of mentally ill individual, I'm asking for your immediate attention and action to please start prioritizing hospital bed treatments and recovery and not incarceration. Jail, particularly those run by the sheriff departments, are not fully equipped to address the complex needs of individuals with mental health disorders. The sheriff department's lack of necessary training to properly handle individuals with mental health issues lead to dangerous cycle, a revolving door where individuals are arrested, incarcerated, and released without receiving proper treatment. This cycle does not solve the problem, only worse it. Conditions not only fail to help our loved ones, but also violate our loved ones' basic human rights, subjecting them to cruel and unusual punishment. Instead of jail beds, we need more hospital beds that are specifically designed for individuals with mental health disorder. These hospital settings are equipped with trained professionals who can provide the necessary treatment and support, enabling our loved ones to heal and regain their well-being. We are not simply asking for change, we are advocating for dignity, safety, and the rights of individuals who are already suffering. I urge you to take action to ensure that mental health patients have enough hospital beds and receive the hospital care they need. This is not just a matter of public policy. It's a moral obligation to protect those who are valuable, vulnerable, and struggling. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
And we will now go to our final speaker, Lawrence Severance. Lawrence?
Yes, thank you. I'm Larry Severance, a member of the CLUES League of Women Voters Criminal Justice Work Group, but these comments are my own. I want to highlight a path by which the supervisors can achieve 4 goals. They could save on huge jail construction costs and long-term operational costs by not building too many jail beds. They can reliably move towards closure in the Murray case, improve community mental health and well-being, and reduce recidivism. Today's conversation is focused on jail beds, and that focus on jail beds has blinded the county and the sheriff to consider alternatives. In simple terms, let's acknowledge that we have a community mental health substance use crisis and address those in crisis with a medical model of help rather than a punitive jail-based model. Hundreds fewer jail beds may be needed. Currently, and by last count, around 60% of those in our jails have mental health and/or substance use histories. With our current jail population hovering around 750, that's over 400 people. 400 beds. Many of those are low-level, nonviolent offenders who could feasibly be supervised by probation and receive care and treatment in our community instead of being warehoused in jail. Jail doesn't improve mental health for anyone. During the COVID pandemic, emergency measures resulted in a 37% reduction in the jail population being released back into the community. A year later, a grand jury studied what impact that release had on crime. The short answer, no increase. Post-pandemic, our criminal justice system has retreated back from successful emergency measures to again jailing people who don't need to be there to protect public safety. Why? Let's study this. Potentially many fewer jail beds are needed if we adopt a hybrid approach. Jail for those who are violent and actually do threaten public safety, and community-based care and treatment for many hundreds who are jailed largely because of mental health challenges. I note that about the average stay is 23 days in jail, I believe. those are not long-term criminals. Those are folks that could be handled in the community. Plaintiffs in the Murray case are looking for improved care outcomes, not more jail beds. The stipulated judgment specifically calls for considering jail population reduction measures. Building more beds is going in the opposite direction. Please consider studying this a bit more, appointing a task force, and looking at community-based alternatives. I thank you very much for your time.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you to the members of the public that have participated in our hearing today. I'm going to try to move us forward here by focusing just on some questions that we all might have. I know that I had some questions before public comment. So does anyone have any further questions?
I do.
Supervisor Lavanino.
I think this is for, thank you. I think it's for the Sheriff's Department because there seems to be a serious disconnect between the public and the Sheriff's Department on who is in the jail. Because I keep hearing low-level, nonviolent offenders, but when I look at the sheet, I'm struggling to find that. I don't want low-level, nonviolent offenders in the jail either. So can you give us, who are we incarcerating?
Thank you, Chair Lavanino, or Chair
Caps.
Excuse
There
me,
you go.
and Supervisor Lavagnino. I'd like to answer your question, but I do have some prepared remarks that I wasn't given an opportunity to say earlier, so
Sure.
I would appreciate the opportunity. Many of them, I think, will be addressed in these remarks. Chair Capps and members of the board, as the county wrestles with its jail system options, it's important to consider the current, the short-term, and the long-term impacts of this crucial decision. Future boards, future sheriffs, their staff, and community members will be significantly impacted by today's decision. The Sheriff's Office urges you to select option 3, the 2-pod option, the only one that meets our county's future needs. It's also important to remember that this option will allow us to decommission all of the South County components, South County jail components, except for the Inmate Reception Center, which would remain open as the county's sole South County correctional facility. All of the options before you today would, and this is important to remember, they would reduce, not expand, the capacity of our current jail system. We're not really adding or expanding to anything. The 1 and the 1.5 pod options would likely require that additional outdated portions of the main jail be kept in operation because they simply don't meet our current needs, let alone our future needs. Now, you've heard me say this before, but it bears repeating, that jails are like hospitals. You never want to have them filled to capacity. There has to be an inmate classification factor that allows us to house lawbreakers in a safe and humane manner. We cannot house male inmates with female inmates. We cannot house vulnerable inmates with predatory inmates. There's a reason we cannot house rival gang members together. There's a reason that organizations like the American Corrections Association and the American Jail Association recommend having a 15 to 20% classification factor when it comes to housing. Right now, you've heard that we're averaging about 750 inmates per day, but let's put the emphasis on that word average. That is just an average, and the peak numbers that we need to have capacity for are higher than 750. Last Monday, we had 774 inmates in our jail. Yesterday, we had 793 inmates in our jail. Today, we had 810 inmates in our jail. That's the first time we've hit 800 this year, and we have some cyclic pattern to that, looking at years gone by. But last year, we didn't hit 800 until we were in August, and now we have hit it while we are in April. Before long, probably before the add-on construction is even finished, we estimate that we will need to house 850 inmates daily. To do that safely and humanely, we need to have 1,000 available beds, not shoehorn 850 people into facilities that lack sufficient capacity or barely meet it by a margin as low as 2%. Experience has shown us that jail construction will take time, and there will likely be inevitable challenges and delays, making it difficult to complete this project by the existing Murray settlement deadline in 2029. In May of 2023, almost 2 years ago, most of you made a decision to move forward, most of the board members at the time, I should say, made the decision to move forward with a single pod plan, but left the door open to having plans and a decision opening, plans drawn up and a decision opening for 1.5 to 2 pods as well. The goal was to see in the following year how much better we as a county could get at reducing the number of people who were in jail. The county's criminal justice and behavioral health agencies worked cooperatively during that time to try to reduce our jail population through diversion and alternatives to custody. A few programs were developed and have made some modest gains, but these are only scalable to a small percentage of our overall jail population and will do little more than nip at the edges of what we have accurately predicted would be an expanding jail population due to the COVID recovery, the staffing recovery of heavily diminished law enforcement agencies, and the beginning impacts of a new law, Prop 36, that will hold lawbreakers more accountable and will result in more people being booked into and kept in jail. In fact, starting today, the District Attorney's Office has begun filing 11-395 Health and Safety Code charges against repeat drug offenders, which is going to result in an increase in our incarcerated population. I spoke with District Attorney Savernock, who also strongly supports the 2-pod plan, this morning. He couldn't be here today because he's attending a meeting in Sacramento, but he asked me to also convey to you that with the exception of sexual assault cases, filings for all other felony crime categories are up this year to date, and that cases are taking longer to be prepared and work their way through the courts. That's in part due to expanded body camera footage that needs to be reviewed as evidence in many cases. We all want to see mentally ill and drug-addicted offenders diverted from our jail if possible and if practical. While we want that, the diversion efforts outlined in the presentation that you've received have unintended consequences and flaws that were not fully factored in. The incompetent to stand trial, IST effort, is simply a different space to conduct treatment. It will not reduce the time inmates spend in custody waiting for court hearings and evaluations. The READY program has the most impact on misdemeanor cases, and the numbers of which are already trending down and will not significantly reduce our overall population. As I mentioned earlier, we can't scale that. Alternative sentencing is comprised of more than 80% of clients who are already out of custody and should only be calculated as avoidance of jail rather than a reduction of jail inmates. And the step-down facilities, which have been mentioned, which will be voluntary and not locked, that's something that will occur if it is approved after court appearances. It will not necessarily reduce the time someone spends in our custody. As we pointed out, the upward trend is in how long felony arrestees are held. If we cannot reduce that, we will not reduce our population significantly. And when the 32 beds are filled and occupied, what is the plan for those coming into our custody that otherwise would qualify, but there is no room for them? While these are all very noble initiatives with the potential to positively impact our criminal justice delivery system and to help people with mental illness, to think that they will produce any large-scale reduction in our daily population is unrealistic. Of note, our annual jail admissions are also up by over 1,000 between 2023 and 2024. And diversion has not been able to lower our average daily population. As I mentioned, we've actually now had almost 2 years to expand diversion and alternative sentencing in some larger way, and it hasn't happened yet. Let's not give it another 6 months or a year to see it not happen again. No matter what happens, though, in this arena, the future does not bode well for a significantly reduced jail population in the years to come. In addition to Prop 36's impact on future jail capacity, sentencing practices in our court system, the potential for a significant economic downturn that would likely result in increases in crime rates, and less money being available for alternatives to keeping criminal offenders in custody are all of concern. And also in play will be the county's future housing construction and the accompanying population growth that comes with it. All of these things combine to make our future capacity needs in this report that you have reviewed conservative at best. Building a jail system that has less capacity than the present number of inmates will worsen an already challenging situation. It would create poor living and working conditions for inmates and for staff. It would lead to increased jail violence, make it easier for disease to spread. It negatively impacts jail security and management. It makes it much harder to positively program inmates. And it would invite more lawsuits and ultimately more fiscal liability for the County of Santa Barbara. Remember that we can always reduce our staffing and associated costs through our rolling housing reduction plan if we do not reach our inmate capacity projections. But we cannot add, legally or morally, more inmates to a jail system that has inadequate maximum capacity to begin with. It's been pointed out that construction costs are much higher than they were just a few years ago, but they will never be any less than they are today, and costs are likely to increase significantly in the future. Let's not forget that while our present jail numbers are up from the artificial lows of the COVID-19 pandemic, they are, in fact, significantly down from the 1,200 plus people that we had squeezed into our jail on any given day in 2007 when I became your sheriff. All of them packed into the main jail and medium security facility alone that were then designed and rated for just over 800 inmates. So in other words, in those days, the jail was routinely operating at 50% over its capacity. The fact that we have been able to reduce our population by 1/3 or so over the last 18 years, and that we have kept it down and kept crime rates down, is a remarkable achievement that highlights what is possible when we all work together towards a shared goal of enhancing public safety and community well-being. That significant reduction in our jail numbers came about as a result of many different endeavors and strategies. Expanded drug treatment, including medically assisted treatment for those who are addicted. The opening and thriving of the day reporting centers for prison parolees returned to the community who need support. And the probation reporting and resource centers for AB 109 probationers with similar needs. The expansion of the Sheriff's Treatment Program and educational partnerships in the jail with Santa Barbara City College and Allen Hancock College. You saw one of those persons on this video that you just saw, Emily, who spent 2 years in our jail, and during that time graduated from 12 Sheriff's Treatment Program classes, who received her AA degree from Allen Hancock College, and who went through the medication-assisted treatment program, and is thriving in the community today as a result of that. Vocational training in the jails and in the safe preparation of food is provided, and recently we have provided training in the installation of solar panels for people to achieve a skill while in jail that they can translate into a job on discharge. Expanded discharge planning to assist and support inmates with their individual needs has been provided. The compliance response team is out in the community holding high-risk probationers accountable. Those crime rates and average daily population rates came down because of the combined collaborative efforts of all elements of our criminal justice system. But it's also important to remember that our remaining jail population has been boiled down, and it is approximately 90% felon. And of the other 10%, the vast majority of them are in jail for serious misdemeanors, crimes like domestic violence, sex offenses, or weapons offenses, or for having been sentenced to jail by a judge for repeatedly committing criminal offenses, or for having violated the terms and conditions of their probation that kept them out of jail in the first place. Gone are the days when significant numbers of people in the Santa Barbara jail are being held for petty theft, for not making their child support payments, or for first-time drunk driving. Those people don't even see jail anymore. I leave you with this final thought. When it comes to your vote today, remember this: the loud are not the majority, and that includes what you've heard today. The silent majority of people who live in our county, regardless of their socioeconomic standing or their political affiliation, all want the same thing. They want order in the public square, and they want neighborhoods that are peaceful, safe, and secure for their families, friends, co-workers, and neighbors. Holding criminals accountable and having sufficient jail capacity plays a key role in that formula. That's why Prop 36 passed at the last election in every county in California by more than 68% of the statewide vote. That's unheard of for a statewide initiative. It passed here in Santa Barbara County by more than 60% of the vote. It passed because most of the people in our state and in our county are fed up with the status quo. They want public safety to be a priority. You have an extraordinary cadre of people in this county who have dedicated their lives to protecting and serving you and the people you represent. Many of them put their lives on the line each and every day that they work. I implore you to vote today in a way that will make their jobs safer and more rewarding. Vote in a way that recognizes what most people want and need. Vote in a way that will help us maintain order in the public square and that will assist us in preserving the peace, safety, and security of neighborhoods all across this county. Vote in a way that will help us lessen the number of people and families who suffer from the effects of violent and serious crime in Santa Barbara County. Vote in a way that once and for all will give us the tools to safely and humanely house those who must be in jail and allow us to better prepare inmates for release and re-entry into our community and to positively impact recidivism. We need you to make the right decision today, not 6 months from now. I ask you to look at the data. I ask you to listen to your experts. And please do not lose sight of the fact that this is not a vote for today. This is a vote that will have significant impacts on Santa Barbara County's public safety for decades to come. I thank you for your attention and for your consideration, and my staff and I are available for any specific questions that you may have.
Thank you, Sheriff. Other questions,
right.
Supervisor
Yeah.
Lavenue?
So I just want to kind of get down to the granular level of, I've seen reports because this was something that was really interesting to me. I guess, can I start not with the Sheriff's Department? All right,
Sure.
Thanks. I was wondering if anybody's here. Oh, public defender. You were behind him. What I'm really curious about is, so we really don't, what's frustrating is we don't control the intake valve, right? So on somebody that comes in that's charged with a crime that's going before a judge that has obviously serious mental health issues, why are they sending them to jail? And what other alternatives does a judge have?
Wow, you've asked a very big question, and I appreciate that. And actually, I also have Leah Villegas here, my assistant public defender, who's actually more operational and works out of the arraignment department. So I would like to call Leah up just to address this piece.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, that is a huge question. And I think it's a question in terms of getting down to granularity that this is where we need to be. This is where the conversation needs to happen. I want to take this opportunity in answering your question to kind of shift gears a little bit and just kind of change the conversation a little bit to talk about really who we're talking about in the jail.
Right.
There was a statistic that, and I know we've been overwhelmed with data today, but there's a statistic that has not really been addressed, and it's this average length of stay in the jail, 23 days. So as a criminal defense lawyer who's practiced in this county for 15 years, that 23 days is significant, and it means something to me. There's a narrative there. There's a story. Number one, what it tells us is that when we're talking about the average, this jail population, we're talking about a transitory population. We're talking about a group of people who are booked into the jail, held in the jail, and then in about 23 days on average released. So when we're talking about jail facilities, what we're talking about are temporary holding centers.
But are they getting released? I mean, because I'm looking at the average inmate has 4 felony charges and 3 misdemeanors.
Right.
So they go in 23 days, going back out, doing something else, coming back, going back out, coming back.
So there's a second part of the analysis. So the first part is that, yes, this is a transitory population. The second part is that when we're talking about this idea of 23 days to release, there's a process there. And so we're talking about what happens, the time frame from booking to going in front of a judge. And what 23 days tells me is that we're probably not dealing with someone who's a significant public safety risk. Because if they were a significant public safety risk, they'd probably be one of the people who Sheriff Brown talked about, sitting in jail maybe 1-2 years, sentenced to an AB 109 sentence, or perhaps sitting in jail waiting to answer for very serious crimes. Well, we're talking about the 23-day average inmate. We're probably talking about someone who's been booked, who's gone before a court, who was denied initial bail. And then at some point within that average of 23 days, a determination has been made that they no longer need to be incapacitated, that they no longer need to be in jail, that they can be released back into the community either by way of supervision, not supervision, by way of probation. So a decision has been made that has allowed that to happen. Now, your initial question was about the mentally ill population. And when we're talking about bail, when we're up there and we're doing OR pitches and bail reduction pitches, the question is always flight risk and public safety. And the big concern for our courts is that without the supports in the system, there's a concern that perhaps this person is too ill to understand that they need to come back. So it's almost a paternalistic determination that they must be kept in custody in order for their cases to be processed through the system. This fear of a person being released and then a warrant being issued and then they're picked up in a few weeks, on this warrant is the concern that we're seeing. So the average bail bond, if I may, for a misdemeanor offense is about $10,000. And for the 17% of the people in this county who are living below the poverty line, might as well be $1 million. Might as well be $1 million. So unless a judge is ordering release, the chances are is that that person is not getting out regardless of the charge. Now, you had asked about the number of felony people who are in the jail. 23 actual days may be the equivalent, in my mind, to a 60-day jail sentence at half release on probation. So what that's telling me is that's probably a low-level felony offense, is
But-
what we're seeing.
But when we say average too, average can sometimes is a mathematical issue where you get folks that go in for one night, two
Right.
nights, that's dragging your average way down.
Right.
Because, I mean, I think it would, I don't know why we don't have all this, the information would be, because, well, I don't know if you're going to like it, because when I did it, I went through it, because I asked the sheriff, I want to know every person in the jail and what they're there for. Because, you know, I love public comment. But when we hear things like, well, why don't you guys know that why don't you know how to deal with mental illness? It's way better to treat somebody with mental illness in a hospital than a jail. There's nobody up here that doesn't know that. We know that, okay? But that's not what I'm seeing when I go through the list. I'm seeing, and I wrote them all down: murder, attempted murder, rape, sexual assault, assault with a grievous bodily injury, burglary, robbery, child cruelty, vehicle theft, battery on a police officer, harm to the elderly. Then they had the wobbler misdemeanors, and one of them was sexual assault on an unconscious person. And I'm like, okay, how's that a freaking wobbler? I mean, so I think we all have to be seeing the same thing, and I don't think we are, because I hear from one side that it's just a bunch of low-level offenders, and on the other side, I'm getting data that says, no, there's violent felons, and we might both be right? So I'm okay with saying we're both right, and that there might be 100 or 150 that we might be able to get out of the jail. But at the same time, we have 2,000, well, and I know people say this number, but this is the number that's out there, 2,036 people with a felony warrant in our community. Now, I heard that the database is not good, but I do know that nobody's looking for them. I know we don't have an apprehension team. I know that we don't have a most wanted top 10 list. I guess the strategy is we hope that law enforcement runs into them again before you do, or I do. So I know there's people we should be getting out, but there should be people going in that aren't in. So it's a really difficult situation. But what I'm trying to get to is, if there's really significant mental illness, that should be obvious at a court hearing. And I don't understand what the judges are doing that are then sending them and sentencing them.
I don't want to treat this like a wrestling match.
Yeah, I know. We're tag team.
Tagging out, but this is what the real problem is. And I just want to go back in a moment of time in 2019 when the former assistant CEO, Malekian, sat before this board and said, hey, we all are in for diversion, but where do we divert to?
Right.
So here we are now, many years later, answering that question for the community, who I was very moved by and want to honor their comments. And that is really what the heart of the problem is the folks that do get in our jail who are suffering from mental illness or substance abuse issues. Those individuals are staying in our jail waiting for slots because we don't have adequate capacity. And the solution, and I know the Murray litigation is on everybody's mind, which really comes down to staffing, comes down to services, and comes down to space, but the right space. That's what it boils down to.
Right.
The 80-page stipulated judgment, three points, that's what it is. But that is what the community is talking about, and that's what we see as public defenders, is the poor, the most vulnerable, are literally trapped in a jail system because there's no valve, and that valve is far off for those bed spaces. Right now, as public defender, I did a query in my own team. We have 60 people sitting in our jail who are waiting for a substance abuse bed, a mental health bed, an IMD bed, conservatorship, whatever. There's a variety of that. There's something fundamentally wrong in our system when people that are that incapacitated, that vulnerable, are having to be in a jail setting to receive treatment. And what I urge the board to do in my 8 years that I've been here, and I want to acknowledge this, Steve, because I think it was so important, is what I've seen this board do since I've been here is remarkable. I think you're committed to public safety. I think you're committed to this problem. But the solution we're presenting today solves the sheriff's issue, but doesn't solve the community issue or what we see as public defenders every single day for those individuals.
And I totally agree with that. And like I said, the last time we did this, we have to do both things, right? We've got to do both. And for those that, I mean, I know some of the advocates have been here for as long as I've been here. I think you'd be hard-pressed to say it's not better than it was 15 years ago or 10 years ago, okay? So I just did a quick calculation. Between social services and behavioral wellness, $442 million a year goes into those two departments. Almost 1,400 employees. Right, and you're saying, what do we get out of it? Right, okay, you're not saying it's not there, okay? It's 400, so I always like to ask people, if we put $1 billion the next 2 years into behavioral wellness and social services, will we fix our problems? And everybody's always like, oh yeah, that'd be awesome. Well, that's what we did 2 years ago. So just throwing money at jails, throwing money at mental health, throwing money at these things isn't always the answer. Okay, got a couple more questions, sorry, and I don't know who to give this to. I guess this is now the sheriff.
Could I
I'm sorry,
follow
thank
on
you.
your question?
Yeah,
'Cause I
go
thought
ahead.
it was such a
Supervisor
good
Hartman.
one.
Yeah, I got a lot.
While you're up there, yeah, I don't think you quite answered Supervisor Lavanino's question, and it's something that keeps coming to my mind. We have invested in services, and we've invested general fund money in services. But what we haven't done is invest general fund money in facilities, in beds, in places. So could you tell us what you see? I mean, I hear on one hand, people want the least restrictive, so they're not eager on some people to have locked facilities with mandatory medication. But it seems to me that the hypothetical situation that Supervisor Lavanino put forward might require that. And that's what I keep hearing from advocates. But I don't see us responding to that. So would you?
I'll do my best. I'll just tell you, and I know everybody's tired of anecdotes and wants more data, and I think that's what the community is demanding, and I think they should demand it of us. The reality is when our clients who are suffering from substance abuse, our clients who are severely mentally ill, there's a continuum. Many of the clients I just referenced that are sitting in our jail awaiting a place are awaiting substance abuse facility, not a lockdown facility, a place where they can get treatment. Many of our clients, unfortunately, are put in the most difficult position that any family member who loves somebody who's suffering from substance abuse faces. We all want them to get treatment. Our clients plead to cases and refuse treatment because there's no place to go. We have clients who will wait in jail longer to get to a bed because there's such a backlog. When it comes to the more seriously mentally ill, we definitely need more crisis residential treatment. I think Tony Navarro, who's here, can talk about that. We need more of those facilities. We need sober living. We need that continuum, but you know what? What the community is asking for is for us to figure that out. We've asked the question since 2019 with where and to revert to where, but have never answered the question reliably. And I think this board deserves it. I think the community deserves it. I think you should demand it of us, because I do believe that, and again, I'm not here recommending what you do. This is not my lane. Jail management is not my lane. But I do believe coming up with the answers to those questions will lead to the most fiscally responsible decision, period. So.
No problem. Couple more real quick. I guess it's, well, between the sheriff, public defender, whoever, we don't control bail, correct?
Oh, I wish we did.
I wish we did.
No, we do not.
Well, there's a lot of things in this thing I wish we controlled.
Right, exactly. But I'll tell you something that's really optimistic is the fact that the court is finally considering looking at our bail system and reforming that will make a big difference. And I think if you hold on to that one thought, is that the 70% of our pretrial population is there not because there's a risk to public safety, but they can't afford bail. then bail reform will make a difference. And I think it's really a moment where we can pause and say, let's see when that happens and what that does to our jail population.
Okay, I know the next one's also for you is, how can we influence court scheduling? I mean, I know we talked about for a while back in the day about getting rid of continuances, trying to move quicker. How effective has that been?
Well, I can tell you, the public defender's position is we are moving and working really quickly and to get to trial as quickly as possible because we recognize our clients' freedom is at stake. We've tried close to 36 cases already this fiscal year. We're doing actually the majority of cases. We are trying to do almost everything in no time waiver and really pushing hard, but it's straining our resources, obviously, to do so, and sometimes could impact the clients. I wish, I think if you got Chief Benton up here, who has more influence with the court than I do, she could probably address it.
Okay. I don't think anybody has control over the judges, so I figured that part out already. Yes. Yeah, like if you.
One other point to that in terms of things that are in our control. You guys read about our READY program, our pre-arraignment program, that has been successful in reducing the amount of stay from 23 down to 14 days in jail. It's only had an impact in misdemeanors because we're only interviewing misdemeanors. Expanding that program to people who are booked in on felonies could have that impact. That is something that's within our control, but only if we invest the resources in that.
Thank you. And then Sheriff, first off, you don't control the arrests of the other jurisdictions. I mean, we're a fraction, the Sheriff's Department, of who actually uses our jail.
That's correct.
So Santa Maria PD, Santa Barbara PD, Lompoc PD, Guadalupe. So
CSB PD.
Yep. So what I'm getting to, and you don't control the release, or do you?
No.
Okay.
There's some, there's some, I'm given some authority, very limited in terms of certain inmates that can be released early under.
So we don't control the court schedule, we don't control the bail, we don't control who arrests and drops people off, and we don't control the release.
For the most part, yes.
That's helpful. Okay, I think that's all my questions. Oh, no, let's not go there. We're getting along too good right now. Okay, the rest is all commentary.
Could I add just one comment to that? There are some jurisdictions, some counties where the cities actually contribute to jail operations because they contribute the most jail residents.
Yeah, in the stats, I was shocked to learn Santa Barbara PD books more people at the jail than Santa Maria PD. I think Santa Maria PD has probably just gotten used to cite and release, but Prop 36 will probably change that, so we'll see how that works.
Other questions? Well, I had some. Thank you. This is all about a diversion, and I appreciated our public comment in favor of that. And I just wanted to ask our public defender about the READY program. The sheriff referenced it, and how that's going. If you could explain the program and the future of it.
Well, just how it's working right now, we have a dedicated lawyer, an investigative tech, at half of an investigative tech, and a legal office professional. We get booking records every morning. We go through them. We identify those people who are eligible for an interview, and we physically go into the jail and we interview people. The purpose of the interview is to gather information that could assist with an early resolution or an early release. And so that's how we're making those strides in terms of reducing the average length of stay. We will augment the information that's gathered by pretrial services in terms of augmenting our release plans. A lot of times judges are hesitant to release our clients into the community without a plan, without a concrete plan as to where they're going to reside, who in the community is going to be providing structure for them, support, encouraging them to come back to court. When we can provide them with that plan, they're more likely to get a release. Sometimes we're not successful at that first court date simply because people haven't returned our phone calls, but we stay with those clients in attempting to create those release plans. So sometimes it might come at a subsequent court hearing. For those individuals who we identify early on who may suffer from some mental illness or substance use disorder issues, we get them connected right away with our Community Defender Division in terms of trying to, as quickly as we can, identify programs that they could safely be released into.
And thank you. I know there's many studies out there that show that, national studies that show that these kind of programs, like the Ready program, really help to reduce recidivism, substantially, especially when, of course, when the crimes are related to substance abuse or mental health issues. So those are national studies. A recent one was, 2014 National Institute of Justice, 11 different sites across the country demonstrated that. Is that your experience on the ground here?
I can't give you a specific data point that would support that. Right now, we're in the process of doing a three-month retrospects with the number of our clients to see where they are and to see how they're doing. But because the program is so new, we just don't have that data for you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And it's been raised about, and Supervisor Lavanino got to this too, there's just a lot of numbers, a lot of data, and I am concerned, as I mentioned in the previous item, about sort of this needs assessment coming from WellPath. It seems to me that's too narrow, and so I second Supervisor Hartman's comment that going forward, it doesn't feel as though we have one set of information about who is in our jail. People that their crimes or their offenses are directly related to their mental health or substance abuse issues. I have yet to see it. I see a lot of numbers. Advocates send us numbers. Other folks are saying, it's very hard to get a grasp. And here we're trying to make big decisions, astronomical budget decisions. And so I'm just wanting to to tease out a needs assessment and what the future of that would be. And maybe that's a question for Assistant CEO Heitman of how can we best determine who is a good candidate for these diversion programs. How do we actually track in real numbers?
Chair Capps, I want to kind of differentiate between the needs assessment that was mentioned that WellPath is working on and an assessment of diversion opportunities. As I understand the needs assessment that WellPath's working on, it is not intending to address diversion opportunities. It would perhaps give a better insight into the jail population, those that are mentally ill and requiring special housing within the jail. But it is not anticipated, from what I know, to get at some of the legal issues that would underpin whether somebody is eligible for diversion, what type of diversion, and at what stage. The two different assessments, if you will, could be complementary to each other, but they would have entirely different focuses. The WellPath assessment, it may be something that your board would want to consider bringing in an independent consultant to look at that and make some recommendations and look at the data from an independent point of view. For our overall system and the diversion opportunities and how that should go forward, I always, appreciate the help of outside consultants that can kind of give us a fresh look at it. But I do believe that a lot of the initial work needs to be done by our departments, that they need to understand the data. They need to be able to ask each other the hard questions and better understand what the options were. I'll give you the example of, diverting to where. It's not only a question of diverting to where, but it's a question of diverting when. When are we going to divert, and what types of people are we going to divert at what stage? Supervisor Lavanino was kind of digging into the decision points. Is it within the sheriff's control? Is it within the court's control? There are decisions that are made prior to booking somebody in the jail that are restricting what our diversion options might be. Use of the CSU and use of puff at an earlier stage could change the trajectory of how some of these cases play out. Certainly not an option for everyone in every case, but it is one that warrants, I believe, further discussion and further analysis of the data to look at, are we maximizing those resources? Our sobering center is another one that your board has spoken about before. We believe that the sobering center is underutilized. Perhaps somebody from outside of our system could help us figure out how to better utilize it, since we have not gotten up to full utilization yet. So those are just some examples.
And if I may, Chair Capps, I just
Sure.
want to add one comment to that, is that it comes back to the issue of capacity. You know, Sheriff Brown talked about Prop 36 being overwhelmingly passed by the community, and it was. At the heart of that was treatment. At the heart of that was diverting people and getting them into programming. If we don't have programming, diversion will always fail. If we don't have capacity, diversion will never decompress our jail population because we don't have the capacity to place people. Building in a facility to treat the mentally ill, or you can't divert people into the jail. I mean, someone's in the jail, and then we divert them within the jail in another pod is not diversion. So it's about capacity. So.
Thank you. And so since we don't have this sort of assessment yet, I'm just going to ask you, Assistant CEO Heitman, because of your varied experience in so many different roles within the criminal justice system here and overseeing much of it right now. Do you feel as though, I think the Delta is about 114 beds, that if we go with one pod, one housing unit, that those folks would need to be, and we're dealing with current numbers, into some other programs, other diversion, other arenas? Do you give me your assessment of that capacity, of that, where we are now, and could we get to that where there could potentially be around 100 people in other facilities?
Chair Capps, it is a challenging situation because it requires everyone to use their discretion wisely and ensure that they are truly looking at all the different tools that are available. And right now, I don't know that there is overarching consensus to always do that. That's why I do believe that if we want to reduce the jail population any further, there has to be commitment by the board, but there also has to be commitment by each of the departments to bring their data together and have some honest discussions about what's happening and what could be done differently. If that were to occur and we were to make some policy changes, yes, I believe in combination with the bail changes that have been referenced, it is possible. Will we need to invest further into additional mental health facilities? Absolutely. We haven't spoken today about the fact that we're under considerable pressure from the courts to get some of our mentally ill individuals out of the jail, and that there are some legal constraints that are impacting that as well. We know there's some additional levers that have to be pulled, whether we choose 1.5, 2 pods. We have to make some additional policy changes just to get into compliance with all the statutory and litigation requirements.
Well, my assessment of this board, and I don't want to speak for everybody, but it has been a strong commitment towards diversion. We've just recently funded more technology monitoring for ankle bracelets. We've talked about I know it's not exactly diversion, but the Familiar Faces program, so that there's more compassion, more care. So it seems to me that that's the message that we are sending continually. So I think what we're trying to get at, what are the what are the hurdles? I know these are steep, but that's, again, my philosophy is to try to put more funding into the solutions that would keep folks who are not a public safety risk to others, but as was explained, the judge can't let them go because they can't afford bail, and B, if there isn't confidence that they would come back because they're suffering from mental health issues or substance abuse. So To me, I feel as though repeatedly this board has indicated our commitment to make sure our criminal justice partners are all working towards that goal of more diversion. And so I think that's what's underlying, at least my position of less is more here in terms of more jail beds. I want more mental health beds. I suppose that wasn't really a question, more a statement, so maybe we should move into deliberation.
I have a couple questions.
Oh, you do have
yeah,
questions?
I got a question.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you. So, Assistant CEO Heitman, when you talked about the decision for somebody to go to a CSU or sobering center instead of, or a PUF, instead of taking them to jail, I mean, there's still going to be a crime that was committed, right? That's why they got picked up in the first place. I mean, how do we address that, and which of those patients or those individuals, I mean, how do we deal with that? So they still committed a crime, right? So how do we resolve that? They go to a PUF to get some treatment, but they still have some consequences, or do we separate consequences if you are having a mental health episode?
So Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, it is complex. I don't want to imply that there's easy answers here, but I believe that there are some method of handling cases that is unique to Santa Barbara County that is driving some of our difficulties. Not entirely, not because anybody intends to do anything to harm these individuals, but just the choices that we're making in terms of how we're prioritizing different decision points. If somebody has a broken arm, as an example, when they're arrested, they may not end up getting booked into the jail. They may go to the hospital and get medical care, and they may end up being released there. Maybe they need to have further medical care, and their legal proceedings have to be handled after the fact because their physical needs are priority at that point. I believe that we need to be elevating mental health issues similarly, and that some of the incidents, some of the concerns that are being raised, some of the anecdotes that are examples of different scenarios are because we're putting the mental health decision-making at a later stage of the game. And if we bring that up to an earlier stage, then that could end up having some people in the CSUs or in the PUFs and having their criminal proceedings handled after the fact if their mental competency is established and can proceed. Not every case, but I believe that that is one of the calls that we're hearing from our community, but we're also seeing it within our jail population, that we have individuals in the jail, their proceedings aren't going to go forward. They're there on a misdemeanor, and they are incompetent to stand trial, and that misdemeanor case is never going to go forward. But that short time that they're in the jail, maybe it's less than 30 days, it has impacts. And that might be an individual that would have been more appropriately diverted to the CSU or to the PUF.
And I guess those impacts are something I also want to, maybe some questions for the sheriff. I mean, they are getting treatment, though, in jail, right? Or we're getting medical assisted treatment, Matt? I mean, can you, ex-sheriff, you talk a little bit more about that? Because I think that was something I was missing with public comment, whereas this, that there's, as soon as somebody goes in jail, there's nothing there. And I know that WellPath hasn't been the best at making sure that they were fully staffed, and that's something I keep pushing on, because I think if they're fully staffed, we can offer the programming that we're paying for. So can you talk about that? Because the other issue that I heard also was discharge too, and that we're just sending people out into the streets. And I understand that we funded some discharge planners. These are all part of those pieces to try to make sure that people aren't, there isn't recidivism. Could you speak to that a little bit more, Sheriff?
Yes, I can, Supervisor, through the chair. The medication-assisted treatment program did have a slow start because of the fact that we had limited staff and limited funds for medications, which are very expensive, that are used to treat addiction. However, with the board's direction of sending a portion of the settlement monies to us, we have been able to now expand that significantly to where we have no one on a waiting list anymore.
Great.
It is a voluntary thing. We try to encourage people who are suffering from addiction to take advantage of it. I'm pleased to say that we have, our former program, we would have maybe 60, 70 people enrolled. Right now, we have over 200 people enrolled, and nobody on the waiting list. And, I think that has also been, played a key role in the reduction of the number of fatal overdoses that we're experiencing as well. And, I say it sometimes tongue-in-cheek, but jail gets a bad rap. The reality is there's a lot of very good things that happen in our jail. And a lot of people, like one of them who you saw in that video, have had their lives turned around. I remember her at her graduation saying that the 2 years she spent with us were the most transformational in her life. And there are people that have dedicated themselves to helping people who are in jail. And our goal is to not see those people again. We're very, very upfront about that when we have graduations, when we talk to them. We have a wonderful programming staff. We have some great things that are going on. It's challenging to deliver that in our old facilities, and that's part of this reason for wanting to have this new construction, is that this new construction is designed where we can bring those services and those programs to the inmate housing areas and provide them with them.
So not only the math, there's also group programming, there's therapists.
There's everything from therapists to, we have a very robust and very well-liked and used jail yoga program that is a great program for inmates, very popular. We have, as I say, all sorts of different sheriff's treatment program classes, life skills training, some vocational. I'd like to see our vocational expanded, but we have a lot of opportunities for people to program and to do really good things in the jail. And we have some good ones coming up. We have the Freedom to Choose program, which is a very well-known and proven program in the prison system that we're bringing to the jail as well. So a lot of good things happening.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Supervisor Lee.
There were comments about a task force. I was wondering to staff, is that something that we can create to look at mental health policies and programs that can come back in a future meeting to give us more information?
Supervisor, through the chair, could you repeat that if we could come back with specifically what? Sorry.
For us to create a task force to look at mental health services in our jail systems and to look at programs and policies that they can help recommend to the board.
I think that's up to your board today, whether you want to do that. We have different avenues already. We have the Community Corrections Partnership, we have the Mental Health Commission, but it's really up to your board if you wanted to form another task force or refer that kind of work to an existing group.
On your question.
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you. I'm so glad that you raised that, and I wanted to be responsive to what we've heard. Regardless of how many, there's still pods, housing units, whatever we want to call them, we're still struggling for information about who is in the jail and how effective the various diversion programs have been, and what exactly are the needed new facilities. I mean, we did get some, IST, the step down, the ready, the alternative sentencing, rapid diversion, possible bail reform, but to me, they're kind of floating out there. I don't have a sense of priority of how they're fitting together a real plan. I know I proposed a task force at a previous meeting, and our chair rightly said, well, is that really the effective way to do it? I'm just wondering if we have existing infrastructure that we could ask them to do this for us. And I think the CCP, I mean, that seems to be where the agencies are, but I'm not part of that. I don't really know if that's appropriate, but I wonder if somebody could comment on that for me.
Chief Benton actually chairs the CCP, so I think
we were going to get you up here one way or another today.
Supervisor, through the chair, the Community Corrections Partnership does take on those types of assignments, I guess I would say. Currently, the CCP has funded a diversion study in the county and is looking forward to the report, which will be coming this summer, which actually will analyze what is actually happening in the diversion space in this county, which programs are doing true diversion, which programs perhaps that resource could be used elsewhere. How do we right-size what we're doing with diversion in the county? So we do have the capacity to take that on. The group would have to discuss it and try to come to a conclusion as to how we could take that on and what that would look like, but we do have the ability to do it.
So if I'm understanding, you're doing part of it already, and if the board made this suggestion, you would take it back and consider it.
Yes, we would agendize it. That is a Brown Act meeting, so those meetings are open to the public, and interested parties would be able to come and speak to that, and we could agendize perhaps how we could get that done for your board.
Thank you. The thing that keeps bothering me is that there are people where the judge wants to send them somewhere, and we don't have somewhere to send them. That is wrong, and I want to know what we need to be able to meet that need. And I want somebody who has expertise to tell me. Because we're sitting here having to make a choice about where we're going to invest. And that really shows your values. But I don't quite know. The jail is always, that's kind of the repository of last resort downstream, and that's business as usual, and that's where people end up because it's the simplest solution. But I'm struggling for the alternative.
Supervisor, through the chair, I'll defer to my colleague on this one.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and supervisors and county staff. Thank you for the question. I think that there are options and there are places. However, there's also misconception. So I heard various advocates today speak about, and we're talking about substance use disorder treatment, and folks talking about locked beds. There is no such thing as an involuntary locked bed for SUD treatment. That does not exist in our country, and we're saying that's part of the issue with Senate Bill 43, that we will be allowed to place people in the PUF that are gravely disabled or are suicidal or homicidal or a danger to others, starting when we implement SB 43. But aside from that, the treatment centers that folks are waiting for, the SUD residential, as we call them, substance use disorder residential, they're voluntary programs. What we have seen, though, is an uptick in people wanting that level of service, people who are ready to get that level of service. And I have no doubt that the interaction between increased MAT services and people really starting to feel better is helpful. But in the state of California, the funding for the organized delivery system under Medi-Cal has not kept up for drug treatment, has not kept up pace with mental health treatment. And it will only be in 2026 that under Prop 1, all that Mental Health Service Act money that we had will now be also able to be used for substance use disorder treatment only. So what we've seen in our state is with the advent of, with the implementation of Senate Bill 43 in some counties, the implementation of the CARE Act, as well as now Prop 36, a run on the beds available throughout our state in substance use residential treatment. But, the hope here that exists is that no less than 5 agencies have now reached out to Be Well in the past 3 months, asking to contract with us now for these services. Previously, for instance, Cottage Hospital is exploring a contract with us in their local SUD residential site. These are things that before were prohibitive under Medi-Cal, but in payment reform now are more enticing for the operators and providers, if you will. So we'll be opening a request for proposals in the next couple of months to be able to fund some new contracts for the SUD residential beds, which are increasing in need here in our county. The other issue around step down and where do people go is we talk a lot about people leaving a locked facility, jail, and folks feeling like a public safety issue is they need to go to a locked facility. But unfortunately, you can only place a person who is no longer incarcerated in a locked facility against their will if they are a conservatee, or if they happen to be in an acute state, which qualifies them for the Lanterman-Petrus Short involuntary hold in a psychiatric health facility. And so those are the only ways that we can do that. And at this time, we have limited options for the step downs for folks that we're conserving. And as we're conserving folks, they're in jails. In the jails, while we have MAT treatment for the substance use disorder individuals, we only have voluntary medication treatment for the psychiatric, right? At this point in time, we're not doing involuntary medication for those who may be having severe symptomology, but not to the extent that they're meeting suicidal or homicidal or imminently at risk of dying, which is the gravely disabled condition, to be in the PUF. And so what's happening is while we are sending applications to the long-term care facilities trying to step people down, there is also a paucity, if you will, of locked beds in our state in general. And so on average, the facilities that we've polled that we refer to get an average at 10 to 15 applications a day that they're reviewing for placement in their facilities. And their top two considerations are, of course, is someone stable, behaviorally and emotionally, and are they compliant with treatment? And what we're finding is our persons in jails are falling to the bottom of that pile every time, and for a long time, because they are not engaged in the treatment or involuntary medication. And so we're trying to discuss alternative ways to assist and provide care, to think about ways that we may stabilize persons while they're in jail, to be able to have them a more attractive, if you will, application for the long-term care facilities. So the step-down facilities are already far depleted compared to what the need is that's growing. And then the options as to who can go to them are very prescribed by the law. So I think that, you know, we have put forth the application for 2 crisis residential treatment centers under the DISH program and AB 1810, as I think the sheriff mentioned earlier in his presentation. We've been very successful in the use of crisis residential treatment facilities, and there are some really great operators. And we feel that that level of care, although voluntary, the operators that we have been using and the operators that we hope to attract to come to our county to run the CRTs and within our county are expert in their job at getting people to understand and accept the treatment, to walk with them through that, and step down then to further community care after a crisis residential unit. So these are the things that, when we talk about Prop 36, we have a number of beds in outpatient treatment in our SUD system of care here in Santa Barbara County that we know can be effective for folks. And so starting today, right, in Prop 36, that we know that we have, I think it's somewhere upward of 150 to 200 slots in outpatient care treatment for folks to be able to engage. What happens when someone leaves, and I think one of our advocates said it so well today, one of the future leaders of America talked about, it's really awful when your only housing option is to go to jail. And because we don't always have options that include housing for folks that need treatment, because they don't necessarily need a locked treatment or rise to the level of care for a crisis residential treatment center, they just need a good outpatient treatment program, which we have many of in our county. That can be a challenge when courts and others are thinking of stepping people down because there's not housing attached. So we're trying to build the housing capacity. At the same time, we're trying to build and maintain the treatment capacity. And there's a lot of other moving pieces, not just Be Well, right? We have the jails, the courts, the public defender. We're all working together. I think we're building our collaborations immensely since I came here in the last few years, as we've worked on the stipulated agreement and other things, moving towards that more really tight collaboration to trust in each other's systems. You know, the CSU, now that it's locked, is a viable option to be able to use, as CEO Heitman alluded to divert people, to get them to the right level of care for what they need in the moment. And then, again, as in medical care, if there are other issues and legal issues that need to be addressed following that, those can happen. But we need to get people to the right level of care at the right time. And we're trying to build that capacity as quickly as possible. And we hope to be successful in our application to the state in May, and then we are already exploring what a second application will look like in June. Of course, those are far out, but in the meantime, just really trying to work with our partners to provide intermediate solutions that can hopefully stabilize people and allow them to be stepped down to care faster.
Question? So Tony, thank you for that. But we also have to be cognizant that just because we have open bed space or we get open bed space, it's not always the person coming out of jail that's going to, I mean, there's people out in the community, right, that also need these services that aren't coming out of jail. So I don't want us to think every time we say, oh, we created a new bed or we created 16 more beds, oh, those are 16 more that are coming out of the jail. Not necessarily. The other thing is, what's the cost? I know, incarcerating somebody is not cheap. It's $330-something a day. But what is it at the PUF or a locked facility?
So the cost to house someone at the PUF is about $2,300 a day. To house someone in a locked MHR mental health rehab center, for instance, the Crestwood Champion Center, is about $460 a day. However, what we are seeing, and we have these 4 beds that we have contracted with using CCP funds in our partnership, those beds, they are contracting out to us at $700 a day, right? So those are a higher rate because it's a more intensive population that requires a higher level of expertise and attention, including some expertise and knowledge in the substance use space. So depending on the operator and depending on the needs of the person, it can range anywhere from $400 to $700 a day for a locked bed. Shelters are, I think, $80 a day for a shelter bed. And then, of course, residential recovery residences is what we, the terminology for a sober living environment, can be as much as several $100s to $1,000 a month for someone to live there and get that level of support and community while they're really stabilizing their recovery before they step down to independent living.
But is it, just to jump on this, with some of those facilities, Medi-Cal would reimburse, correct?
So if you are a facility that is a locked facility that is less than 16 beds, yes, you can receive Medi-Cal reimbursement. So this is why the Champion Center beds, they are a facility of 80. We do not receive any reimbursement on those services, so that we pay completely out of pocket for those beds. However, a proposal in the future, in a round 2 for the Proposition 1 infrastructure for mental health continuum, we are thinking of and hope to find space within our county to perhaps build a 16-bed locked MHRC, which would allow us to then leverage federal funding as well as provide much-needed care.
Supervisor Nelson, thank you.
Yeah, I don't have a question for Tony, but I have a question back for staff on just trying to take us back to hopefully what we're trying to get done to here today. Slide 20 has the timeline. If I can bring that up, yeah, thank you. And this is the timeline to comply with the stipulated agreement, right? So, and this is a pretty tight schedule, is that correct?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And if we don't do that, we will be out of compliance with the stipulated agreement? Is that right?
That's, yes.
Maybe ask council, and maybe council, we just kind of remind us of where we're at with all the pieces of what we have to get done on the stipulated agreement. That's why I wanted to get us back to, I mean, this is all great conversation, and I think it's healthy that we're having it. But at the end of the day, we have a stipulated agreement that we've agreed to some certain things, and we have to solve some problems here. It's kind of a math problem at some point, as much as there's all this everything else in it. So could you kind of go through what do we have to hit here to?
Supervisor Nelson, members of the board. So when we talk about the litigation that's out there, you hear it called different things. Sometimes it's referred to as the Murray litigation, but sometimes you hear it called Disability Rights California. And that
same thing?
It's the same thing. Yeah, it's called the Murray litigation. It's sometimes called Disability Rights California or DRC. Because the organization known as Disability Rights California originally inspected our main jail in 2015. And so that's really when this started. They filed federal litigation as a class action in 2017, and then we entered a stipulated judgment and remedial plan. And a stipulated judgment, when I say that, it means it's a court order that's binding on the parties and enforceable by the court until completed. So there's a lot of different aspects of the stipulated judgment remedial plan, some of which were talked about today. So it does cover aspects of mental health care, medical care. It talks about operations of the jail. And then one piece of that is what we're really talking about today, which is the facility itself. So originally, when we entered the stipulation, the plan was to remodel, reconfigure, renovate the main jail, and the deadline was July 1st, 2023. So that was the path that we were on.
2023?
2023.
Okay.
Yes. So as I said, this has been going on a very long time. So in 2015 is when Disability Rights California first inspected the jail, and then 2017 they filed litigation, and then we entered the stipulated judgment remedial plan. So the county spent a number of years working on a remodel of the main jail. We started getting closer and closer to the deadline, and for a number of different reasons, including costs and the difficulty of remodeling an old facility, we changed course, and the board authorized us to seek an extension. And so we sought an extension, and now it is, and when we sought that extension, the plan was to remodel, reconfigure, renovate new construction at the main jail or the Northern Branch Jail, and that's no later than July 1st, 2029. So that's really where we're at today. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
And supervisors, if you could put that, it's hard to read that graph, so I just want to reiterate what that timeline says, and along with what county council says. So it's hard to read, but the pink line says if the board would like to do two housing units, to do that, and then the blue is to get commissioning and occupancy, general services believes that takes us right to the deadline. And so that's why there is urgency about making a decision if you want to do two housing units. The orange line says if you want to do 1.5 unit housing option, for the pink and the blue, that looks like it's about March. And so the deadline is July. It's still tight because we know things can happen in construction. And then the yellow on the bottom says 1 housing unit. For that plus the commissioning, it looks like it's the end of 2028. And so that's why there are, going back to Supervisor Nelson, that's why there's urgency to decide today to get us to the decision if you'd like to do 2 housing units, because it's going to take us right up to that deadline. And so the question for the board is, through your deliberations, it really is going to depend on what you're leaning towards and how much time you have, knowing that all of these are tight.
And I think that's important just because I think there's been talks about kicking delaying this. Our Behavioral Health Commission has asked us to take a step back and look at it. There's no time in that schedule for taking a step back. And, I think we did that 2 years ago is actually what we did. We took a step back, and that's where we're getting to today. So, still appreciate the input, and we're going to take that input, and that will inform other things we do. But I really hope that today we come out with something so that we can try to potentially satisfy something that we've agreed to with the courts that we have a judgment against us to do. Sometimes we are in these tough situations. We were just recently in another tough litigation that that made us come to some decisions that we may not have wanted to go through. But that's kind of where we're at.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to add one thing. So part of when we got the extension to July 1st, 2029, the county agreed to a whole bunch of interim measures. It's about 20 pages of all of the things that we're going to do while we get into compliance. But we did put in our agreement that the county intends to achieve compliance with the remedial plan through the addition of ADA-compliant housing capacity at the Northern Branch Jail. And this just gets to what I said earlier, that upon activation of this additional units at the Northern Branch Jail, which is expected by 2029, defendants will cease housing any class members in the main jail's south, west, east, central, and back central housing units. And so that lays out, I just wanted to make it clear that that is what the court has approved and what the board has agreed to, and that's really what brought us here today.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. So the northwest part,
So Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, yes, so as I mentioned earlier, so Northwest is not addressed here as to be closed. It also isn't addressed to be renovated.
Can I ask follow-up on
Yeah,
that,
sure.
too? So I guess I'd like to ask General Services. I mean, I remember in 2015 when I asked the consultant, can you rate the South County Jail on a scale of 1 to 10? And he said, no, I can't. And I said, why not? And he goes, because it's below that. It's below a 1. So why would we think it's, or do you even, from a construction standpoint, think that's doable or makes sense?
Supervisor Lavanino through the chair. Yeah, I mean, I've been here 2 years, so that was a while ago, but, it's a challenging site. As I understand it, it's been built on, there's at least 2 different additions from the original jail. I know one of the challenges is the ADA access. When you have solid walls with concrete structural steel, you just can't move them without taking them down to ground, bare earth, and starting over. So really challenging to try and renovate, which drove the cost up.
And then I have a question for Rachel, too. So can you tell us the difference between a rated bed? So is the stipulated agreement that everybody has to have a rated bed by 2019? $2029, I mean, sorry.
So there are a number of different deadlines. So the deadline we're referring to is for physical, like remediation of our facilities. So the way it's worded is that that defendants, that's us, agree to not house prisoners in any housing units in such a way as to exceed rated capacity. So that's where the rated part comes in. And we will ensure that each prisoner in custody at the jail is provided a bed. And there were additional provisions that actually talk about by certain deadlines that we would only be using rated units. Sorry, hang on just a second.
Yeah.
That no later than January 1st, 2021, the number of prisoners placed in a particular housing unit shall be limited to no more than the rated capacity. No later than January 1st, 2021, the county shall assign a bed to all prisoners.
All right, thank you.
Well, I'll weigh in on a couple of the items that have come up. With respect to the advocates, I'm not in favor of delay for a task force. I think an assessment done by CCP, especially just learning now that there is already a diversion study that will be ready in the summer, which is really the key part of this, of what we need to do. So I would, as someone who serves on the CCP, I've just had one meeting so far, but have another one next week. I think that's a good place to have the continued work of essentially this needs assessment of who's in the jail, what kind of diversion programs work, et cetera, with all the criminal justice partners. So I don't know if we have consensus around that piece of this. Looking pretty good for that? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so A, that we make a decision today on how many housing units, and B, that we direct the CCP to take up the work of assessing the needs and success or effectiveness of diversion. Okay, so I'm just trying to. Doesn't seem controversial. Okay, I'm just going with what we can agree on here before we move into the next piece of this, which is the actual units. Any questions or comments on that? And I just want to make sure I understood Director Lagerquist about this potential of the Northwest. You're saying that it would be difficult to remodel? Is that what you said? Or the entire thing is difficult to remodel? I understand that the entire thing is.
Northwest would be also challenging, very challenging to renovate. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
and to clarify that slide that we got, that didn't include any of the costs to rehabbing that.
This one. No. Right?
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. The chart that we looked at really is absent the rehabilitation cost. It's difficult today to tell you what that rehabilitation cost could. It really depends on what components of that Northwest that you wanted to address. If we were able to focus on just the two components that we looked at before in 2023, with respect to that facility, it is a secure corridor between IRC and Northwest and the ADA components. Again, in 2023, that cost was thought to be $5 million-ish. We know that's too low. We know that would cost more. The other 2023 numbers escalated by 50%. The real question really it becomes on that is it feasible? Are there any other state requirements from BSAC would require us to invest even more dollars to make it usable in the long term? That's a figure we don't have today. And we can get it and report back to your board should you want to.
Not asking for it yet. Might be a good solution in the future after today, but I think we need to move forward with something today.
Okay. Do we have a proposal, suggestions, deliberation?
I'll
Yes,
kick
Supervisor
off.
Russell?
What the heck?
Sure.
All right. So, yeah, so the old guy. All right. So I think what I keep hearing today is the question I heard in 2015 was, well, what can we afford? Everybody kept saying, what can we afford? What can we afford? We turned down a 228-bed facility that was going to cost us $4 million. Okay? So because we decided we just couldn't afford it. Those beds would have been at $17,543 a bed in 2015. In 2023, the beds are at $468,750 a piece. So and I know this is going to drive our budget folks crazy in the CEO's office, but for once, I'm like, we can't look at it, what can we afford? We have to build what we need, and we're under a mandate to fix this problem. And as much as I want it to be a human interest story and a lot of other things, it really is, as Bob said, it's a math problem at the end of the day, is you have to build the capacity for not only what we're going to have, I mean, to find out that the jail population today was 810, our consultant said in 10 years, we might be at 810 to 818. Well, we're there today. And we know this place is going to continue to grow. So when you talk about an 85%, and I understand what Supervisor Capps was talking about, do we have to be at 85%? Maybe you could be at 90%. I don't know. But 85% puts us that we need 942 to 962 beds. And there's only one place that gets us there, and that's with 2 pods. What really bothers me about this is there are so many, this is like the last place I want to spend money, right? I love parks, and I love trails, and I love housing, and love libraries, and all the other things that we can do, and take care of veterans and all those things. And I looked at this, in our 2020 census, there are 448,229 people in Santa Barbara County. And let's just say 800 people in jail, because I already did this math. 0.017% of the population is now eating up 23% of our discretionary general fund. That's insane. Like a quarter of our discretionary general fund is going to 800 people in the whole county. Something is significantly screwed up there. Everybody else is suffering. They're suffering as well, but something's got to change. The other thing I'm really worried about that never gets any traction when I talk about it are the people that are out on felony warrants. And I don't know, maybe the data is all bad, but I don't understand why that's not a concern to people. I would think like if it was a headline in the Independent, that supposedly we have over 2,000 people out on felony warrants. They're in your neighborhood, they're in my neighborhood, and I don't know what kind of warrant a felony warrant is. It sounds very concerning to me. And so when we say, well, we can divert maybe 100 people, maybe 150. Out of that 2,036, I guarantee you there's at least 150 real people, right, that are supposed to be in jail. But they're not because we don't have the capacity or the manpower or whatever to go find them. So at the same time, I got to put in a little editorial here. We do have the money to have 5 deputies and a DA going and making sure that our cannabis folks aren't growing hemp. That are growing hemp instead of cannabis, or they're looking at a camera all day to see if there's a violation of some guy that's trimming. That's an issue that we've got to get our priorities right there. But the worst decision this board ever made since I've been here was in 2015 when we said we didn't have enough money and we built the wrong size jail in the North County. And I would hate to be here twice when we make the same decision. Like I said, this is the last place I want to spend money, but I think we've convinced, as I've said before, on diversion. I'm converted on diversion. I want as many people as possible to divert. I also had my eyes opened a little bit when I just went to jury duty. And I saw another issue that we didn't talk about today, which was I felt like somebody was overcharged. And we haven't talked about that issue. I don't see the DA here today. But that seems like an issue to me, that the case at least I was looking at seemed like that was it. That was an issue. So I'm in the 2-pod camp. I know that and what I'll throw this out there, though, is people can't get to 2 pods, and we're still going to talk about it. We got to kick off something today. We got to get moving. If that means, and I know construction-wise, that's going to suck, and it's not the smartest thing to do in the world, but we got to get going on something. And so I guess it's no surprise I'm going to be on 2 pods, but that's where I'm at. And I think today's hearing just highlighted that we don't, number one, we don't control a lot of this. Number two, we don't really have a good granular data. We have so much data, but we don't have who's in, how many people are actually suffering from severe mental illness, not, if they have a substance abuse problem or they have, they're alcoholic or whatever, that we can handle somewhere else. But people that shouldn't really be in the jail. And I have to say too, though, that I have advocates come to me and they say, hey, my son or daughter shouldn't be in jail. They didn't know that they were committing this specific crime, but it's a serious crime. And as a citizen, that's hard for me because I want them to get the help that they need and to get the proper service, but also there was a victim associated with that. And that has to be dealt with as well. And obviously this is much bigger and over my pay grade, but just to get down to what we need to do today, I think that we've got to continue to study this, though, and figure out what the proper mix is. But for me right now, I'm on 2 pods. And I have no idea how we will pay for that. So I've got some, well, I won't say I don't have any ideas, but I have some ideas, but I think it's something we need to talk about during budgets.
Supervisor Hartman.
I think all of us feel the weight of this decision very heavily on our shoulders. We're considering financing $216 million in construction, which would commit the county to paying from the general fund $35 million more each year, including $15 million for debt service and $20 million more for staffing. So this is the most sobering decision I've ever come to while serving on this board, because it really binds future boards. So the key question is, how do we right-size the jail? And it's hard to make it because, as we hear, there's a very dynamic environment out there with different opportunities and a lot of things we don't control. So how many rated beds do we need? And so there's different perspectives on this question. And so projecting out the average daily population in linear fashion from today's numbers, assuming today's policies and practices, and focusing on growth factors such as general population growth and Proposition 36, that is the position of the Sheriff's Department, and it leads to the recommendation of the 2 pods. There's another way of looking at it, and that is what we've heard from a lot of the advocates, assuming changes to policies that could divert people from the jail. And so that was Michael Wilson gave us some ideas about that. The possibility of bail reform hasn't really been analyzed, but it's a strong likelihood based on equity in the future. But again, there's lots of potential here, but we really don't have our arms wrapped around it. But I have faith that other counties and other places are making these choices. They're not just reverting to business as usual. Another way is, the third way to look at this, the lens, is to consider staffing and building a jail, looking at what we actually have been able to or could staff with the relief factor over time. In my time at the county, we've never been able to staff the jail adequately. It reached crisis proportions a few years ago when we got heart-wrenching letters from custody deputies talking about the cost to their mental health, their physical health, their families, when they had to do so much mandatory overtime. At that point, we decided, well, we're going to put together a signing bonus. It's a crisis. It was something we can do. If I remember correctly, I don't think the sheriff's office or the unions favored that. But in fact, it has led to some success. I think we only have 17 vacancies now. But what are we going to do in the future? We don't know that we're going to retain those deputies. And so, again, I think what the disability rights keeps asking us again and again and again is, think about the services you can provide in the jail. What can you really staff? Both, from I guess, WellPath perspective, but also from the custody perspective. And I don't have a really good answer to that one. But it gives me pause to just build out on a linear projection, because I suspect we won't be able to staff it. And then we'll be in trouble with disability rights again. And then the final, fourth way is, what can we actually afford? And what will we have to give up? What are the opportunity costs if we focus so much of our general fund on the jail? I don't have as good a number as Supervisor Lavanino did about how much money we spend on such a small number of people. But in fiscal year 29 and 30, budget projections show that the custody budget is expected to grow to $129 million. That's 23% of our county's general fund, and that's before these new housing units are added in. When we add those in, that's to 27.4% of our budget, general fund. And that's before we take into account the law enforcement, probation, DA, public defender, fire, all the other public safety. So it's a huge amount of our budget that we can't, that we're tying up. Some people suggest that we may be reaping benefits from our retirement pay down after the day keeps going out. But in 2008, we hit a economic meltdown. We've been working diligently to fill that hole, but we could well experience an economic recession, and we're in really uncertain times right now. And we also could see that the return rate, or the assumption would go from 7 to 6.5. I think over the next, from now to 2030, that's a very likely thing. So I think it's irresponsible of us to ignore the uncertainty of those positive economic projections. So we talked earlier today about the equity fund in the wake of George Floyd. And, as a board, we really did, and I'm proud of us, try to step up. And we didn't try to create a sheriff's oversight committee or other potential policies. We really zeroed in on jail reform. That was our priority. And we invested heavily to fund programs throughout the county to deal with that. And, it's still a lot experimental, a lot we're still learning. And I think we focus mainly on programs rather than infrastructure. We use general fund to fund the jail infrastructure, but we don't use general fund money to do these mental health. We're eager to get grants for that. If I had the choice presented to me, which would I rather fund, I would rather invest in these others, because I think that's more living up to what we value. So everybody knows this, but the county jail is kind of a lost and found of a broken system, where people end up when the safety net upstream, education, healthcare, housing, mental health, when that isn't successful. And so when these systems drop the ball upstream, then we have to put people in the jail. And while there are some exceptions, I think for the majority of people, it's not a place of recovery and healing. It's a repository of neglected needs and missed opportunities. And it's not, when we got people repeated in the jail 17 times, and they're a bad person, there's something wrong with us, that revolving door is happening. So I believe that the trend is toward right-sizing jails and ensuring only those who really are a public safety risk are detained. I really believe when you break the law, whether it's with substance abuse, whether it's with mental health, whether it's with whatever, there have to be consequences. But I don't think those consequences necessarily have to be jail. I think we can come up with other things, and I know I've been involved in restorative justice, and I think that is, we're not doing nearly enough. We're paying lip service to it, but not nearly enough. So I'm very eager to get I guess we'll call it the needs assessment, the diversion study, if CCP is willing to take that on to give us a greater sense. But at this point, I believe we need one pod, but I can't really go beyond that. It just is against our values as a community to do business as usual with linear projections. We've got to make a change.
I think Supervisor Lee might be next.
Oh, wait, thank you. Well, a little over 4 months on the job, and here I am talking. I can't wait till next month by boat. Oftentimes we talk about the population, but we need to look at the aging demographic. Age-well studies show that within a decade, most of the people here will be a senior. Now, seniors, I believe, do not commit serious crimes. What they need is mental health services. That's what I believe. I agree with both of my supervisors and colleagues. Where I'm at is 1.5, but 128 of those beds I want to dedicate it for mental health beds. I think that's a good compromise. Everybody can get something out of it. So I have a good motion.
You're putting it out as
No, I'm not yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. I grew up in a sheriff family. My mom was actually a sheriff employee for many years, and as long as I can remember, hearing about the South County Jail and needing to be, that it was inadequate. I first got my start politically opposing the sales tax on the jail back in 2010. Yeah, and that was me. This has been a big part of my career in public service. We broke ground on the North Branch Jail when my predecessor was chair, and then we got to open it up when I was chair. So it's been a big part of my life, and I wish it wasn't. There's so many more things that I want to see our county invest in than a jail. I've been a huge advocate for investing more capital, not just on our roads and deferred maintenance, but in facilities for parks and for play fields and libraries in the North County that have been underserved for really generations. And having this huge, clog in the financial pipe of having to pay for jail is heartbreaking. That said, we have an obligation as a county, to first of all, kind of on the 30,000-foot level, that's kind of what counties do. We have a jail, we run jail, that's one of our responsibilities. Then we have to try to figure out what size that's going to be, and we have litigation here. And I understand that we want to spend as little as possible. I don't think that one pod or one housing unit would satisfy the requirements of the Murray litigation and our overcrowding litigation, because we also have that going on too. So it just doesn't solve the problem. It seems like 1.5 could solve the problem today, but I also think we have this responsibility that we have to look 30 years in the future, so that we're not having people look back at us and go, why did you guys do that? Now, we can go with 1.5 and really hope for the best, and that is an option. Hope it can be a plan. I think I'm not fully confident in that, and that's why I'm starting off at least at 2, because I believe that that's really what we need to do to be thinking forward. What gives us that capacity to be able to move people around, even based on today's 810 with 15%. That's a 931 bed capacity that we need to meet even today's standards. So that's why I'm concerned about anything less than 2. We can try to wrestle with 1.5 if that's something. Supervisor Levin, you and I actually made a motion and voted on that a couple years ago for 1.5, because we were trying to move something forward then. I would have a hard time not being able to support that again in the future, since I've supported that in the past. I do think ultimately that we'll need 2, but I guess time will tell. Right now it seems like we do, but as things progress, we'll take a look at those numbers. Maybe we can invest in additional beds. I believe, as Supervisor Lee had mentioned, I think mental health beds can be a part of this, and I know that's not the best form of treatment, but it is a form of treatment, and there's been some huge successes the sheriff has seen by offering the MAT treatment. I thought that Emily's story was compelling during public comment, and I've heard other stories like that too. That's not the only one that I've heard of. It's not an ideal place for people to be, of course. We want other forms of treatment, especially for those that are first-time offenders or low-level offenders or without victims. But we have also the public to be thinking about as well, and making sure that they're fully supported and protected against their people that might perpetrate crimes against them. So as of now, I'm at 2, but I am open to 1.5 if a deal can be made.
Well, I'm with Supervisor Hartman as with one housing unit. We hear a lot about a commitment to diversion, to keeping people with substance abuse issues, with mental health issues, where their offenses have directly related to those challenges, to keeping them out of jail, and yet they're still in jail. And we hear about it repeatedly from the advocates, and I just admire you all so much, especially those of you who have loved ones who have experienced this. It just takes a lot of courage to talk repeatedly, and I don't want that to go unnoticed and unacknowledged. But yet we're still kind of, as much as I know and trust the sheriff is committed to diversion, the public defender is, Assistant CEO Heitman, our probation, our district attorney, yet we still are only, it feels to me, are working around the edges on diversion and not fully grasping how more humane, how more fiscally responsible, how more effective in many, many cases diversion can be. And so we've been talking to a lot of experts, a lot of staff members for the last few weeks, and one actually said, well, if you really want to force diversion, you do less than 2. And that's what I'm saying, is, we're having this conversation because we're being forced to by a lawsuit. And so sometimes good intentions don't always take fruition without that force, without that pressure. And yeah, there's a lot we don't control here, and that's super frustrating. We don't control the judges. We don't control that backlog. So that so many of our folks in jail, when they finally get their date, they just get time served. I heard a statistic like 80-some%. We don't control that. I wish we did, because we would be having an entirely different discussion right now. So I see this as pressure. I'm just going to call it what it is. I want us to do more when it comes to diversion, and so that's why I'm landing at 1. I'm certainly open to more conversation, because we don't have a majority yet here, but I really do want to be clear that we need to move with more intention towards a different path for a lot of people that deserve it. So, Supervisor Hartman.
Well, it sounds to me like either we have to, two and two have to sit and pound the table, or we have to go for a compromise in the middle. It hurts.
I can get there. Yeah. So I just want to make sure, and I know it's obviously not what I came here prepared to do, but does 1.5 pods, could we possibly meet the stipulated agreement with 1.5 pods?
Supervisor
I'm not
Lavin, members of the board. That's a really hard answer.
We don't know.
It's a really hard question to answer.
Yeah.
Because it really is a numbers game. I think CEO's office had a slide of how many system-wide beds that would get you, and then when you look at the 85%, which is the goal, that's 745. So that is a reduction. So I would say, just practically speaking, it would be this plus a combination of other efforts that we would need to get there with 1.5.
Supervisor.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Just Supervisor Lee, if you could elaborate a little bit. You said 1.5 and 128 mental health beds. Is that inside the jail or outside the jail? And so is that within the 1.5? I think we're not sure.
I want to give staff that option to design that for us. Basically, we all agree on 1, right? We can say that.
Yeah.
And we can use the other half specifically for mental health facilities that serves various treatment levels that we all want. So we have this opportunity to do that.
Isn't that part of the, are we designing it that way already? I mean, how many?
Within the jail, there's behavioral health units, and I think, County Council, you can correct me, is it 120 that we have now? Do you know?
Right now, my understanding is we have various levels of beds, and behavioral health unit beds are part of our interim measures. So right now, they're at the main jail, but it's something that the plan was to move that up to the Northern Branch Jail. So in short, even if we provide mental health services outside the jail, we still are required to provide the needed mental health and medical services that is needed inside the jail as well.
So Supervisor Lee, could we word it as, because I know when we were in construction of the Northern Branch Jail now, that it kept kind of changing around the design and all kinds of, could we just, without giving a number of 128, I think we all want to maximize, yeah, we could use a word like maximize the amount of mental health beds with different levels of care.
I'm open to that.
Okay,
yes.
all right.
Okay.
So Supervisor Hartman, sure.
I think I have a motion.
Okay.
So I would move A, B2, option 1.5.
Can you read them so that we know what, I mean, or have it brought up? Because I already got rid of everything.
So let's see, this isn't what I have on the board letter. Okay. Sorry, I have an earlier version that is A through G, so it's good that I have this. So A, B, 2, with using net zero energy and maximizing the mental health beds. And then, through G, C
so-
through G.
Can I ask a question on that? So, Kirk, on the net zero, we really didn't talk about that too much. So what I wanted to know, what's the payoff time on those projects? So when do they pay for themselves?
So yeah, what was put into the conceptual design for that 14 million to get to the net zero energy, it would be an all-electric central plant, 1 megawatt solar array, and a 500 kilowatt hour battery. So the added cost would take 12 to 15 years to recover and give us about a $20 million savings over the lifetime of the equipment.
For a more upfront cost of how much?
14 million.
14 million upfront pays off after 15 years.
But it's going to be cost us $30 million in financing is what
Right.
I'm seeing here. It's cost us $30 million.
15 upfront.
So when do we recoup the $30 million?
12 to 15 years.
30 years of financing. Oh, I see.
Can we have that come back? Because I think that needs,
Okay,
is that all right if we have
That's
that come
okay.
back to us?
that's a good idea.
Because we
Okay.
can begin design without having that piece. Maybe we can hear that in a month here.
Or is that part of the design?
Or
It's part of the design.
Eesh.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers we have were, again, they didn't go too deep into the actual design. It's still conceptual at this point, so we don't have a full plan yet. But our projection was 12 to 15 years to recover the initial 14 million.
Right.
And then again, obviously, it adds about $1 million to the debt service each year.
It's just, I mean, of course, I feel strongly about it. Our sheriff's department contributes the vast majority of our emissions as a county, 22%, I believe. So moving in this direction, it will pay off. It's $1 million more a year. But after 12, 15 years, it'll be paid off. And then we start to really see the savings.
Is that, we've already been told this is going to be tough on our budget. So, and we've been talking about these other programs, and I just, I'm not anti-spending money on projects to make us net zero in the future. I'm just, we just had this long conversation about how expensive this is, and then throwing another $1 million. I don't know if this is the best $1 million to spend on these types of things. Is this going to be something we're going to put on the bill? Is this going to be a net billing thing, or I guess not, because we're going to do it up front. But we had already identified this site as a solar.
Correct. Supervisor Nelson through the chair. Yes, that's correct. So we also have another megawatt of solar that was brought to the board last month. It was still under consideration through power purchase agreement with NG. So
Wouldn't that bring us to net zero on this site?
no. So the net zero we'd have to do all-electric central plant. So right now, the Northern Branch Jail has a combination of gas and electric. So by going to net zero for the expansion, we'd have to go all-electric utilities inside the plant.
That's the net zero certification, not net zero by number. Because we could actually bring it down to below zero by the number instead of getting the sticker with just the NG project potentially.
No, not necessarily. The NG project is a megawatt of solar, and we did not include a battery on that project right now. So we'd only create power during the day. And then the central utility plant in the existing Northern Branch Jail has a combination of gas and electric. To get to true net zero for an expansion in the future would have to be all electric utilities within the expansion part.
Oh. So we'd have gas and electric in the main portion of the Northern Branch Jail, and then our pod going out is going to be gas and electric. No, just electric.
Just
electric.
Correct.
So what offsets the regular Northern Branch Jail emissions? The megawatt of solar?
Well, we still have gas-powered equipment in there still until they hit end of life, and then we can decide whether to put in electric at that time.
When we built the North Branch Jail, did we build it to be able to be scaled?
We did.
So I think the number I heard is we're only using 40% of that plant as it is now. So we're just going to basically abandon the 60% usefulness of it. And
I mean, we'll have to add on to what's there, but the utility plant was built to expand further. Correct.
But we're not going to take advantage of that if we go down the net zero route.
We take advantage of some of it.
Okay.
Like I said, there's already gas there, so it would be the stuff, the housing units that are being added would have to go to electric in order to meet that net zero energy.
See, I would just rather commit that $1 million to programs, than maybe there's the payback that I wish I had the numbers so I could see the payback on this, because that would make me feel better, because I just don't know if this is the high
I'm seeing Paul and Jeff get nervous when we say it's going to be paid off in 14 years, because I don't think that takes into account the financing, which if it pays off after 14 years, with the financing, it seems like it would almost be double, which is almost the life of the facility. So for me to vote on it, I would need to see the actual plan, the layout of when it gets, sorry, Rachel, they're going to vote for it anyway. It's okay.
Supervisors, if another option perhaps would be, one thing you haven't talked about is the CRT that we're applying for, that we'll know in May. And
What's that?
the crisis residential treatment that we've applied for, that we had said we were proposing to put it next to the Northern Branch Jail. And Dr. Navarro talked about it. One thing with that could be a net zero facility if we get it. But also the question for the board, and I was going to ask in your deliberation, is if you want us to pursue that even if we don't get the funds. What we said was at about $25 or $30 million to do.
We applied for $31 million.
We applied for $31 million. We still think it's a worthwhile endeavor, no matter what number of pods you choose. And if you'd like us to continue to work on that and prepare for that, even if we don't get the grant, that's, I think, something that would be useful for us to get direction so that we could prepare that for the budget upcoming. But that facility, maybe by our policy, would have to be net zero anyway, but that's an option as well.
Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, so I hadn't even finished my motion yet.
No, we gave up half a pod, so we'd like to give you up the net zero.
Yeah,
it seems like it doesn't pay off for too long.
Okay, so I'll put that out there. With net zero, maximizing mental health, and then, so that's A and B, and then C through G, and then direction to staff to work on developing MOUs so that they can more efficiently and effectively share data on the jail, as ACO Heitman recommended, and also with a suggestion to the CCP to collect information on, to analyze data on jail residents and develop recommendations related to the effectiveness of diversion programs and the needed new facilities. And so that's it.
I'll second that.
Madam Chair, members of the board, just one clarification. So when we say maximize the mental health beds, I think it could be helpful to clarify that's within the Northern Branch Jail as a whole. That way it would give the design the option of maybe using some of the existing areas or using the new areas too.
Makes sense. And I have a question, Chair.
Yeah.
About the net zero. So what's the lifespan of what's currently the system there right now? Is it going to last another 10, 15, 20 years?
We reasonably can expect 20 to 25, 30 years, depending. So somewhere 20 to 30 years is normal for that type of equipment.
It's fairly new, right?
Yeah.
So could we use the lifespan of what's already there, and then once it's broken, we can replace it with net zero placement, solar?
It's an option.
You think that's okay, or is it's way down the road?
I think we have to build a new building, electric or not.
Oh.
It's an option. I mean, when they hit the end of their life cycle, you could decide at the time to not do gas-powered for heat or water heating and replace it with electric. And then if we already have this megawatt of power, solar that we're already talking through the power purchase agreement, you're already going to have that solar there as an option, assuming we go forward with that.
Isn't California building codes that most businesses need to be electric anyway? New construction?
Residential.
I mean, why would we carve out ourselves?
We designed the Northern Branch Shell, as it stands currently, has both gas and electric.
Okay.
It predated the mandate from the board to go net zero energy.
And the mandate's in 2026 that we created a policy, but we're designing this in 2025. So we'd be starting our policy early.
That's a decision point, correct.
Right. So moving forward with not net zero at this point would still be consistent with our own policies?
The board's policy passed in, I think it was 2017, said to go to net zero energy.
For projects designed in 2026 and beyond?
Well,
After 2025, correct.
After, yeah, 2026 beyond.
I can't support not moving forward with net zero energy. I mean, it's relative to the overall cost of what we're talking about, it's minor. And here we are requiring and or working with others, and we have a climate action plan, and then yet a huge construction project already with taxpayer funding would then take us backwards on something that's readily available. The technology is safe and healthier, and the direction that most new construction is going anyway.
So would you support the motion if we put in the net zero as a cause?
With the 1.5 with the mental health beds?
Yes, and the net zero. Would you support it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
We need a second.
I second.
Okay, we worked that out. Thank you, Supervisor Lee. So are we ready for a roll call vote?
Well,
Nope.
it's processing.
Yeah, take your time.
So go back, because, it's hard to save money by not building 2 pods and then spend extra money for net zero. I think that I'm struggling with that. So what's the payback on this again? And we're certain on this, that we're certain that we're going to pay this thing back in 12 years?
Our estimate was 12 to 15 years. So,
And that's without the financing, so it could be 30 years to pay back.
right, it adds about $1 million of financing per year.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready for a roll call vote? Madam Clerk, do we need to repeat the motion? Are folks clear up here? We're good?
Chair Capps, members of the board, I believe we have captured the
You've
vote.
captured it?
Yes, and that was a motion by Supervisor Hartman and a second by Supervisor Lee. Roll call vote. Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Lavanino?
No.
And Chair Capps.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, that was a little messy. That was a little messy, but we got through it. Thanks, everyone, for hanging in there. And with that, I will adjourn this meeting until next week, April 8th.
I never did get to tell you that.